2,000 days, 20 episodes, 2.5 years. This series has been incredible to film, produce, publish, all of it. I've had so much fun over the last 2.5 years, and I couldn't have ever imagined the amount of support that this series would have ever gotten. It's by far been my favorite thing to ever upload to YouTube, and I just wanted to say thank you guys for being on this journey with me. I hope you guys enjoy Create Season 2, the full movie, Part 2, episodes 12 through 20. So this is my journey from 1,000 days to 2,000 days. And I had no idea when I filmed the first episode that this movie covers that it would get so much support. But it's been absolutely incredible. You guys have got me to a point where I can apply to be a YouTube partner, and I've managed to get that YouTube partner. You guys have got me to a point where I am so excited to post on YouTube all the time. It's by far one of my favorite things to do any week is get on and work on a video. But I don't want to take up too much of your time with this little intro. I just wanted to pop in and say thank you guys so much. And if anybody wants to support the channel any further, there are channel memberships available now, thanks to you guys, which is something I never thought I would get to say. But one of the benefits of being a channel member, as well as being a Patreon member, is you do get videos 24 hours early. So if that's something that interests you, you can hit the button below. If it doesn't interest you, feel no obligation to hit the button below at all. I don't expect anybody to become a channel member anytime soon. I will never expect anybody to be a channel member. Channel members will never get exclusive access to anything on the channel that the public won't have access to ever. I don't like that. So if you do want to support and help me out a little bit extra, feel free. If you don't, sit back, relax, and enjoy Create Season 2, the journey from 1,000 to 2,000 days. I'll see you guys later. Last episode, we rode the finally completed train along its rail all the way from our original valley to our new industrial area. In the new industrial area, we built a train station for our train to pull into, a section of track for the train to turn around using a tunnel, and we made sure that it could travel all the way back to the original valley, which we named Iron Reach Valley, and back to the industrial area, all on a schedule without having to make any unnecessary stop. We traveled the Nether to look for some quartz, and we decided that we are going to work on a gold farm as the first creation in our new industrial area. And that is what we are going to be working on today. Today, we are going to be working on the gold farm, which, just to recap from the last episode, in the gold farm, what we need to do is generate some cobblestone, crush that cobblestone into gravel, crush that gravel into sand, haunt the sand to make soul sand, wash the soul sand to make gold, but mostly quartz. We're then going to move the quartz to either a separate factory or a separate part of the same factory, combine it with cobblestone to make diorite, combine the diorite with andesite and lava to make tuff, and then we're going to crush the tuff for gold and other miscellaneous metals, which are all going to be stored in the factory and transported elsewhere whenever we need them. So crushing tuff will actually net us gold, copper, zinc, and iron. So this will operate as a slightly less efficient iron farm, also a zinc farm and a copper farm, both of which we are going to need a lot of. Flint, we are probably just going to void because we have tons of flint. I mean, just take a look at our current iron farm, which is not working at full efficiency, and it's still creating us tons of iron. And we have 65,500 flint with a void upgrade on the drawer because we don't need that much flint. I don't know what you can actually use it for. And this flint isn't even connected to the flint over there. So we have another 36,500 flint. It's not something we need. So we'll probably just void it. But with that little introduction out of the way and the train pulling into the station, I actually wanted to show you guys one thing that I worked on in between episodes. I'm recording this the day after episode 11 came out, and I spent last night working on this. So this isn't much. It's just a very basic, very small sort of elevator shaft, which takes us all the way down to bedrock using our elevator mechanism. And it's powered by this water wheel at the back here. The power goes up through the middle and powers our elevator thing up there. I thought it would be really cool to add these spinning elements up top using little water wheels, but actually I don't know how I feel about those, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure how I feel about them being there. Damn it, I was too busy talking about the elevator and then I missed the train. With all of those loose ends tied up in the valley, I think it is time to move over to the industrial area and start thinking about where we can build this gold farm. I had initially thought this section here, just on the edge where these stone patches are, because I feel like they would be really cool for world building. We can have like piles of stones stacked up, and it just lends itself nicely to almost already being piles of stones. We can build up from them. So yeah, I had thought along this edge. However, I had also thought in this back corner here could be our gold farm, and we can work our way through this area, fill that up, and then start working our way around this area and have something in the middle here. Or we can start working our way through like this and then just interconnect all of it. I don't know what the best way to do it would be. I think I'm leaning towards doing it down here. I'm leaning towards the gold farm going here. We're going to build up our little platform, see what we can do, see what we can build inside it, and see how far we can get through this gold farm. Okay, and now that we have our platform built, I have realized that it actually takes up a lot more space than I had initially thought. So ideally, I want this space to be as filled out as possible so that it can be used to maximum efficiency. And because storage is down there, obviously that needs to go at the end of the line. So I think I want cobblestone generation up this end, and then we can have crushing wheels, more crushing wheels, create the tuff. No, the tuff goes further down the line. Let me see if I can figure this out properly. Okay, so after a little bit of thinking, I think this is going to be our flow. So we're going to start with cobblestone, which is going to be crushed down into gravel, which will then be crushed down into sand, flint, and clay. Obviously, this is grey dye. I don't have any clay. The flint is just going to be voided. We're just not going to bother with it. The clay is going to be stored somewhere over there for a truck to come and collect. We will haunt that into soul sand. I didn't have any soul sand, so I'm using netherrack. And then we will wash that into gold and quartz. The gold will be stored and the quartz will be taken up here, where we will combine the quartz with the cobblestone to create diorite. We'll then combine the diorite with andesite and a bit of lava and compact that into tuff. And the tuff will then be crushed into copper, zinc, iron, gold, and again flint, which is just going to go into the voided drawer. So this is our whole flow that we're kind of looking at here. You can see this doesn't take up a massive floor plan. Like, as is, this isn't even half of the factory. But one thing that you need to take into account is that the space between each of these things isn't going to be this small. So the cobblestone generator itself is going to be maybe 4 blocks wide, and then we're going to have to crush it, re-crush it, haunt it, bring it over here with some belts or whatever, and then make diorite. Use the diorite creation process itself is probably going to be quite big, because we're going to use the automatic crafters, which I think is a good plan. And then the diorite, this diorite, andesite, and lava, we're going to have a lava tank somewhere. And then the lava tank is going to be, that's going to take up room. And then this is probably going to take up like 16, 17 blocks. And then we have the tuff, which is just going to get crushed. So we are going to fill out the space in the factory quite quickly. I don't see an issue with space in terms of filling the space out. I actually think we're going to have a hard time staying in our boundary. I think that's going to be where we struggle. Either way, this is our flow. We're going to work on that. Yeah, I'll probably start the cobblestone generator, get it at least built up, and we can see how much room it's going to take up and how efficient it's going to be. I'll come back to you guys when the cobblestone generator is fully built up. Okay, so after some deliberation, I think this is what I have come up with. So this is going to be our cobblestone generator. It should generate us a really good amount of cobblestone. So I just want to make sure that this actually works first. This is going to be our first ever test of this cobblestone generation design. So we have the lava. All of these are source blocks along the front here. And then this is where the cobblestone is going to be generated here, hopefully. And we have the water running down the front there. So the water and the lava should never mix source block to source block, which should ideally mean that we won't get any obsidian, We have a belt running along underneath here with chutes on this level. So we've got chutes all underneath the wall. And then we have a belt underneath the chutes leading out onto this belt here, which we are just going to have 3 brass funnels over on this end, picking it all up into the vault, making sure that we don't miss any. So let's set this for the first test. Ooh, okay. Wow. Okay. That's already gotten us, yep, a good amount of cobblestone. We already have a farm leak, which is a little bit insane. But that should have gotten us a fair amount of cobble. Just over 3¼ stacks, almost 3½ stacks in 2 pulses. Let's get a vault put on the front and then we'll see how we're doing from there. Okay, so let's repower that and we'll see how quickly this starts to fill up. Okay, so already our bottleneck is the chutes. And I think that's because they can only do 16 at a time. So we might need to replace them with smart chutes. So if it lands in the water, it's not going to pick it up. I'll have another think, but for now, we've actually made a lot of really good progress, so I'm very, very happy with where we've gotten to. Okay, as you guys probably heard from that last clip, it was recorded very late at night, and my partner was actually asleep. She was through in the other room, but we have very thin walls, so I was speaking a little bit quietly. It's now the next day, and I've had a little think about how I want to change the design of this, and I've made a couple of adjustments. So all of the chutes, I don't know if you guys remember, but previously, in that last clip, we had these chutes underneath the cobblestone. And these chutes, the downside to them is they can only move 1 item at a time and only hold 16 items at a time. So essentially, if a full stack drops into a chute, it takes a while. And this moves quite fast. So I had thought, let's change it to smart chutes. Smart chutes have the benefit of being able to move a whole stack of items at a time. So each stack takes the same time to move through a smart chute as 1 item does through a normal chute. So the benefit that this has is these chutes will collect up the items much quicker. And then the issue I was having with the items being stuck in this sort of area on the stone platform that you saw, the way that I fixed that is I just added a belt. So we now have a belt along the side, which is going to carry all of the items over to the other end. Now that that's done, we can repower this contraption and see if it's a little bit more efficient in collecting us cobble. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place these down quickly, and then I'm just going to fly over to the other side so that we can watch the system. Oh yeah, there we go. That's much quicker. We are still getting the issue of a backlog, which isn't ideal. Yeah, we are still getting quite a large backlog, actually. So I wonder if there's an even better method. I'll keep having to think about the design. I'll keep thinking about what I can change and how I can make it a little bit more efficient, a little bit better, and potentially a little bit quicker. And I'll come back to you guys with any ideas that I might have. So after a little bit of playing around in a creative world, I think we have narrowed it down to this design probably being one of the best that I can think of. So it's the exact same design as our farm, except instead of having 2 lines running across the length of the farm, we have 20 lines running out of the farm. We have a brass funnel along every input for the vault and a line going into each one. And then we have the remaining lines all connect up to this sort of bend, and that gives us the opportunity to streamline the storage, and it's very fast. It's extremely fast. The only problem are the odd sort of, you can see them highlighted in white, the odd block getting caught where it shouldn't be. That seems to be the only issue at the moment, and if we can fix that issue, then there actually shouldn't be any bottleneck. And I think the way to solve that issue is solid blocks. Because you can see that in creative I use glass, and obviously in survival I've used copycat panels, but unfortunately I think we are going to have to switch to some solid blocks along the top. So I think this is probably what we're going to try and achieve in our survival world, and hopefully that will mean that we can collect cobble actually even faster than I thought we would be able to. It's a little bit difficult to work your way through this stuff, but I think I have managed to come up with a solution that really elegantly solves our problem. Yeah, I think this is the design we're going to go for. This is what I want. So let's jump over to our survivor world and see if we can figure out how to get this built. Okay, now that we're back over in our survival world, let's try and get that design built up. So I need to remove these two lines and then exchange them for different lines which come out to here. Okay, now that we've removed pretty much the whole bottom section, I think the hardest part is actually going to be filling up the shafts underneath the water. So I'm going to build myself a little trough that I can use, sort of a little path so that I can, you know, have a way to maneuver underneath here. And that was actually easier than I thought it was going to be. But yeah, I'm actually quite happy with how that's turned out. So let's fill this line out. So this is going to be the line that brings in all of the cobblestone to these funnels here. So then we can start attaching the mechanical belts to here, which will also fill out the chutes above us, and there we go. Then all we need is some lines going in here. Anyway, let's pop these back on, and then we just need to go and make a couple more brass funnels, attach them to the vault, and then we can call this project done. Okay, I managed to find the materials that I needed for all the brass funnels in my backpack, so I think best thing to do now is just to turn this on and see how it goes. So hopefully we shouldn't get too many farm leaks. We might get one or two, but this is already looking a whole lot more promising. We are definitely still getting cobblestone coming out of the top, which could be an issue, but we're not getting any obsidian, and the cobblestone all seems to be going in. There's not a lot of white highlighted blocks. Okay, so we're getting over 1,000 very quickly, which is actually very good. Okay, so we definitely need a threshold switch there so that we can display how much cobblestone we have. And then we also need to power this controller rail with a threshold switch. So let's go and build ourselves a threshold switch and then see if we can't get that sorted out. Okay, so I've got myself a threshold switch, and as far as I'm aware, I think this means that once it hits 95, it will take a redstone output, which I can use to switch off the contraption to stop cobblestone production, and then when it then drops to 40%, it will restart cobblestone production. I'm not 100% sure if that is true, and I am going to put a little display board on top so that we can see how much cobblestone we actually have. So we want container fill level by percent on line 2. 4%. Okay, so we have 4% at the moment of our overall fill amount. Let's just put some girders in here for support. But this is good. So we can actually use a clipboard to tell this that it is cobblestone. There we go. I think that looks really good for now. So let's move on to powering on and off the contraption when the threshold reaches the upper limit. So I think in order to do that, we just want to take a redstone switch output from here. We need to take the next redstone switch over to here, where I think if I do that, it should hopefully power through the block. But we're not getting a redstone output at the moment. So, oh, there we go. We are getting a redstone output now. That is not working though. Oh, this isn't set to receive. There we go. Okay, and then this one just always needs to be powered. We could just use another redstone link and then set that to receive 2 cobblestone as well. There we go. And then let's see if I go and mess with this a little bit to increase that slightly. I don't know if this maybe isn't the way that this works. What if I invert the signal? Okay, that seems to work. So I want to keep it between 90 and 40% full. So I think what I should probably just do now is sit here and wait until it reaches 40% full. Okay, so I set the threshold switch to shut off at 44% and to kick back off at 40%, just so that we had a little bit of time to mess about with some of the other stuff going on so that this wasn't running in the background and we could, you know, eliminate some of the lag. But it has worked. So we do actually have a fully working system. I've also railed off the edges a little bit and given us some space to work so that we can get the crushing wheels set up. So that is what we are going to work on right now. So what I want to do is remove this, and then this is going to be a gearbox like that, and that is actually spinning the wrong way for what we want. Okay, so now that they are linked up nicely, what we can do is just run this all the way along. Even though we're not going to use the whole space, we can run it all the way along anyway. Do need some more brass funnels, but that's fine. I think for now, we can probably get away with using andesite funnels. And then we want to bring these ones out to maybe about here, just like that. And then we can start getting some mechanical belts on here as well. Now, the thing I need to be careful about is power, because we at the moment are not generating enough power to actually start crushing anything. So if we add the however many crushing wheels we're going to need 20 crushing wheels, and 100% we do not create enough power for those crushing wheels to be effective. We definitely need to look at getting a bit more power routed to these areas. So to solve that problem initially, what I'm going to do is just create a big line of water wheels underneath here and just fill this out as much as possible, get as much power as we can. And then I think in the next episode, we're going to look at creating a proper power grid for the industrial area to make sure that we always have enough power. And that'll give us a nice reason to branch out into steam power, which we don't already do. Everything we have done this season has been water powered so far. And while water power is very good and also very effective, it does need streamlining at some point. Okay, so we've made all the crushing wheels, and I think the best thing to do is put the first ones on this line here. So that's going to be our first line of crushing wheels. Hopefully we can get them sorted correctly. So I think what we need is some shafts and some gearboxes. So we now have enough gearboxes, and I think what we need is a shaft there on each of these, and then I think we can use a gearbox like that. See, something in my gut tells me that that's just not gonna work, but at the same time, you never really know. So let's find out. No, so that's not actually crushing anything. Okay, so we have a little bit of tweaking to do here. We will get there in the end. Okay, after a little bit of tweaking, I've managed to get everything turning the right way. We just need to sort out this one in the middle. But we have ran into a second issue, and that is we overstressed the whole system as soon as we attached this crushing wheel. So these are at 2048 SU each, which takes us up to just over 5,000. And that's not including powering the board or anything. Yeah, so we definitely need to figure out some sort of way to power all of these. But what I'm going to do for now is switch all of these off and then try and get these middle ones rotating at the right speed. And hopefully this is now not good. They all spin in the right direction. They just unfortunately can't all handle being on at once. So I think we are going to need some more water wheels for now, just to get this up and running. Once it's up and running, we can tweak the power and let everything get to where it needs to be. Obviously, it's not ideal that we are overstressing the system. I don't know how many more water wheels we need to add, but we definitely need a good chunk more. Okay, so I did a little bit of calculating, and it turns out at this speed, we needed 24 large water wheels in order to make sure that we had enough power for all the crushing wheels. Now, the issue is 24 large water wheels is fine, because now everything is working, and if this was the end of our process, if this was a gravel factory, perfect. We would be done. We aren't. We need another line of crushers to crush gravel. And then after we have crushed all the gravel, we then also need to wash the sand, taunt the sand. So we need a bunch of fans as well. And the fans at this speed are also going to take up at least over 1,000. So this is not looking good for being powered on water. We definitely need to look at a steam power plant before this can continue. And I potentially should have thought about that initially, but that's the beauty of a series like this, is we get to run into these issues together and we get to problem solve them. So you guys get to watch me come up with an idea, and then you get to watch me try and execute the idea, run into issues, and then problem solve them. And if it gives any of you guys inspiration for anything to do in your world, fantastic. And if you guys like the problem solving aspect of the create mod and it inspires you to install the mod yourself, that's even better. However, for now, I think the best thing to look at is to leave this factory here, come back to it in a couple episodes, and then potentially look at a steam power plant for next episode, where we can get a lava source and start creating some steam power. So I think that is what I'm going to look at next episode. Unfortunately, that does mean we are leaving this unfinished, but I think we have come up with a pretty good cobblestone generator for this episode. I mean, it's very efficient. It's way more efficient than the one I have in my iron farm. And I actually think if we do build an iron farm in the industrial area to industrialize iron, I think potentially this would be the same design. But this is a much more efficient iron farm than we have back in Iron Reach Valley. And I think that's huge. So I'm really happy with the progress that we've made. I hope you guys have enjoyed this episode. And if you have enjoyed this episode, make sure to subscribe so that you're notified whenever a new one comes out. And you can also drop a comment or leave a like if you enjoy. I don't normally ask for that kind of stuff, but the amount of support that I've been getting on recent episodes has been insane, and I thought I would just ask, if you aren't already subscribed, please hit that button. It helps me out a ton. I hope you guys get to enjoy more of the content, and yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying our expansion into the new area. But yeah, I hope you guys are excited to see a steam power factory. Yeah, I'll see you guys next week. I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. Peace. I think the only downside to this farm is just how loud it is. Last episode, we started work on our gold farm in the industrial area. We laid down a foundation, set up some storage, and we created an incredibly efficient cobblestone farm in order to kick off the process. We also set up some crushing wheels and a little bit of power to get them started. And today what we are going to be working on is a power plant, because unfortunately we had to leave the gold farm unfinished last episode. The reason for that is because we just didn't have enough power to continue the process any further. The 6 crushing wheels you can see behind me are unfortunately the extent of the power that we can provide. We have 24 large water wheels underneath the factory, which are generating enough power for that only. We cannot add any more crushing wheels or fans or anything else until we have more power. So today, that is exactly what we're going to be working on. We are going to be working on a power plant. Specifically, we are going to be looking at creating a steam power plant. Now, the steam power plant is interesting because it uses blaze burners. So that is going to be our first project. We are going to need quite a hefty amount of blaze burners. I'm thinking we might potentially need 16, maybe 20. I don't know if that might be too much, too little, but either way, we are going to be looking at getting some blaze burners. So the first thing I want to do is have a look at how we make a steam engine. So it's gold, zinc, and copper, or sorry, gold, andesite, and copper. And to make a blaze burner, we need iron sheets and netherrack. So first thing we are going to do is head on back over to Iron Reach Valley and just make up a bunch of blaze burners and try our best to safely fill them up using the mob farm. So after that, I managed to end up with 28 filled blaze burners with blazes inside. So I've come back over to the industrial area and I've come over to the far right side in this little cut-off area here. And I think this is where I want to build the power plant, specifically in this corner. So near the rail, I think it's a nice place to try and build a little power plant, and I have a couple of designs in mind. So I thought we could just get the stone platform in place and then we can build up from there. So I'll see you guys when that's done. Okay, and now that we have the platform in place, I think we can start actually putting something together. So we're going to start by laying out our blaze burners in some sort of order that I think would be beneficial. And then I think the next thing we will work on once that is done is a lava source underneath the factory. Obviously we can power blaze burners with anything. We can use coal, we can use wood, we can use blaze cakes. We don't have blaze cakes, and lava is the next best alternative because we can turn it into a lava source. All we need to do is make it big enough. So I believe it is 15,000 blocks that we need to make it. So I think we can do essentially just a giant pit of lava, and then that should create us a lava source block. All we need is some actual lava, and then we need a hose. So in terms of where I want our blaze burners, I was kind of just thinking of lining this back wall here. So maybe put 4 there, and then we need a 2-block gap with a 1-block gap. So we need a 5-block gap. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So these are going to be our steam engines. These are going to be where our water tanks are stored. They're going to be easy enough to fill up. We are just going to have a couple of water source blocks just behind them with a pump, which is obviously going to be powered by the steam that we are generating. So it should be a fairly self-sufficient farm. I think the hardest part is going to be actually powering them with lava. But if we hook up a pump to the bottom of each one and then just run it all into a lava source, it shouldn't be too bad. So I'm fairly confident that we can get this up and running. A pump into the side of all of these, and we're going to turn the pump around so that it's bringing in fluid rather than taking out. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't want the pumps on the tank. I want the pumps on the water. So we need to grab these. That llama's having a field day. We need to grab these and then move them. So we are going to have water sources just back here behind each of these. So now that that is done, what we can do is get some fluid pipes coming out, and that, just like that. And I think there is actually an easier way to do this. I think you can get a block that acts as a water source, but I think, well, I don't think the other way is necessarily easier. I just think this way is a little bit bigger. So I'm not too fussed about that. I'm actually kind of okay with that. So I think what is next is we need to fill these all up. So I just want to get the cog wheels in place. And I think what we're going to do is just run some cog wheels all the way along just so that we can power everything in one go. And obviously this is not going to be permanent. We will pick these all up eventually. And then if we just chuck that there, we should be able... okay, yeah, we can't hand crank that. Okay, that's fine. How much... so this uses... Oh no, need this. 4 times its RPM. Yes, we'd need at least 1,000. So yeah, we would only be able to do these one at a time, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure we can do them one at a time. Yeah, okay, we can. So let's get pumping, and this should... Yep, so this is filling up already. That's good. So obviously we aren't going to do this for the full duration, just enough to kind of kickstart it and give it a chance. So yeah, we don't have any actual steam engines, but our next protocol is going to be creating this infinite lava source. So I have enough drills to do that. It's just whether or not we can actually get it sorted. So I need a hose pulley, some cog wheels. I need that hand crank back. And then we just need a minecart contraption, which should be lava. Although I don't think we have enough per contraption. We'll need quite a few. So what I need to do is run back and grab a couple of rails so that we can actually set this up. And then we can start swapping out the contraptions with what is back at the valley. So this is going to be a very tedious process. So I think what I will do is get back to you guys when that's done. But it's very tedious. So let's actually see how it goes. Okay, and with that finally done, we have the lava source all filled out. A full 10,000 blocks, a full bottomless source of lava. And I am so happy with the progress that we have made. So the next thing that I've been working on, you can see that I've done it for those two. I'm just putting the mechanical pumps underneath all of the blaze burners so that we can start pumping in some lava to fuel them. So we should get some steam engines on the front here, and then what we can do from there is power them all up. So we want we want that. So size, water, heat, boiler status, idle. So let's just hook up all of these, and then I think this should make, yeah, that is a level 4, I think. What happens if we make it a level, or what happens if we add 6? Nothing. I don't think it makes a difference. I think we can only do 4 for now. There we go! We're generating steam! So it definitely needs more water. So what we need to do is we need to route this into the power that we are getting from underneath. So let's go and do that. So we need to route this power here along and then up into our... Ooh, actually that... probably should go on the back. So I think what we can do to make this a bit easier is if we just take a cogwheel to match the power output, we need to bring it over here. So we could probably have gearbox and then another gearbox. There we go. So now all we need to do is power this or power this. So what we can do is take a shaft output from here and then immediately drop it down to here, and then immediately take this along to here, and then we need to find a way to power this. There's 100% a much better way to do this. And after a little bit of thinking, I think this might actually be the best way to do it. So I think that will need... No, actually, if we use belts for these, they should all power together. And then if we just connect all of these up, that should now mean that all of our pumps are working together into the bottom of the blazes. Now, the difficult part is getting all of these to work together. So what I think we're going to do is pretty much the same tactic here. So we're just going to attach 2 cogwheels to each one, and I think belts are going to be our friend in this build just because of the orientation that we've used. So if we then grab some shafts and some belts, we can get these working as well. So we put them up by one, we grab a belt, and we take it across. So I'm just gonna make sure that we can do this for all of them, get that all sorted, and then we can go from there. Then we just need to do a little bit of cleanup, and then we can kickstart it, and it stopped. Okay, why has that stopped? Is it because we didn't give it enough water? Maybe? Or maybe it was the heat. Okay, I think we need to give it some fuel so that it can actually power up and give us real steam power to kick everything off. Okay, now that we have some fuel, let's feed these up, and then we can actually try and get this kicked off properly. So what we want to do is we want to start off with this, let it generate us some steam power, and then as soon as it's generating some, we chuck on this cogwheel and hope that it starts to all generate its own steam power. And we should be able to connect this up with a belt quickly so it can power all of the pumps, just like that. And then it should hopefully start to power all of the mechanical pumps underneath as well. Do we have any way to actually power them yet? Oh, I don't think we do. Okay, so we need to get a power source in for those as well, which is there we go. Okay, so now we should be seeing some... Okay, this is passive, which isn't good. It doesn't have enough heat. This one has heat. It's level 1. This one has heat. This one has heat. That's good. This one also has heat. This one does not have heat. So we have a few that are not actually getting any heat, which isn't ideal. Why? It should be bottomless. Yeah, okay, that is bottomless. So why is this not getting any lava? I mean, it definitely should be. Let's have a look. Are we getting lava to there? Yes, we are. Are we getting lava there? Yep. Are we getting lava in here? Yep. Yep. In here? Yep. And in the last one? Yeah. So we're getting lava to them all. It's just not actually producing any heat in some of them. Oh, wait. Oh, no. There's still a couple that aren't producing any heat. So I wonder if that has anything to do with them not being kicked off. I mean, it shouldn't, but they should be fine. I just want to make absolutely sure that they are actually getting powered. And at the moment, it doesn't look like it. We are generating heat with all of them. I think we do need to be a little bit faster with the water, so we might need a speed controller to get going here. I don't know how I would incorporate that. For now, we have a lot of... Yeah, see, these guys are getting lava. These guys aren't. So what's the deal there? They also aren't. They are. They are. They are. Yep. Oh, are the ones closest eating up all the lava before the ones further away can take any? I really don't know. Oh, no. This is the worst situation. So I tried upgrading to 6 engines on each, and it has just completely stopped taking in any water. That is, yeah, not good. Not good. Okay, I think the best thing to do in this situation is just to redesign the whole power station. So I'm going to dismantle it all and then redesign it, because that design clearly wasn't working, and I think it actually has something to do with the space we have between all of our engines. So I'm just going to take everything apart, and then we are going to build up a brand new concept of a power station, and it might fill out physically less of the platform that we've built, but I actually think it's going to be way more efficient. So let's get that built up and see if we can kick that one off a little bit better. And if anything, it should actually give us a little bit more power. Okay, after a little bit of time spent thinking about how I would redesign this factory, I think this is the conclusion that I have come to. So the idea is that all of these are full-size boilers with 9 steam engines on each. So I don't know how much power this is going to get us exactly. I think the heat is going to come up to about half because we're using lava. However, I think instead of pumping the lava directly into the burners, because of how much SU that's actually going to take for it to work, I think what might be a better idea is if we use mechanical arms. So I've actually got the mechanical arms set up at the moment. I think the only thing I need is to grab some copper casing and then potentially get these built up. So I think the idea is that I'm gonna want one in front of each boiler, and then we're going to recycle buckets for the lava. That's probably going to be the best solution that we can get to what we need. So I want a belt going all the way from one end to the other, and then I think I want another belt going all the way back, and then potentially a belt going this way as well. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. And that should be able to take all of the circuits that we need. So now all we need to do is power everything and set up a water feed into all of these generators. So I think the best thing to do, because it needs a lot of water, I think maybe 3 of these per boiler. So we're just going to line the top here with fluid pumps. And then obviously we need to flip them all so that they're all going into the boiler instead of out of the boiler, because the last thing we want is to pull water out of these things. That will cause a lot of issues. So let's get all of those flipped round. There we go. And this seems like it has done well. So if we pop back down here, this should be everything set up. So all we need to do is power these belts, and then we are set to go. Right, so I've powered up all the belts. Now I'm just going to give a few of these blazes some heat just so we can actually start this system up a little bit, give it a little bit of power, and hopefully that should start turning everything. Although I'm not seeing the water level spike, which it should be, so I don't really know why. Are these all turning? They are taking in water, just not quick enough. See if we turn it up, that should get them going a little bit more. Yes, okay. Now they're taking in a bit more water. This is good. And now with this last one being put in now, this should turn everything on, and we should start seeing some movement from these guys. Okay, that's really good. So we should start seeing a bit more heat come into these boilers now that they're all getting lava buckets. We just need to wait for a bit more lava buckets to actually circulate the system. There is quite a big backlog of buckets here, but what I can do is I can actually power some of these guys with some coal for now, just to get the heat up in all of them. And you can already hear that we are now generating a little bit faster, so that should keep them all going until the lava buckets have a backup. And I actually think forced round robin here is what is causing us to break a little bit. So if I set them all to normal round robin, that should hopefully fix it. And you can hear how much faster these steam engines are already going. This is insane. So I thought forced round robin would be the best way to go, but it doesn't actually seem like it. It seems like normal round robin is probably the better bet. Oh, listen to the speed of it all. And then we probably could actually speed it all up a little bit. 128. Oh my goodness. So I think what I want to do is get a stressometer on here so that we can see how much power we're making and also how much power we're using. And oh, this looks incredible with it all working in sync and it all going nice. Oh my goodness. Now that we have a stressometer on, we have built a 1.6 million stress unit power station. This is far more power than I think we will ever need, and I could not be happier. The first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to get a display board built so that we can see exactly how much stress units we have in total, how much we're using, and how much is left. So I think we can start there. So do I need to grab any display boards? No, I have plenty, which I'm very happy about. Awesome. So where do we want the power to be coming from is the question. Should we have it out the side, or should we take it up through the middle? I think the middle might be our best bet. So I actually want to extend this out by 1 so that we have a proper middle block. And then I want to bring the power in from the bottom here. So I am going to need some more cogwheels, and then we can take that straight down underneath. So if we just fill this back up with some stone, we can have that all connected again, just like that. These can probably get casing on them like that. So this is now all good. So if we grab a display link and connect it up to the back of the stressometer, we can go line 2. We want a remaining SU, remaining power SU, and that should give us 1.6 million. And actually, I do want to move that down to line 3 because we are going to have 3 display links coming off of this. And do I actually have enough to make 3 more? No, I need copper sheets. But that's fine. I can go make copper sheets back at Iron Reach Valley, and we're going to have 3 display links coming off of this. So we're going to have remaining SU, power utilized in SU, and then we will have total power in SU, and we'll give this a heading as well, which I think you can use dyes on, but I'm not going to delve too deep into that right now. What I think I want to work on is getting some sort of building in place around this now that we have this sorted. So what I was thinking is you can see the sort of shape that I've gone for. If you guys have ever heard of the Battersea Power Station, I think it's somewhere down south in the UK. The Battersea Power Station is an incredible building with just monumental architecture. It's phenomenal. If you haven't seen it before, look it up, because really it's such a cool looking building. So that's the inspiration for our power station. So what I think we can do now is we should head on back to Iron Reach Valley and see how many materials we can pick up that we can build with, and bring them all back here and see what we have. I think what I'm going to do is go over to the workshop and grab the stonemason table and take it over to the new area so that we can start working on a rough outline for our building over at the power station. So let's go and at least put an outline in, and then we can continue from there and see where we get to. And while I'm working away on this time-lapse, I thought this would be a good opportunity to chat to you guys about some of the support that I've been seeing on the videos over the last couple of weeks. And I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for being so supportive of the videos, and I'm so thankful to see all of your great comments that have been coming through, especially on the 1000 days video. It seems that you guys really like that, and I hope that you do, because I really want to do them more in the future. I have had that plan in mind for, well, pretty much since the start of the series, and I'm really glad that I made it long enough in the world to put it into fruition. I mean, I had been thinking about doing that kind of video since season 1, and obviously we didn't make it long enough into season 1 before dying, so I'm really glad I could make it for season 2, and I hope that we can make another one. I also have an idea for a couple of other videos of that sort of style that don't have anything to do with the hardcore world, so if you guys want to see stuff like that, let me know in the comments below. But yeah, I just wanted to take this time to say that I really appreciate all the support and all the new subscribers. Just wanted to say welcome you guys in, and I hope you guys enjoy the videos from this point on. Yeah, I didn't really plan out much more to say in this little voiceover, so I'll leave you guys to the time-lapse. I hope you guys enjoy the building when we're done with it. This was probably the most fun that I've had building anything in this world for a while. It's the building that I'm happiest with so far. Not even just in the industrial district, but just for the last couple episodes, I feel like my building has been a little bit off, so it was really nice to just sit down, do a little bit of research about what I wanted the building to look like, and then put it all into practice and build something that I'm actually really happy with. I will mention this later on on in the video as well, but I think I want to do some things off camera for like decorating the buildings, and I think I want to do them as live streams. So some of you may know, some of you may not, but I used to live stream on Twitch quite regularly, and unfortunately since moving house I just don't have the internet capability to do it as much anymore. Along with training for a new job and everything a few months ago, I just kind of fell off of streaming a little bit. Yeah, I would love to get back into it, and I think this would be a great excuse to do that. So that is a plan. I have some new Wi-Fi coming in the next few days. Hopefully that will let me be able to stream and you guys can watch how I texture buildings. I can walk you through my process and everything, take you through my mindset while I'm doing that, and just overall decoration that you might not see in videos because it's a little bit too time consuming or a little bit too tedious, and I don't want to clog the video up with stuff like that. So if that's something you guys are interested in, there will be a link in the description below for my Twitch channel. That's most likely where I'll do it. I'll probably do some other Minecraft stuff, and obviously we have a couple of other games coming out. Minecraft isn't the only thing that I play, it's not the only thing that I'm interested in, but it is the only thing that I upload to YouTube. But if you guys are interested in seeing me play some other games, then my Twitch or my second channel would be the best place to do that. The second channel currently doesn't have anything on it, but who knows, if I get back into streaming, it might start getting some uploads of some other games or some full streams or anything like that. If that's something that interests you, head on over to both and drop the Twitch a follow and subscribe to the second channel. If it's not something that interests you, that's absolutely fine. You can stay here and enjoy the good vibes of Minecraft. But yeah, I didn't plan anything else to talk about in this time lapse, so I'll leave you guys to have a look at the power station being built. I hope you guys like it. I will see you back in technically the past, because I suppose I'm future purple. So yeah, I will see you guys back in the past. And with that little building time lapse done, we finally have our power station built. So as you can see, it is very heavily inspired by the Battersea power station in England, I believe. I could be wrong on where that is, but it's definitely very heavily inspired by the Battersea power station. You can see the big glass sort of domed roof in the center and the slightly bigger buildings on the side with the chimneys. I think this has come out really, really nice. I really like it. The blue glass adds kind of a really cool modern side to it with the granite brick, bringing it back to sort of really old school vibes. But I hope you guys enjoyed that little time lapse of me getting this building done. I'm super, super happy with the power station and how this has all turned out and how much power we are making. I cannot wait to get this all finished and get the cobblestone and gold farm up and running fully. Look at how awesome this thing looks. It definitely is. It looks like a power station. It looks like it's creating massive amounts of power, and it's going to look even better when we have some smoke and some particle effects coming out of the top of the chimneys, and just overall it is going to look so amazing. I cannot wait to have this all finished. So the next thing we are going to work on is we're going to work on the grounds of the building. So I think it is just going to come out from the front. We're going to have a little bit of almost like a parking lot kind of vibe to it, but I don't think we're going to do all too much. I don't want it to come out too far because we do need to fit other buildings in here as well, but I definitely want some sort of courtyard in the front, probably just a parking lot. So we're going to have to gather up some resources, do a little bit of, design work to see how this is going to all fit together. And then I think it is going to look really, really cool. I'm super, super happy with how this has turned out. I'm going to go and gather some resources for building this parking lot and little courtyard thing, and I will see you guys when I start building that. Okay, so I've gathered up a bunch of materials that we can use to flesh out this area a little bit in front of the power station, and you can see that I've used some of those materials to build up a fence around the edge. So it's just some of these andesite bars on top of different types of stone bricks. Now, what I'm thinking for the ground is probably a deep slate, and I'm torn between weathered and eroded, and I'm kind of leaning a little bit more towards eroded just because it looks a little bit more like a road. This looks a bit more like tarmac than this because of the tiled effect that you get with weathered deep slate. I just think eroded looks a little bit better, but then is it distinct enough from the stone to have that kind of look? Unless we add in like a path around the edge bridge, that could be quite interesting. Like if we add a path in on these 2 blocks here, I think that could be quite cool. So yeah, actually, I do quite like the idea of having a path. So I think I will do that. That's an interesting idea. So I want to fill this side up and do it as a car park, and then I think the other side I might make a garden. I feel like a building like this would have a garden. So that is the path. Oh, hello. We have our first employee coming to work. What have you got for us today? Glowstone, that's interesting. Acacia blossoms, oak saplings, orange dye, and a bucket of tropical fish. Listen, Leroy, I understand that you like your fish, but no more use of the break room microwave for that, okay? It's getting out of hand now, Leroy. Oh, he's decided he didn't like that. He just wants to go home. He wants to go home and microwave his fish. Okay, that's fine. Obviously, we still have a little bit of work to do for the courtyard on the outside, and there's still a little bit of work to do on the interior. But in terms of the general sort of atmosphere, I think we have reached a point where I'm happy to say that we can call it a day here and start work on the gold farm next episode. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this episode, and I hope you guys are excited for the gold farm now that we have all the power set up. Let me know what you guys think of the power station that we have built. Let me know if you want to see anything else. And I just want to say thank you so much for all of the really positive comments and really positive vibes in the comments for the last couple of videos, the cobblestone generator and the big full movie. I hope you guys are enjoying that. I think I really want to do that for every sort of roughly 1,000 days, which I'm expecting to be every sort of 10 to 11 episodes. So I hope you guys enjoy that sort of style of video, and I hope you guys are enjoying the full movie if you are watching it. If you've missed any episodes, or if you don't want to wait for the episodes to come out and you just want to wait for the full movie, that is absolutely fine. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for all the positive vibes. There have been some really good suggestions for stuff, and I actually have something I want to talk about next episode that I have done to this world that I didn't really have time to talk about in this episode, and there hasn't actually been any indication of it. So we need to wait for certain things to happen in the world before I can talk about it, so that you have a little bit of context to what I'm talking about. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed the power station build. I will catch you guys for the gold farm. Peace. God, this machine is so loud. Last episode, we worked on a power station using steam generators, which is giving our industrial district 1.5 billion stress units of power to use across any of the contraptions that we need. Hopefully this will be enough power for all of our contraptions, but we'll have to find that out as we go. This episode, what we're looking at is the rest of our gold farm. So as you guys remember, our gold farm was created about 2 episodes ago, all of which you can see behind me right now. So all we managed to get built that episode was a cobblestone generator and some crushing wheels. Unfortunately, we ran out of power for the crushing wheels using the water power, so we had to create our steam generator over in the distance. You can see it poking up over the skyline there. It's so cool to look at. I'm really happy with how that building turned out. I hope you guys are too. But this episode, we are going to look at finishing off our gold farm and getting the process all created so that we can start farming all the different metals. And just as a reminder before we get started, this is the process that we are going to be following. So we have a cobblestone generator here, which is going to get crushed up into some gravel. That gravel is then going to be crushed up again into sand. That sand is going to be haunted into soul sand, which is going to be washed into golden nuggets and quartz. That quartz is then going to be taken over to another part of the factory where it's going to be combined with cobblestone to create diorite. The diorite is going to be combined with andesite to make tuff, and the tuff is going to be crushed down into these metals here. So we are going to have some iron, zinc, copper, and gold, and we're also going to have a little bit of flint, which we will most likely recycle back into the process. I know in the episode where we started the gold farm, we talked about just voiding it and not using it at all, but I realized that we are going to have a way to create andesite in this factory, because we currently don't have any andesite being created in the industrial district. I mean, we only have 2 buildings. So the flint from crushing up the tuff is going to be recycled back into the system and combined with excess gravel to create us some andesite, which means this factory should, in theory, create everything. We generate the cobblestone, crush it again, haunt it, wash it, recycle the flint, combine the quartz from the soul sand with the cobblestone that we're already generating into diorite, combining the diorite with andesite andesite that we are going to create from excess gravel and the flint to make tuff, and the tuff will get us all of our metals. So I am really excited to get this going. I've done a little bit of designing off camera, not in a creative world or anything, just a couple of sketches. It's the first time I've got to use like a sketch for a farm, which is very interesting. I've never done that before, but this farm was starting to really confuse me, so I decided to give it a little sketch out, and now I know exactly what I am going to be doing. So I think the first thing we are going to work on is we're going to finish the production of our soul sand. So you can see behind me we have some crushing wheels. What we're going to do is set up the next set of crushing wheels and then the haunter and washer to get the first set of gold and the quartz for the diorite So I think the first thing we need to do is extend these belts out by a couple, just so that we have a little bit more space, and I think that should actually be enough, which is great. So if I just grab some andesite casing so we can make this all look really nice again, make sure that it's all tucked away, and then we need a couple of shafts in the sides here so that we can hook up our gearboxes. So the gearboxes are going to be what power the second set of crushing wheels, which we are going to attach in just a second. So if I flip all of these round so that they're all facing upwards, and if I switch the farm off so that we don't take any damage if we do this, the last thing I want is to die to a gold farm. So if I hook all of these up just here, we should start to see them all spinning in the same direction as these ones. So what I'm going to do is take off my jetpack so that I can fly up in my free cam mode, turn it all back on, and then we will hit the free cam. So these should be spinning towards each other. Yep, all spinning towards each other, which I completely expected because it's the same setup as here. So now that we have produced sand, the next step is mass haunting. So in order to do that, I think what I want to do is run all of these into some brass tunnels so that we can split it across 5 lanes. So I think I want maybe all of these to come out like this, and if I just flip these around like that, and then if I extend this out by one more, that should be plenty. So I think this should work, hopefully. We just need to find a way to get these to link into here, and I think something like this is probably going to be our best bet. So if we line this bottom bit with shafts for now, there's a couple that we need to get rid of over here so we can knock these out. Then if we add another shaft in front of all of our existing belts, we should be able to connect these up, and then just connecting up these middle belts should send them all flying, which is good. Everything's working out so far. I am liking this. Good. Okay, and then what we want is a brass tunnel on each of these. So this is going to take the sand that is crushed from the gravel. This is going to take the sand and split it onto all of these belts. And what we can do with these belts is we can set up some soul campfires just over here like this. I think that should, yes, if we set up encased fans just behind them. So if we set encased fans up here, we should be able to spin them around like that, and we can power them from there. So that is actually working out perfectly to be able to haunt the sand. So now that we have the sand haunting, I think what we can do is if we extend one of the belts, so let's extend the middle one, and then we will need to put a shaft back in the middle here, just like that. Then we can start running more shafts along the end here, and this gives us a place for new belts. So these new belts are going to come out another 3 blocks, and they're just going to go all the way to the end like this. And then if we connect up all of these, they should start spinning as well. And just at the last one, we are going to add in a shaft just on the front here to give us our last belt. And then we are going to take our brass tunnels again, and the brass tunnels are going to line up here, which is going to take the soul sand. We're going to add a soul sand filter to all of these funnels to only let through soul sand. So no sand will be able to come through to the second portion of the system, which is going to be waterlogging. So we are going to wash everything. So that means we need to copycat panel everything, and I think we can get away with casing all of them up before we do that. So if I just case up all of these belts, we should now be able to waterlog all of our belts. There we go. So that should waterlog all of our belts, but that gets our wash section done. Now, in that last clip, you might have noticed a couple of weird things going on in the foreground there, and I just wanted to take this time to speak to you guys about something I mentioned last episode. So last episode I mentioned there was something that I wanted to talk about in terms of something I have done to the world. So in the 1000 Days episode that I released, the full movie for the Create episodes 1 through 11, I had a comment. So in the episode where we built the cobblestone generator, I had a comment from V71 Home who mentioned adding something called the immersive weathering mod. So I have no idea how this is going to interact with Create, but their comment mentioned that it had quite a few cool interactions with some of the blocks, and that is what you're seeing here. So you can see the mossy stone from immersive weathering coming out because it has been exposed to water, I would assume. Now, I'm not quite sure what interactions this will have with blocks within the Create mod pack, but we will have to see. So I hope you guys think that is going to be an interesting addition to the series. I will see how it plays out. If I want to remove it at some point down the line, if it starts messing with anything or creating any issues, I think we might get rid of it. However, for right now, I haven't really noticed anything apart from that mossy stone, so it just gave me a really good opportunity to speak about it. I hope you guys think it's a good addition to the mod pack. Let's continue. So this, in theory, should be enough for us to be able to take the cobblestone that we're generating, break it down into gravel, break it down further into sand, haunt that sand into soul sand, and then wash that soul sand into quartz and gold. And that should all have taken less than a quarter of the factory's footprint, which is exactly what I was hoping for. So now all we need is another vault to store all of this in so that we can start taking bits out. So that should be enough for it to hold everything that we are going to be looking at. So I want to get all of these hooked up, and then I want them pointed out, and we are going to create an item filter on here that only allows golden nuggets and quartz through. Just like we are going to add the soul sand filter onto these tunnels so that we can only allow soul sand through to be washed, and that just means that we won't ever get anything coming through that we sort of aren't expecting. So I think the last thing to do is to set up some funnels on the vault itself, the main vault, and then what we can do is we can turn everything on and start actually cranking out some gold and quartz. So let's see what this can do. So we have cobblestone coming out, it's getting crushed up into gravel, which is being crushed up into sand, it's being split. We're getting the clay and flint. Right. Okay, this is going to be a problem, but we are getting some soul sand, which has been washed. Some of them are going to disappear. That is fine. These aren't going any further. So what is blocking you? Is it these? No. Okay, why are you not? Right, so I think we have a little bit more. Oh, these are only reaching the first belt as well. Are these not going fast enough? I mean, they look like they're going pretty fast. Okay, I think we need to go back to the drawing board with this one and see what is going on, because I'm definitely not being pushed along by these fans until I get into this block here. So if we just flick this switch and turn everything back on, we should start to see only clay and flint on these two lines front, hopefully. No. Okay. Currently distributing sand. Oh, right. Of course. Yeah. Okay. So I forgot that these were actually distributing sand and not soul sand. There we go. And then these should only allow soul sand through. That's more like it. So only sand is coming out of there. Only flint and clay. Flint and clay are going straight through the lines. This is good. And we still don't seem to be getting much power from our fans. I don't know if they're not spinning fast enough. There we go. So now if we flick this switch, hopefully we should start to see things getting haunted, which we are. We're starting to see that, but are we seeing the soul sand being washed? We are. We're seeing the soul sand being washed. Okay, so now we have quartz and gold, and we got our first golden nugget. Okay, so I really do think we need to start getting rid of the flint and the clay probably as quickly as possible, because it's not ideal that we're most likely going to fill up on flint and clay. Flint specifically, we are going to fill up on flint before we fill up on anything else. So we need to get that out of the vault and moved to a different part of the factory. Okay, so now that this part of the farm is done, we can tick off gravel crusher, mass haunter, and mass washer. So now our next action is to move the quartz so that we can start creating diorite. However, I think what I want to do next is set up the other half of that part start first. So my idea for the diorite creation was actually to create a whole separate line of cobblestone, which is going to exclusively use these last 2 lines of the cobblestone farm. So what I want to do is get this reconnected up here so that that can continue forward. But then from here, I want to grab another shaft so that we can continue this trend along. Okay, and now that we have the gearboxes, we can look to get everything set up. So I need to crush this into gravel for both, and then I need to wash this one, I think, or that one. I need to wash one of them. There we go. So now with this all set up, we should start getting gravel out of here and then iron and flint out of here, which is going to work out absolutely fine. We'll get cobblestone out of here and we can pull the quartz out of here. I'm not sure how we're going to do this part yet, but I know for this part we do need another vault, and that is absolutely fine because now we can take gravel and flint out of here and combine it to make andesite. So I think for gravel and flint, we do need lava to make andesite, don't we? Yes, we do. We need a little bit of lava so that we can compact gravel and 2 pieces of flint into andesite, which is fine. We can route some lava over from the power factor. Every time I look over there, it's so cool. But we can route some lava over from there. We have an infinite source. So if we set up some pipes and some cogwheels, we should be good to route some lava over. So what I think we should do is just try and fill this up with some gravel and flint for now, figure out where we're going to store the cobblestone in the meantime, and then we can go from there, route some lava over, and get the mixing, or rather compacting station all sorted. For the compacting station, I think we're going to need... Ooh, this is where it's going to take a toll on our resources. We're going to need a lot of iron for that, aren't we? Yes, because we need a block of iron for each mechanical press, and I think we are probably going to need at least 6 mechanical presses, so I think we should be okay for iron. We have the iron farm running at Iron Reach Valley all the time, so we should actually be okay for that. But just so that I'm aware, we will definitely need some iron for that. So what I'm going to do is get this set up and try and fill up this vault with some gravel and some flint, and then we can start thinking about how we are going to take the diorite out of here and the cobblestone and combine the 2. And I think the best way to do this would actually be using a drawer system, so that we can take out loads of different resources into different contraptions all at the same time. And I think the best way to maybe do that is going to be by using the mechanical crafter to craft these up. So I'm going to need 4 mechanical crafters per diorite. And I think I probably am going to want 20. So that would give us 5 contraptions crafting diorite. Is that going to be... No, that's not going to be enough. I suppose if we give them enough speed, it probably should be fine. Okay, but now in theory, with these 2 funnels added as well, and a quartz filter placed on that funnel there, this should theoretically now be able to transport quartz into this drawer controller, cobblestone into this one, and then flint, iron, and gravel into this one here. And then we should start to see quartz stack up in here and cobblestone stack up on the left here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and switch the farm on so that we can see if everything is working correctly. Quartz is coming out. We are not actually seeing any cobblestone being generated, but that is fine. And after a little bit of thinking, I think this might actually be a slightly better way to do things. So I can route some cobblestone over this way to fill up our gravel and anything else that we have being powered. Okay, after a little bit of tinkering, I have actually managed to get a clutch added in as well. You may not have... You definitely didn't see the absolute chaos that was going on a minute ago, but we definitely needed a clutch in the system to stop the production half of the farm and only focus on the cobblestone half of the farm. So this is going to continue to fill up our cobble, and we are going to set this onto another threshold switch, which is going to say when this reaches 20%, this is going to turn on and let it fill back up to 90. And then when it hits 90, this is going to trigger back on again. So it's essentially going to be on the same switch as these, But I think what we need to work on now is figuring out how we can utilize this mechanical crafter so that we can automatically create diorite, which we're going to store, and then we can start looking at creating andesite over on this side. And with a little bit of thinking, I think mechanical arms might actually be the best way to go for this to work. So this is in the wrong place, but we're gonna have funnels on the back of each one of these with a filter. So for example, we are going to have brass funnels on the back of here, and these brass funnels are going to be flipped round, and they're each going to have a filter. So one is going to have cobblestone, the other is going to have quartz, and I think it is quartz in those two, and then no, sorry, cobblestone in those two, quartz in the other two, but I could be wrong. It could be cobblestone in these two and quartz in the others. And then we are going to have a mechanical arm on each of these. I think we could actually get away with using one mechanical arm for 2 sets, but I think it will be quicker to have 4 mechanical arms. And then all we need to do is power all of these mechanical arms from here. Okay, and with a little bit of thinking, this is the system that I have come up with. So all we need to do is sort out the mechanical arms, which are going to take from the depot and deposit into these funnels here. Let's find out. Let's go and turn that off. Yes, and they are now working. So let's see. We're getting diorite. Oh, yes. We are actually getting diorite into this drawer. We have 24 already. I think we are potentially not making diorite quite as quickly as we'd want to. Well, let's see. Are we making diorite quicker than we're gathering up the other resources? No, we've got gravel on the cobblestone line again. Where is this coming from? So there are 2 more things that I want to do before we can start the tough production with the diorite and the andesite, and that is creating the andesite and bringing all of that flint over into this vault so that we can craft the andesite effectively. So for creating andesite, we need mechanical press, lava, gravel, and flint. And we already have a near foolproof method for creating andesite back over on Iron Reach Valley. So I think realistically we are most likely just going to copy that system. So we're going to do it on all of these, and we're just going to have the mechanical press on this block here. So that is going to go into a basin with a mechanical press on top. We're going to pump lava straight into the bottom, and it is going to output the andesite onto these, and then it is going to store them on this side. So what we can do from here is take items from the depot and then deposit them into the basins and pop that upside down there. We can then power that, and this is on round robin. I think we could probably put it on forced round robin, but we'll do round robin for now. And if we just power up this line here, we should finally get some power, and all of the belts are running in the right direction. So I think the best way to test this is to flip these round and see if it all goes onto the depots. Yes, it does. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so now that these are going onto the depots correctly, what we can do is set this up properly with some lava, and then we can power these up, and we should start making andesite. And there we go. We have successfully routed lava over into each of these basins. So now our next objective is to power this. So I think we are going to need power into here, which should be quite easy. Just a couple gearboxes, just like this. Almost. There we go. So now they're powered. Now we just need to figure out a way to power this. So I think 1 more gearbox. 2 more gearboxes. Right. So if we power that and then flip that, and then all we need is a shaft in between, just like that. So that should start putting flint and gravel into each one of these. And we are now creating andesite. So the andesite just has nowhere to go at the moment, which is fine. Where is going to be the best place to put the andesite? So I think the best thing we can do is to take the andesite and the diorite directly from here. So I wonder if we link up the storage system here. There we go. Okay, we've got it all connected. So now we should be making andesite as well. So let's see. Yep, this is filling up. Wow, that is going insanely fast. Okay, now that our andesite production is underway, the next thing that we need to work on is our tough production. So for that, I think we are going to go back to using a vault to store all of our tuff. So what we need to do is mix everything and then have it spit out onto some conveyor belts. So what would be the best way to do this? I think I'm going to have to do a little bit of research into this and see what the best way to get this to work is. And after a little bit of time redesigning and reshuffling the design, cannot tell you how many times, I think I have come up with a really good solution. So essentially what we've done is we've just duplicated this system here. We have the two mechanical arms one mechanical arm is taking from one depot and depositing into all the basins. The other arm is taking from the other depot and depositing into all the basins. And once we power the mixers, they will power the mechanical arms. And all we need to do is flip these round for them to start processing. So if we just flip these round, we should start seeing nothing. Why nothing? Oh, well, of course, it's because we need lava. I knew we needed lava. I had absolutely no idea that we needed lava. And we have tuff. We're generating tuff. We're generating tuff at a pretty reasonable rate as well. But that is essentially everything that we need to do in this whole factory. So right now in the factory, what we are doing is we are generating cobblestone, taking that cobblestone and crushing it into gravel, crushing that gravel into sand, haunting that into soul sand, and washing the soul sand into quartz and golden nuggets. The excess from crushing the gravel into sand, such as the clay and the flint, are being stored and then processed into andesite. We are also taking some of the cobblestone from the initial cobblestone generation and crushing that into gravel, flint, and iron nuggets by washing some of the gravel. Again, that flint and that gravel are being processed together to give us andesite. We are then taking the excess quartz from washing the soul sand, and we are taking some more of the original cobblestone generation and crafting those into diorite. From there, we are taking the diorite and combining it with the andesite that we have created into this big vault of tuff, which is filling up at a phenomenal rate. We already have over 1,000. So the last thing left to do for the whole gold farm is we need to take the tuff out of this vault and we need to crush it. And that's it. That's the last thing that we need to do. Once we have finally done that, that will be our gold farm done. And I'm actually thinking that we have so much space we haven't used. I really did not expect this factory to be this compact. I genuinely thought this was going to be significantly bigger, but I am quite happy because we might be able to shrink down the factory a little bit, but I cannot believe we have managed to keep it so compact, and I really didn't need to. I've been thinking about how to build this, and I've just been building it very compact and very tight together. So like only having 3 lines for them to be washed and haunted, trying to keep this system as small as possible so it doesn't take up too much space, keeping the vaults sort of perpendicular to the factory so that they don't extend out too much, keeping the crushing wheels relatively close together. It's all been built to be very compact, and it just hasn't needed to be at all. I thought we were going to run out of space, and it turns out we're actually not going to fill up the space. So that could mean we are going to shorten the factory very slightly, or that could mean we are going to use the factory for something else as well. I haven't decided that yet. We'll figure that out after we get the tuff crushing. That's the next thing on our to-do list. Speaking of to-do lists, we can tick some more stuff off of our clipboard. So we have moved the quartz, we're combining the cobble and quartz, and we're combining the diorite, andesite, and lava. So the last thing we need to do is crush the tuff, and then we can 100% say that our gold farm is complete. That's wild. Okay, and in order to crush up our tuff, I thought we have a perfectly good system over here for crushing up cobblestone, so why not just replicate it, which is exactly what we've done. So I've taken the cobblestone crushing system and just removed one of the lines of crushing wheels, because obviously we have to have 2 at the beginning so that we can get all the way down to sand, but for this one we just need 1. So this should be good. As long as we can get some power to this, this should now all work fine. Right, and after a little bit of configuring and 5 gearboxes coming off of a cogwheel a little bit further back, we finally have it flipped the right way. So this should all now be crushing up correctly. So the last thing I want to do is get a clutch in this system, which I should be able to do here. Yep. I can get a clutch in here, and this just means that I can toggle this part of the farm on or off whenever I need to. So I'm just going to do this manually for now, so switch it off, and what I'm going to do is pop the brass funnels back on so we can actually get some tuff crushed up. So that should be everything we need. And then if we turn this on, we are getting crushed tuff. We just have to wait for some of it to come through. Oh, I'm seeing things coming into the vault, but I'm not seeing the vault update. Here we go. There it is. That is everything updated. And I think the last thing I want to do is get the flint moved over into that vault there, the one that creates us some andesite, and this should have all of that sorted. So all I need to do is flip this so that it goes out, and there we go. We are sending stacks upon stacks of flint back over to the andesite factory, where we are now regenerating andesite and tuff. And I cannot believe that the gold farm's done. So I've got everything routed into the correct storage system, and I've just set up a little wall of storage over here for everything that we're collecting. So you can see that we have nearly 150,000 quartz. We are stacking up quartz way quicker than anything else. We are running out of cobblestone, unfortunately, because this generator doesn't actually cover the whole farm. So it's running full time now. There's no more threshold switches, and it's still dropping quicker than we can collect it. We're gathering up a lot of clay, and you can see how much metals we are collecting from the tuff process. Iron is definitely the most common, although I have added in a couple of stacks of blocks, so it's pretty on par with the gold. I think the iron was about 10k nuggets less than it is now, so it was a couple of thousand nuggets more than the gold, but very, very close. Zinc and copper are coming in behind as the two slowest collecting metals. We are also running out of diorite and andesite. We're running out of diorite because we're just not producing it fast enough, and we're running out of andesite because we are not producing enough cobblestone to create gravel for this farm. We have plenty of flint, but the gravel has run out, unfortunately. So the next plan is to get a building put around this, and then after that we can see if we want to process anything down further, if we want to turn the clay into bricks or anything, or if we want to turn it into terracotta and start creating granite, we can do that as well. We also, I think, need to find a better way to generate cobblestone, but we are going to look at that in a future episode. I don't think we're going to have time to fix the whole generator today. So the plan is to get this factory built so that we have a nice cover for our big farm, and then we can have a look at that. So let's dive right in. and just like that, we have our gold factory fully built. So there's still a couple of little things that need to happen to it, a couple of details that need to go into it, like the smoke coming from the smokestacks, some lights on the inside, and obviously the shipping bay on the side of it. It needs a little warehouse for the workers to work in. It also needs probably some shipping containers, some barrels, some vaults, just regular storage stuff to sort of liven the place up a little bit, because at the moment the building is feeling a little bit dead. But I'll give you a little tour of the inside. It's big and empty, much like it was before, but now it has a roof. So I went with the deep slate scales up there because I thought they looked a little bit like corrugated metal, and obviously we have the tough scales just above the lava farm because of the smoke coming up. I thought that maybe the heat from the cobblestone generator, from the lava in the cobblestone generator, would have melted or warped the metal in some way, slightly melted the coating off of it that makes it so dark. So I thought we could add that in as a little detail. And I've had the farm running while I've been working, and we are producing a lot of metals. I'm really happy with this farm. So my next port of call is to get some girders across the top with some lights, and then finish off the shipping bay on the side. But a lot like the details that are going to go into the power station, that's not something that I'm going to take up time in the episode for. So if you guys have enjoyed this one, which I really hope you have, I have had so much fun building this factory and building the contraptions inside. But if you guys have enjoyed this one, drop a like and let me know in the comments what you want to see me do next. I have a couple of ideas, but I'm not 100% sure which one I want to do. But yeah, I will see you guys in the next one. Peace. We don't make enough cobblestone. That's a problem. Last episode, we took the cobblestone we were generating and processed it down through its steps into gravel, sand, soul sand, all the way down into tuff, which we are now processing into the 4 main metal types: iron, copper, zinc, and gold. We then built a really beautiful factory around this farm to give our industrial area a little bit more of an alive feeling. We set up some storage for all the other items that we would collect, like clay balls and quartz, but it seems that we might be creating quartz a little bit too quickly. And that is exactly what I want to address today. So in today's episode, we are going to be looking for a way to store all of our quartz. Because if we have a look in the farm, we have 420,000 quartz, and we're still producing it. This is the maximum upgrade drawer. We can't hold any more. This is it. There's nothing else we can do. But quartz is not the only thing that I want to be able to store. This industrial area is going to be producing tons upon tons of different things. We are going to have wood farms, create component farms. Obviously, we have the metal farm. We have a power farm. We are going to be producing anything we can think of. And part of that is finding a place to put it all. So what we're going to be working on today is a centralized storage hub for us to keep all of our materials in, that we can connect up to each farm using train contraptions, so we can transfer all of the items into one central location. Just before we do that though, you might notice that there's just a little bit of extra decoration on the side of this building. I still need to fill this in so that we can get a door, but you can see there's a little bit of extra decoration going on inside this farm. Unfortunately, this was really cool last night. But if you missed it at all, or if it's something that interests you, we did live stream decorating the inside and outside of the factory. It was a really fun time. I've really missed streaming, so it was nice to get back to it. But I thought it looked quite cool. We have some lighting in the factory now. We have a couple little bits of decoration. There's obviously still quite a lot to do. But if that's something that interests you, then there is a link down below for that if you want to catch me streaming. But anyway, we are going to think about a centralized storage location for our industrial district. So I had thought it might be best to have it along the edge here, but then I wasn't too sure if I wanted it centralized around so we can build the rest of the industrial district around it. That might be a little bit better. Obviously, we have the iron, gold, and other metals farm over there. The power farm isn't really going to bring us anything. It's more just powering the rest of the district. But I think what we can do is maybe in the middle here, we can build our centralized storage area. And I think I want this to be quite big. because what I have laid out, I have myself an Excel document that I've created that goes through all of the blocks or items that I want to store in the area. There are 400 items on that Excel sheet. It's not every item in the game, but it is every item that I think we are going to be storing in the industrial district. So we have every create component, every stone type, every metal and its variations, every wood type, all the redstone components, and a couple of miscellaneous items as well. So in total, we have 400 items that we need to store. So I had thought, instead of what we normally do, where we build a stone platform and then build up all our contraptions and everything on the stone platform and build a building around it, I thought we could go back to the old style that I had back in Iron Reach Valley when I was building things, where I'm going to build the building first and then fit everything into it. So I have an idea for a building. I need a couple of extra blocks for it, and I don't know where is best to get them from. But I think the best place to start looking is probably in our storage area. So we have 5,000 deep slate, that should be fine. We can make a bunch of different blocks with that. We have just under 3,000 granite. We have a lot of clay back at the factory, which we can smelt up into bricks, which I think I want to use. We have some dripstone, that would be quite fun. A lot of calcite, obviously we have a lot of wood up at the tree farm. So I think we are going to gather up some of the materials. And I was just thinking, I don't know if you guys remember this green backpack that almost every time I came in here, I thought there was a creeper in here. So I thought, why don't we make some use out of it? Because at the moment, it's got nothing in it. So if we just take this out, we can pop this in any other backpack. And if we grab some stuff that we want to maybe put in this backpack, we can use this as a building backpack. So it does need a couple of upgrades, and I think I want to make it a little bit better. So I'm going to turn it into a diamond backpack and then get some upgrades on it. But I think that is probably a good idea so that we don't keep filling up our create bag or just our daily bag with building blocks like sand. Sand can go in here. So I'm going to get this all crafted up, and then I will see you guys when we are done filling it with all of the resources we are going to need to build our storage area in the industrial district. And while I was down collecting some items from the mine, something really weird happened, and I'm still not quite sure what. So I didn't realize I was still recording, but I started fighting this skeleton, and then right here, I take damage out of nowhere. I have still, rewatching this clip, I still have no idea how I took damage there. I was thinking maybe it was Thorn's armor on the skeleton, but even rewatching the clip, I can't tell if the armor's enchanted. So if any of you guys can see if the armor's enchanted, let me know in the comments. Otherwise, I have no idea how I took damage, and you can see that I was a little bit scared, so I ran back to the elevator almost immediately. But anyway, I will let Past Purple take over here and chat to you guys about what happened once I had all of the materials gathered up. And I think that should be all of the materials that we need. So we have a little bit of basalt, some different stone variants, deep slate, wood, bunch of different brick variants, and some various components to build out of. So I think that gives us a really good base to work from. So what I'm going to do is get the stone platform built up and get an idea of the type of footprint that this is going to start taking up in our industrial district, and then we can work from there to build up our building. And in this bag, I should also have all of the spruce drawers that I need and the spruce trim to connect to all, and a drawer controller to make sure that it becomes all one coherent system of storage. So what I'm going to do is get this platform built, and then we can come back when we are going to start the actual building process. Okay, and I think this platform should be big enough for what we want to do. I haven't decided if I want to do a 2-story build or keep it a 1-story build. I think we might go 2-story. I've seen a couple of interesting concepts online that I want to try and put into practice and try and recreate with this building. So now that we have that sorted and we have the platform in place, I'm going to get an entrance put in. And I think I maybe want the entrance on this side here. So I just need to find the center block. And I think something a little bit like this should be good. And I think we are going to replicate this on the other side as well. So we're probably going to mirror that over here, just so we have sort of a through path that takes us all the way through the storage area from one end to the other, and then one of these sides is going to be a loading bay so that we can start collecting everything from other factories and bringing it over here. So let's get this flipped and put on the other side, and then we can start working on an actual entrance and the bottom layer of our storage area. There we go. So we have the two entrances on both sides. So what I think I want to do now is I want to put everything back in this backpack, and then I want to grab some of the more red brick type blocks and then see what we can build out of this in terms of a main sort of wall. And I do want mostly these blocks. So what we're going to do, actually, I'm going to go about this totally differently. What I'm going to do is put everything back and then only grab the main blocks and then just build up a solid wall of these and these. And then from there, what we are going to do is we are going to texture it as we go. So rather than texture it while building, what I'm going to do is build everything up and then texture it once that's all finished. And with the walls finally built up, you can really see this build starting to come together with the dual entrance and the massive amount of space that we have. I actually think I might have made this build a slight bit too big. However, you can never have enough storage in Minecraft. As everybody will know, no matter how much storage you have, you always need more. I mean, just look at our gold farm. I never thought we would get max amount of nether quartz for a fully upgraded drawer. And here we are with 425,000 nether quartz. So yeah, no matter how much storage you have, you can always... You always need more. There's never a time where you're going to have enough storage or too much storage. It might start out that way, but we will fill everything in here eventually. It does feel rather large though. I don't know if that might just be my FOV. I've lowered myself down to the regular FOV. And you know what? It actually doesn't feel as big anymore. But the main walls are built, which means we can start work on the second layer before we start detailing all of the walls. So let's get the second layer built up. And I think for this one, I want to do it in the form of a time lapse from my perspective. So let's dive right in. And while we're watching this time lapse, I thought I would do a little bit of a voiceover. Still trying to get used to the whole doing a voiceover in the future thing while the video's already been recorded. It's still a little bit weird for me, but I hope they're okay for you guys. You can see that I've went for a little bit of a similar style to what we did in Iron Reach Valley with the kind of dark brick tones with spruce wood, and then you'll see a Viridium roof at some point. I think that's what it's called. The green block, you'll see that towards the end of the time lapse as well. I really like the way the building turned out in the end. A lot of inspiration came from the Create forums and a couple of factories that I've seen in real life that utilize a lot of these colors. Normally in real life, the green comes from like oxidized copper or something, but we went for an active green block. You can see that I'm working on these kind of thick, chunky black pillars on the corner of the bottom layer. Eventually, we do stretch them up to the top layer, but I also ultimately didn't like the way that they looked, so I slimmed them down and changed them a little bit. That's a lot of where the inspiration from the Create forums came from, was changing the pillars and the windows, which you'll see me work on in a second. I go for quite large windows, sort of ceiling to floor windows, and I didn't like the way that they fit into the build. It wasn't the style or the vibe I was going for, so ultimately we made them a little bit smaller and added some across the wall. You can see the andesite pillars that I made. They're gone. I didn't quite like them either. And this lip that I'm working on along the bottom of the spruce wood section, also gone. I didn't like the way that that looked either. So yeah, there were a lot of changes in the development of the building, but ultimately I think it came out really, really nice, and I really like it. I hope you guys do as well. I think it's going to make a great addition to the industrial district, and it ties in Iron Reach Valley really well with the building style. I think it's good to have a couple of different styles going on in the industrial area, because it's not going to be a strict building style area. There's going to be a lot of different styles, a lot of different colors, and just overall it's going to be very diverse in the type of buildings that we do. Some are going to be darker, some will be lighter. So yeah, you can see that I'm working on the second floor at the moment. It's not accessible in the final build, which was my intention from the beginning, but the copycat panels, looking back, seemed like a good idea. However, I wish I had done them a little bit differently. But either way, I will let you guys jump back to Past Purple, have a little chat with him, and get his thoughts on it. I'll see you guys in a bit. And with that finally out of the way, we are finished with our storage facility. So you can see that I've made a couple of changes that I might have talked about over the time-lapse. And yeah, essentially this building took way longer than expected. I've actually been working on it for 3 to 4 days now, potentially 5 days, but it is finished, finally. I think it looks really good. Inspiration is taken from a lot of different buildings, and I've just realized that that side is actually off. There we go, that is much better. It looks a bit more uniform now. But yeah, like I was saying, inspiration has been drawn from a lot of different sources on this one. So I've got some factories that I've actually seen in real life. One factory off of the Create forums, which was built by Gurkariba, I think is how you pronounce that name. But the link will be down in the description. You can see the inspiration that I've taken. There are a lot of similarities, but I've also added a lot of personal touches and a lot of differences. The sizing is very different, so I've had to take some liberties with these extra struts, and the windows are a little bit different. But overall, a lot of inspiration was taken from that building, along with a couple of buildings that I've seen in real life, and just how I thought it would look really good while I was in it. So the upstairs, this sort of platform edge up here, this is essentially, it's just for show. There is no reason for this to be built on. There's no reason to have this. This is just sort of a placeholder so that when you're in here, the windows don't quite look as small. You can see these two walls are still flat. One of them is going to remain flat and the other one is going to get a big door. I think that is this one. Yes, it is. So we are going to put a door on this wall here, which is going to be our loading bay. So this is where trucks are going to come over and deposit any items into our facility so that we can store everything. Now, when it comes to storage, I have a plan of 400 items that I want to get stored. And I think I'm just going to fill this place up completely with storage. So it is going to take up a lot of the floor plan, hopefully. And yeah, I basically just hope it looks really good. I have an idea of what I want it to look like, but we will never know. So we're just going to start by getting rid of this stone cutter. And then from there, I think the best thing we can do is just to start placing things. So I want to use this as a reference point. So I want to take this out by 4, and then we're going to work along this back wall here. And I'm just going to do the same on both sides. So we'll take that out by 4 and then work along this back wall here. And I want to take them to just before the middle, like that. And then I think what I want to do is I want to have 2 more struts coming out this way. And I'll take them out by 4 as well. And then we'll have 1 in the middle there. I don't know what that 1 in the middle is going to be for, but that is the plan for now. So we'll just continue that on the other side. So we'll get the 4 there. Take this along to just before the middle and then continue this along into the other side. There we go. And then we can take out from here and we can place 1 in the middle. I don't know if I'm going to get rid of that at any point and add in some lighting, perhaps. I'm not 100% sure, but this is going to be our storage for now. And we are going to have a couple of layers to this. So this is probably going to be 6 high. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that should let us reach everything from this top one. And we should still be able to reach it if we shift click. So we can still grab full stacks. So this means that we are going to be able to grab everything that we want out of our storage. We're not going to have to miss any blocks or have anything that's too high up. And this should actually give us, I think with the layout that we've done, we should actually end up with more than I'm expecting. So I'm expecting 400 blocks or 400 storage drawers. And I think this should give us a little bit more, potentially. So I've just done a little bit of maths, and as it turns out, this is actually only going to net us about 380 to 390, no, sorry, 330 to 340 storage drawers. So we are going to have to find place for a little bit more. But that's absolutely fine because we do have a lot of space in the front here. And I feel like this is probably going to end up being a very empty build, which is a shame, but I don't really know what else to fill it with. Its main purpose is storage. So if I fill it with storage, really there's nothing else I can do. And after a little bit of rethinking, I think this is a much better configuration for everything. We have so many more storage drawers than I think we're going to need, but I did want to put a little bit more than I was expecting. So the basic idea is that these walls of 30 are going to be our most used items, the things that we need the most, or things that we just have the most of. For example, cobblestone, quartz, andesite, the different stones and dirts and things that we are going to have over 1 million of by the time we are done with this industrial district. Everywhere else is going to be divided up into categories, and each category can have more than one section, and each section can contain more than one category. For example, this could be colored blocks, and there could be a few rows left over, which could take the overflow from this category if this category doesn't have enough blocks, doesn't have enough drawers to cover all the blocks that we're collecting. However, this category might fill up with all the create components, have no extra drawers, and we would also have no more create components, in which case this section would be its own category. I hope that makes sense. I hope everything that I've explained sort of comes together as in your guys' head like it does with mine. But one thing that I wanted to do is get a couple of blocks put in here already. So my plan is not to fill this up today. Obviously, we only have 2 factories at the moment in our industrial district, and one of them is just generating power. We can't store power. So I want to take some of what we are generating over here and take it over to our storage area. So I want a piece of quartz, a piece of clay, a block of each metal, an ingot of each metal, a nugget of each metal, some andesite, some quartz, and when we get it, some diorite, because it looks like we've ran out because I turned off the cobblestone generator. So actually, we are going to go and place all of these in. They're each going to get their own storage drawer, and we are going to upgrade the drawers as we go along for whichever item we have either the most of or we get too much of, and it can't come into a new drawer anymore. So I think we should do cobblestones and dirts on this wall. So we're going to start out with cobblestone right here as the first block in that wall. So this is going to be different types of either cobblestone or dirt, the things we are going to use the most. So the granites, the bricks, the cobblestone, the stone, andesite, diorite, everything like that. We can actually pop in an andesite here. So I think cobblestone, stone. There's going to be a couple variants down here. We could probably put andesite there. I think that seems fair. Then when it comes to quartz, quartz is also going to be something that we are going to store tons upon tons of. So I want it over here. So we're going to put it in this bottom corner, just there. Clay, likewise, we are going to store tons and tons of it. So I'll put it down there. And then what we have is we have all of the metals. So let's find a place for each block, each ingot, and each nugget. So I want to line these up. I want to pick a category or an area, and I want to dedicate that area exclusively to metal blocks or metal items. So I think we are going to pick this one here. So we will have gold, iron, copper, zinc, gold, iron, copper, zinc, gold, iron, copper, and zinc. There we go. And then we can get our quantify key and show all the values there, and we can lock these so I know that these are in place. I'm actually not going to lock these ones just yet because we might end up moving them before we start building trucks to transport all of the goods over. And with all of that being said, I think the next best thing we can work on is setting up a way to actually fill up a truck that stops at the metal factory. So we are going to get an inventory controller or whatever they're called, and we're essentially going to set up a storage transfer area at the loading bay of the metal factory. So what I was thinking was if we can get a storage drawer or storage controller out the back here, we can run a belt or something along to the end here where a truck can come over, reverse in, and while it's here, it can pick up all of the different materials. We'll have a fairly large truck for that. That will pick up as many materials as it can. Once it's done, it will drive away, go wherever else in the industrial district that I've sent it to go to, wherever else it needs to go, whichever other factory it needs to pick up from, and then it will arrive back here where it will reverse in and deposit all of the items into our storage area where they will automatically sort themselves using drawer controller slaves, drawer controllers, and just the storage drawers in general. So I think that's probably the best thing we can work on right now, because we aren't going to get any trucks in probably until we have at least another couple of factories, which I have an idea of the factories I want to build next, but yeah, I don't think we're going to get any trucks in until we have another couple of factories at least, so that I have a rough idea of where roads are going to go, but I'm very excited. So let's get that built, and then we can think about our next factory and have a little chat about what you guys want to see as well. So if you have any ideas of other factories that you want to see me build, or any contraptions that you want to see me attempt to make from my own brain and bring them to life with all of the problem solving and the troubleshooting and everything that goes into making these contraptions work as efficiently as possible, as well as making a nice as possible building around them. I really hope this building looks good to you guys. I really like it, but let me know what you think. But yeah, if you have any contraptions or factories that you want to see me attempt to build, let me know in the comments below and I will check them out. And what better place to start than in the factory itself. So we are just going to pop right on over to the back here, right by this drawer controller slave in the bottom of my screen. So underneath this drawer controller slave, we are going to run some spruce trim out that back door, which we still need to fill in the actual door. I keep forgetting about that. But we are going to run some spruce trim under the ground out that back door, and then we are going to create the mechanism which is going to connect up to the truck and fill up our storage. So it shouldn't actually be too difficult. We just need to run some spruce trim and then get a drawer controller slave on it. So let's get that sorted out, and we are going to start that just here. So the truck is going to pull up to this spot here. So I think we want our drawer controller maybe sitting here. So just on this block here, and then what we are going to do is we are going to pop down underneath the ground and then connect it up into this right here. So if we just run this along, destroying all the dirt, there we go. And then we just need some spruce trim underneath to carry everything along so that the drawer controller slave can spit out what we want it to. So once we connect this block, that should be the system pretty much up and running. All it needs now is a drawer controller slave. This is a very easy mechanism to build. It's very nice. And then we just need to pop our drawer controller slave right there. And that is going to allow us to carry everything over to where we need it to go. And we are going to pop these just here so that we can actually pull everything out. And I'm thinking, do we even need these? Could we get a portable storage interface and just put it straight on the drawer controller slave? We should be able to. I just need a couple of chutes and then I should be okay. But actually, do I have any chutes? Aha, ha, ha, ha. I have chutes in this bag. So if we grab that, we can get ourselves one of these and chuck it straight on. So this should be able to communicate with this, and you can see that all of our materials are showing up. And I think we are going to transfer everything over. We're going to leave the andesite, the diorite, and pretty much anything that is actively being used by the farm. So any gravel that we happen to have in the system at any point, we're going to leave here. Everything else is going to be transferred over through this portable storage interface, which is going to connect up to a truck that will reverse up here. And then that will drive around wherever it needs to go and drop everything off at the storage factory. And over on the side of the storage factory, we are going to have a very, very similar thing going on. So we need our drawer controller slave and some spruce trims. Those are spruce drawers. We need spruce trims. Where did I put them? Aha. So we're going to grab some spruce trims and our drawer controller slave, and then we are going to be able to put that in here as well. So we just need to find the middle block here, and we actually have a too wide middle, which is really unfortunate. So now that I've extended this out by 1 block, this should now be the middle. So if we just pop our spruce trim there, and we can get a drawer controller slave on there like that, then all we need to do is drop down and just repeat the process. However, you can see that we have nothing to connect it up to at the moment. So what we need to do is go into the actual factory itself, dig underneath a couple of these bits, and we just need to essentially link them up. So what I want to do is I want to start with these. So if I just go underneath here, I can go straight under from one side over to the next, just like that. And then we can fill this up with spruce trim in a way that lets us keep the stone floor. So there we go. That is both of these sides connected. So now all we need to do is this side is already connected up there. We need to connect up these two, and we can do that just like this with a little loop. And then if we do that on all of the sides, then that should mean we are able to connect everything the way that we want. There we go. So that is that side connected as well. These sides are already connected, so we just need to do these two just like that right there. And last bit, there we go. So that is everything connected over here. We can fix the floor up in just a couple of minutes, but what I want to do now is connect this up to one of these. So I think the closest one is probably that one there. So that's probably the one we are going to go for. So we're going to run this down over here, and then we are just going to run this line along under the ground and along into the spruce trim here, and that should hopefully give us access to the entire system. So if we just pop up here and have a look, we should be able to see... So I can't see anything that's in them at the moment. Let's go see if we've actually connected all of these up properly. So these should definitely be connected. Everything is touching. Everything is connected. Yeah, these are connected. True. This drawer controller isn't showing us what's actually in any of the drawers, which is very odd because it should be. Let's see if we put some wood in there. Okay, so that is connected. That's interesting. And that is connected. Aha! It's the backs. Right, okay, yeah. So we need to fill up the corners with spruce trim, just like this. We need to add in at least 1 block per corner to make sure that everything connects up correctly. So that should be that side. And then we just need to do this side. So even just 1 block, definitely make sure that they are actually touching. We might need a block here as well. I'm not sure, but we can fill all of these in. There we go. So now that should have everything connected up. Yes. Okay, there we go. Now we can see everything that is in our system. Fantastic. So if you are ever planning on building a system like this, don't forget to connect any blocks you have that are currently on a diagonal. Just make sure you actually connect them properly. And this drawer controller slave is now showing everything. Yes. Okay. So we have that all sorted. So let's get one more portable interface. We can just grab that from there and put that right on the front. Perfect. Then the very last thing that we need to do is fill back in the floor, which is connecting everything up, just like this. And then we need to find a way to decorate this place, but I actually have an idea for that I'm going to talk about just after we fill in the last of the floor. Ooh, a bit of a gap there. So if we put some dirt down and then cover that with stone, everything is connected, everything is working and linked up, and there is nothing here that is going to cause us any major issues at the moment. There is still a chance that we can find some issues, but for now, our storage room is done. I'm so happy with the way that it turned out. I actually think it looks really, really cool. I like it a lot. I hope you guys agree, but I think what I'm going to work on is getting all of the stuff that's in my backpack placed in here. So I'm not talking about this backpack, not the Create backpack just yet, but this backpack, the building backpack. We are going to try and find a home for almost all of these different blocks and components, especially the framed blocks and components and everything. We're going to try and get a place for them. We have a little bit of spruce drawers left over, but I don't think we're going to fully use them. But other than that, I am actually really happy with how this building has turned out and how the space inside is currently being filled. There's a couple of things I want to do in the middle here to make it a little bit more storagey, but that is going to come a little bit later. And speaking of decorating this building, I think how I'm going to do it is I want to live stream that process. I'm going to leave a link to my Twitch down in the description. If you guys are interested in seeing me decorate the world, things that just wouldn't happen on camera, feel free to pop over to the Twitch and check it out and drop a follow, because I will be doing decoration live streams for whenever we have big projects that need a lot of decoration that I just don't have time to fit into videos. You guys are still going to see all of the create processes, all of the building and all of the mining and shenanigans and fun and games and story that is going into this world. However, for pure decoration, like clearing out that field of all the grass and pumpkins that have spawned because of this immersive weathers mod, that stuff is busy work that I think can be live streamed so I can just relax, chat to you guys, listen to some music, and enjoy myself while I do it. Either way, I'm going to call it there for this episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed watching the storage building come to life and however many changes it had. I don't even remember, but I hope you guys have enjoyed watching me figure this out and trying to get this storage room filled. Next episode, we are going to be working on something super interesting. So, I hope you guys look forward to that. I will see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Do you know how many emeralds I am going to need for these drawer upgrades? Oh, what have I done? Last episode, we filled out our industrial district a little bit further by adding a storage factory. This storage factory has enough storage in it to hold everything that we are thinking about automating in the industrial district so far, all while being fit inside of a beautiful Ironreach Valley inspired building. However, at the end of the episode, I realized that in order to upgrade the storage drawers to have enough storage to hold each block that I want to automate efficiently, we are going to need a lot of emeralds. And that is what we are going to be working on today. But actually, it's not. Because you can see we are over in Ironreach Valley in the workshop storage area. And you can see just behind me how many emeralds we have left. That is the last of our emerald supply, 1042. Once that is finished, we are done for emeralds. We have none left. We would have to go and trade with villagers, or mine some emeralds, or find another way for them to drop, which is actually what we are going to be working towards today. However, the reason I said that we're actually not working towards emeralds today is because the emeralds are part of what I'm considering a 3-part process. Essentially, we are missing some key components before we can make an emerald farm. One of those key components being a place to build, well, the emerald farm. And a lot of you are going to be thinking that we are going to have to build a raid farm. Good thing we have a village just over there if we can get Bad Omen somehow. But actually, there is a way that you can farm emeralds another way. That way being a data pack which allows pillagers to drop emeralds. Now, with that being said, where are we going to find a pillager farm? Thankfully, just over here on the outskirts of our industrial district, we actually have a pillager outpost, which is exactly what I was thinking for where we can put our emerald farm. Our emerald farm can go right over here. So I've done a little bit of testing and it does get us a fair amount of emeralds. It's still not quite as good as a raid farm and we don't get any totems, but I'm willing to let that go in favor of some emeralds sometimes, and we can look at getting a raid farm set up a little bit later. However, there's another step before setting up the emerald farm that we're missing, and that is what we are going to surround the emerald farm with. What kind of building are we going to do? What kind of structure is going to be around it? And I know exactly what I want to build, and I don't want to tell you guys because I think it is going to look super cool, and I think you're going to get very excited about it. However, to build that, we are missing another very key component: blocks. We don't have any blocks to build it with, and I mean zero, none, not a single one anywhere. And with that being the case, you must be thinking that we are going to build some sort of factory or farm in order to produce or farm or create those blocks. And that would not be the case. That is the plan. However, In order to build any factory and get it working and make sure that it's in a functional state to farm any sort of blocks, what is the one most important thing that any farm needs? I mean, this farm has loads of what I need, but I can't take it from this farm. I need this farm. And that is components. Create components. Crushing wheels, shafts, belts, encased chain drives, encased fans, anything that we need to farm or create or generate blocks. So the plan for the next few episodes is we are going to work towards getting our emerald farm, because we have a couple of steps to go through before that, i.e. getting the blocks we need to actually build the emerald farm, and then also getting the create components to create the emerald farm. I suppose you could look at the next few episodes as a little bit of a three-parter series, or mini-series, starting with getting a create component factory built up. So that is what we're going to be working on today. The first thing we need to figure out is which create components do we want to store. So I think what I want to automate in this factory is probably going to be the production of components, specifically movement components, and also basic components like cogwheels, shafts, belts, the hand, the fan, and casings, as well as a couple of actual components like an encased fan or a drill or an encased chain drive or anything like that. We are going to focus on creating those. So for the mechanical belt, we need a kelp farm. And for pretty much everything else, the main ingredient is going to be andesite. So we'll need an andesite farm, both of which we are going to look at doing right now. And the first way we are going to do that is we are going to have a look at where in our industrial district do we want our create factory to be built. I was thinking somewhere on the metal factory side, so maybe in between these two buildings somewhere, possibly over there, but I don't want to leave like a courtyard in the middle. I feel like that's kind of weird, so we could just do it in the middle. And I think I like the idea of it being in this corner, so I think this is where we're going to build it. We're going to extend this stone platform all the way along to the end, and then we're going to pick how big the loading bay for this factory is going to be and have that loading bay take up this slot here, and the factory is going to line the corner. Whether it turns the corner or not, I'm not sure, but I think we're going to go in this back corner. So let me get the stone platform in place and we'll see how that goes. We'll see how we like it. We might get rid of it eventually, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's find out. And I think a platform just like this should be the right sort of size and shape for what we're looking to do. So it's a lot bigger than I think I was expecting to go, but I thought about it, and create stuff takes a lot of different steps, and we have a lot of things that we want to craft. So what I'm going to do is I am going to get a cobblestone generator put in here. So obviously you guys saw me make the cobblestone generator for the tuff and gold farm, and I mean, you've seen me try and make my own cobblestone generator, and it works. It's good. I mean, it does the job. It's not massively efficient, and it takes up a lot of space, but it does the job. So instead, what I've done is I have developed a new cobblestone generator that we are going to add into this factory. So if we want all of this to sort of be loading bay, we need to think about where this is going to go. So this should probably go in the back corner. So if this block is going to be the loading bay, we want to keep probably a block from each side. So that would be about here would be the corner. So then we have one block clearance, and then the cobblestone generator would go here. So this block, let's pop something down so that we can keep track of where this block is going to be. So this is going to be the corner of the cobblestone generator. So that should be there. So if we pop that down, that's actually perfect. It's in the exact orientation that I was hoping for. So this is a much more efficient cobblestone generator. Well, I say much more efficient. It's much smaller, which is good, and it works. I'll describe how this works, and then we will get our material list, and then we'll check everything off and get the schematic cannon build in this. So we have a contraption which will move some windmill sails up and down periodically, sort of every tick, every couple of ticks, and that will break the cobblestone which is generated by the pumps. So the pumps are pulling out lava from these containers, so we are going to fill these up with 1 bucket of lava each. We have a 3x3, a 2x2, and then two 1x1s, which cover the whole area. So we're going to fill each of them with one bucket of lava. We have a backpack sitting on top of a smart chute, which is going to deposit all of its items into this vault. And this out the back here is simply to get rid of mossy cobblestone, because when cobblestone is in contact with water, sometimes it has a chance to become mossy with the immersive weathering mod. So we just have some lava in this little container down here, which gets rid of any mossy cobblestone. And that's actually it. The collection method is a backpack with an advanced pickup upgrade, and I don't actually think there's much more to talk about with this build. So I say we just get it all set up and get it building. Okay, this should hopefully all be ready now. So if I flick this switch, that should start going up and down like that, exactly. And then all I need to do is come down here and turn this off, and we should start seeing cobblestone. Amazing. So the first thing we are going to look to make is andesite. So for that, we need cobblestone, diorite mixed together. And for diorite, we need cobblestone and quartz. Amazingly, we have quartz generating at a far too fast of a speed for us to keep up with in this factory over here. So I think we can probably just, for now, we can grab a drawer of quartz, probably the 450k, and we'll just take it over and run with that for a while. And then we can generate diorite, and with the extra cobblestone that we'll have, we can generate some andesite. So we'll just grab this. So if we take this over to the other factory, that gives us nearly 500,000 quartz to work from. And that's going to be more than enough to create diorite. So if I just put this right here, that's 500,000 quartz, almost 450,000 quartz. And this cobblestone will create plenty of diorite. And then diorite mixed with cobblestone will give us andesite. So what I'll do is I'll get that mechanism all hooked up so that we can start actually creating some diorite. And then we can get the mixer set up to create andesite. And I think the andesite is going to be quite small to actually create andesite, which is good. That is good, because the one thing I'm worried about is, again, not having enough floor space, but I think we will be okay because we have quite a lot of things that we need to build. So for the andesite farm, what I was thinking was we can use the mechanical arm setup that we have just in there to create the diorite. And that is probably going to be our best bet, is creating the diorite along here and then using the mixer method like we have in there. Essentially, we're just duplicating the second to last step of our tough farm, but over in this building here. And that is going to generate us loads of andesite. And once we have all the andesite ready, then we can take it and combine it with iron nuggets that we are going to pull from this factory over here. And that is going to give us our andesite alloy, which is going to be the basis of everything that we're starting from. That is going to give us shafts, cogwheels, components, anything that we need, we are going to be able to get from andesite alloy. So the first thing I want to do is get this set up so that it can start pulling everything in. And I think the best way to do that is we need to get the quartz hooked up to this factory over here so that it continually fills itself up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop underneath and I'm going to hook up the spruce trims from just underneath this depot here, and we're going to bring it over to here. Okay, perfect. And now that we have that all hooked up, if I pop this on here, we should start to see, yes, amazing, everything that is hooked into our metal farm. So now that we have this sorted and we have a spruce trim coming up into the factory, we can get this all ready. So our crafters are going to be here like that, and then we can turn this around so it all goes into there, and that is going to be our drawer controller slave, just like that. Now the only issue that I'm seeing is that unfortunately these cannot be hooked up to this, so that is a problem. And it's a problem that I only thought of a couple of minutes ago, because we don't want this diorite to be lost to this factory. So we will have to set up a whole separate storage for these. Thankfully, this can get covered up now. That's good. Okay, and I think this is probably the best solution to my problem, is I have made everything deposit upwards, and I'm going to have everything deposit onto the depots from behind. So all I need to do now is set up the funnels again and get the alternating pattern of cobblestone and quartz in place, and then we can finally call this ready to be installed. And with the addition of this block here, that should all start creating diorite for us over here. And we're actually getting it at a reasonable rate. It's not super fast, but it's not really slow either. So if we lock that and quantify it, we have 24. So that should just keep churning away until it runs out of either quartz or cobblestone. And thankfully, with both of our factories working overtime, it shouldn't run out of either anytime soon. We have 66,000 cobble to work from, and we're just generating so much more all the time. This is going to continually run whenever it's not full, whenever the vault isn't full, and the quartz will be collected from this farm as long as it's running, which it does all the time. So with the method of getting diorite all done, now we just need to take this diorite and turn it into andesite. So the way we can do that is by mixing it with some more cobblestone. So I think we can probably do that just out the back here. Oh, we're mixing and we're getting andesite. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's amazing. So we will only get about 2048, but that is fine. Wow, we create andesite so much quicker than we're creating diorite. It's actually insane. So it's been a couple of real life days that I've spent just sort of getting my head down at work, decompressing and taking a break from Minecraft. It was feeling a little bit, not overwhelming, I think overwhelming's a bad word, but I was getting a little bit burnt out after the last clip, and I could feel that my content was dropping. I could feel that my attitude towards the world was sort of not where it was a few months ago or even a few weeks ago. So I decided to take a few real life days to decompress, get my head down at work, focus on some other creative projects, still playing Minecraft, granted, but playing some vanilla for a change. I haven't played vanilla in so long, and it was really nice to get away from all the mods and all the different blocks and the complexities and everything. But we are back on the create world to get ourselves finished with the create component factory. So we finished up the andesite generator over here. You saw that in the last clip. We are creating diorite relatively slow compared to how quickly we're creating andesite. I mean, if you have a look at the andesite, we actually have filled up on andesite, which isn't ideal, but that does give us a chance to fully stock up our diorite all the way to the top. So do we have any upgrades on the diorite drawer? Yes, we do. Let's take one of them and put it on the andesite so we can fill them both up evenly. That'll start to burn through a little bit more of the diorite as well, but you can see that we're steadily creating a little bit more andesite as well. And we obviously have our cobblestone generator, which is connected to everything over here. And our cobblestone generator still seems to be going pretty strong. No issues with it. It's still running and everything, and we still have tons of quartz to get through. I don't think there will ever be a point where we will run out of quartz. However, now that that is completed, the next step in our quest to getting the create component factory done is actually getting andesite alloy generated. So andesite alloy is created from mixing andesite with iron nuggets. You can use zinc nuggets as well, but I think iron nuggets are going to work better because we generate iron the fastest out of our farm. So I think what the plan is that we are going to take the andesite that is generated from here out of this drawer controller slave. We are going to run a line of spruce trim over into the next contraption, and then we need to connect this up so we can pull out some iron nuggets. And it's essentially going to be the exact same contraption as this. It's just a few mixers, some item drains, and a drawer controller slave for it all to go into, and we're going to store the andesite alloy as part of this storage mechanism. So it's not going to go into the shared storage, it's going to go into its own storage as part of this farm, which should be absolutely fine. So let's get that quickly built up. You guys have seen me build enough of these. I think I've built 4 or 5 in this world, so I don't think you guys need to see that again. So let's get that built up and we can have a chat about the next steps once that is done. Okay, this should now be up and running. All I need to do is flip these all around so that we're now depositing andesite, and then we can flip that around so it starts spitting out some iron nuggets, and there we go. We have andesite alloy. And then all we need to do is get a drawer over here. Let's go there for now, and then we can watch it fill up with andesite alloy. Oh, I love create. It's so good. Quantify that, lock that, there we go. So now we have andesite alloy being generated for us by our factory, and that covers such a tiny area, but that's fine because the rest of the factory is all to do with crafting. So we're going to have a lot of mechanical crafters, and yeah, we're going to be using a lot of power for this factory, I think. Which, as it turns out, is not going to be that much of a problem anyway, because we still have almost 1.5 million power remaining. So we're actually doing okay for power, and I know, I still need to fill out this building. I know, I will do it. It will get done. I will show you guys when it's done, but it's not going to be today. But either way, we have plenty of power to get this contraption going, and I'm super excited about it. I think this is going to be really good. But yeah, we have plenty of power to get this all sorted, and we already have over 1,000 andesite alloy, so we are more than good to go for this. And I'm actually super excited by that. I think it's going to be a really good factory after this. So our next action is getting things crafted. So the first things that I want to craft are shafts, which are very easy. They're just a 1x2. So we just need 2 of those stacked up together, and we need 2 andesite alloy. So what I'm going to do is grab some mechanical crafters, and we are going to set these up. So we definitely need some more spruce trims, and we definitely need another drawer controller slave, another depot, another mechanical arm, some funnels, and just some casing to place it all on. So where do we want to set this up? I think where might be the best idea is probably maybe right here we can set it up, and then we could actually have it coming out just here. We can pop a drawer controller slave right here, and I think if we just move everything slightly over, we should actually be able to make it a bit more compact, as well as making more than enough andesite shafts. Yeah, we're already at 500. We don't need more than 1 crafter. This is plenty. So I think the next thing we can work on is getting the different types of cogwheels. So for the cogwheels, to make a small one, you need 1 shaft and 1 wood plank. And for the large one, you need 1 shaft and 2 wooden planks. So I think we can work on that by bringing over some wood from Ironreach Valley. And now that we have the wood integrated into our storage system, I think the best thing we can do is just map out all of the crafters. So you can see that I've got them all in my inventory here. I've also got a little sort of cheat sheet outlining the shape that each crafter needs to be to craft all the different things like cogwheels, gearboxes, electronic tubes, the hands, whisks, fans, everything that we would need. So I'm just going to get to work on actually laying them all out. I think I want to try and fill this space as much as possible. So we're going to start with the slightly smaller items, and then we'll move on to the bigger items. I think the crushing wheel is probably going to go over here, which we might actually start with. So I think I want the crushing wheel to go maybe here. Yeah, I think here's probably a good bet. So we've got 3 and then 3 layers of 5, I think. Yep, and then 3 on the top. There we go. So that sorts out the crushing wheel. So let's map out all of the other crafters that we need. I've done a little calculation, and we are going to need 148 crafters for this. So let's see how much of the factory that actually fills. And with that done, we have filled out quite a lot of the factory. So we actually have everything in here that we would need to craft. We have cogwheels, whisks, hands, plows, harvesters, mechanical arms. We have precision mechanisms, display links, display boards, pipes, item drains, everything that we could imagine needing is all created in here. So all we need to do is hook these up to the storage system, get a mechanical arm behind each one, some depots, some storage, and then get them all powered. So now that all the depots and everything are in place, the mechanical arms aren't quite there just yet. They're one of the next steps, but we do have all of the depots in place and almost all of the drawer controller slaves hooked up correctly to the right storage. I've already set up the overall storage for everything that we're going to be crafting, so we'll have to link that in as well. I think we're going to hook up a drawer controller to that wall and maybe have 4 miscellaneous sort of drawers above it. But the next thing I want to work on is there are 2 mechanisms that I don't have at the moment, which fall into this category of sort of creating something, I suppose you would call it. But either way, it falls into this category of it needs belts and stuff. So what I am talking about is I'm talking about creating the different types of casing and the different types of sheet. So it's actually a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be, which I'm really happy about. We just need to get the redstone links on there. I don't think... Oh, I do. I didn't think I had any on me, but I actually do. So let's pop these on here like that, and then we'll set them all to receive. So we'll have the control wall maybe this big. There we go. And then we can put our redstone links on here. So we'll do those three there. And then we can put levers underneath, and they'll be for those three things. And then we'll do the metal sheet controller there. And then we can just have a bunch of other machines. We'll put some clutches on these so that we know when they are and aren't going to run, just to save a little lag. So we can turn the factory on and off. And now we have everything in place, all of the filters on. There's a couple of items missing filters, but the last piece that we need to add is one cogwheel over here to power up the whole system. All of the mechanical arms are already powered. We just need to power this and get a casing on it, and then all of our mechanical crafters should be powered as well. So I'm going to get a building put around this. I will see you guys when that's done. So some really good progress has been made on building a factory for our create components. I think it looks really good. I'm so annoyed though, because this is the second time this episode that I've wanted to include a replay mod time lapse. It's a fresh mod that I've installed to the mod pack, and I've really wanted to use it twice this episode, and both times it hasn't worked. The replay mod for some reason just doesn't want to cooperate with this mod pack. I don't know if it has something to do with the fact that the mod pack's in a forge and replay mod is a fabric mod, so I have to use the Sinatra connector. But yeah, so I'm really sorry guys. There was supposed to be a little time lapse here of me building this factory, but unfortunately it wasn't something that I was able to get done. Replay mod just doesn't want to cooperate with me. Instead, you guys just get to see the pretty much finished product. I mean, it's not quite finished. There's still a handful of things left to do, but if we fly over here, I'll give you guys a little look at the factory, and I think it looks really good. I like it a lot. There's a couple of little lean-tos, and we have the red brick as well, separated into two sections. We currently don't have a door for the factory, which isn't ideal. So for now, if I just punch a hole in this wall here, we can go in and have a look at how it all pieces together. But this is what the factory looks like from the inside now, and I really, really like it. So there's a little bit of texturing that still needs to be done, some windows, some decorations on the floor, some additional stuff, just kicking about the floor plan to make it look a little bit more used. And then of course we have to sort out the outside so that we can get deliveries taken from and coming to the factory. And then there's some windows and a couple of other bits and bobs that need to be done around the factory. But I'm really happy with the way that it's turned out. I think it looks really good. I like it a lot, and I think it fits in really well, despite being a drastically different color to the metal factory, because the metal factory uses all granite blocks, while this factory uses all brick blocks. I actually think it does fit in really well, and I think after some texturing, it's going to work really nicely. Either way, I'm really happy with how this has turned out. I hope you guys really like this one as well. I'm going to get the texturing finished off. Once it is done, I will show you guys. We can have a walkthrough and we can see how everything came together. And now that most of the texturing and decorating is done, I will give you guys a little tour of the factory. So we have our metal sheets and our casing contraption over here with a little warning sign to tell you, be careful, there's moving machinery over here. And then we have the same thing over at our precision mechanism machine, which gives you a little warning, along with a couple of no entry signs into the more mechanical areas of the build. Of course, if you do have the clearance, you are able to enter those areas freely, but you do have to have the correct clearance. Of course, I have the correct clearance, but a standard employee would not. Over here, we have a dumping ground of sort of broken or unusable components, a couple of girder shafts which go to prop up the roof of the building. They are spare. We have some pipes and a big block of zinc that was delivered to us for manufacture. We have a couple of broken water wheels. These are all the parts of the factory that no longer get used or are broken. I will walk you around to the outside for another block of zinc that has been delivered for manufacture, along with our little garage area around the side. And if we hop into FreeCam and we take a quick look at the front of the building, you guys can see this really cool moving cogwheel design that I managed to find. The actual design of the cogwheel, I copied an image that I saw. I don't exactly know where the image came from, but it's not an original design. And these water wheels I just thought looked really cool. They look like cogwheels from a distance, especially because cogwheels are a lot smaller than that. And then we have a big create sign on the top so that everybody knows exactly what this factory is for. The factory's been around for a while, so it is a little bit cracked and dinged up. And we have the metal sheeting portions of the building, which have been patched up. Some more recent than others. We have the recent patches, some slightly older patches, and some very old patches. And I think it looks really cool having been patched up. There's been a lot of holes, a lot of weathering, a lot of weather marks in this building, and it sort of shows its age really well. We have a couple of window slots up at the top, which I've yet to put any glass panes in, but once I do, I think it will look really cool. Along with on the side here, obviously we need a little bit of natural light coming into the factory itself. Up on the roof here, we have some vents just to get rid of the excess heat that's going on due to the manufacturing process, as well as a little platform up here, which you see on some factory rooftops from time to time. And then up on the higher level of the roof, we have more vent fans up here to get rid of the main bulk of the heat coming from the manufacturing down below, as well as the power generator over here. Now, obviously, we know that power comes in from the bottom of the factory, but I thought this was a really cool addition, along with a couple of radio towers just for general communication and different things like that, and just for getting signal to all of our controls and everything, making sure that we're up to date, communicating with servers and stuff. We have those communication towers going on there. And just over here we have the entrance. I wasn't quite sure where to put the entrance. I had thought making it a little bit bigger and putting it along this whole wall, but then I thought there's a lot of factories around my local area which look like it doesn't have an entrance at all until you drive around the corner and you see this one little door up a tiny staircase, and that's the main entrance to the building. So I thought that was actually a really cool idea. And we have the garage here to make it look like there's sort of bigger entrances as well. And then if we head on inside, I've shown you guys the dumping ground and everything, and the more mechanical side of things with all the warning signs and everything. But we also have this little tinker station, a sort of workshop that we can use to fix different components. For example, right now we are trying to fix an encased fan, which is broken. So that is something that we manufacture at the factory. This is one of the duds that has unfortunately not passed our very rigorous quality engineering tests to make sure that they work perfectly every time. And yeah, unfortunately, this cogwheel is the same. These are both going to end up at the dumping ground at some point. I just haven't quite moved them from the tinker station yet. But I'm really excited about how this build has turned out. I think it is really, really cool. I like it a lot. And all I need to do is move these drawers over to the main storage wall. But I'm really happy with the way that this factory has turned out. I think it's really cool. And just before I finish up this episode, I just want to say I really hope you guys did enjoy it. And I apologize for the slightly delayed upload for this and the last episode. Like I said earlier on, the whole Create world became a little bit sort of, I got a little bit burnt out of it. So I took a little break for myself just to get my swing back. And I hope you guys can agree, compared to the last few builds, we definitely have a little bit of our mojo back. I'm so happy with this build. I think it looks so cool, and a lot of my motivation for the series has returned. I have also been playing some vanilla Minecraft, which really gives me an appreciation for the stuff you can do and create. So yeah, I really like this series. I really hope you guys are enjoying it so far. And also, like I mentioned, this is only part 1 of a sort of 3 to 4 part farm plan. So this farm will link into the other farms. I will need a lot of what this farm produces to do one of the other farms. And the very last farm is going to be the most exciting, because it is going to allow us to upgrade our storage facility infinitely. And I think it's just going to be so cool. So we have a few more factories to place in the industrial district before we start getting any moving vans or making the place feel a little bit more alive and adding some more external decoration to buildings. But I hope you guys can agree that the industrial district is really coming along quite nicely. Anyway, I will leave you guys with that. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. I will see you guys in the next one. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for the support on the last few videos. It means so much to read your amazing comments and to see all the interactions with the video. If you do want to leave a comment or like or anything like that, it means the world. So I really appreciate you guys, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out. I need to find a way to make the next farm look this good. That's a bigger challenge than the next farm's even going to be. Last episode, we built a huge factory in our industrial district to generate us each type of component that we are going to need. We have drills, fans, whisks, harvesters, plows, and all of the basic things like casings, shafts, and cogwheels as well. This is going to majorly benefit us in the long run when we need to create bigger and better factories throughout the industrial district, as well as branching out into other districts in the future. We also played around with some moving components on the outside of the building, which we've never done before, and I thought it was really interesting, as well as a little bit of pixel art text on the front to highlight what the factory does. In this episode, we are going to be starting the second phase of our 3-phase plan into an emerald farm. So the second phase of that is gathering up or creating all of the blocks that we need to build the outside of the emerald farm, while our create factory is ticking away in the background. What we are going to need is a bunch of concretes and terracottas that are dyed different ways. Now, we're not going to be working on a concrete factory today. What we are going to be working on is a dye factory. We can craft up and dye all the concrete ourselves, but gathering up all the individual dyes that we are going to need is going to be a little bit more time consuming than I would like. So the goal of today is to get that dye factory up and running and create all 16 of the different colors, or as many as we can in the one factory. However, you might be wondering why I'm standing at my enchanting station rather than in the industrial area. It's come to my attention recently that my armor just isn't cutting it anymore. My Tims are worn, my leggings are boring, and my Njord's crown it just isn't cutting it anymore. Same with our tools. Our tools, we have a diamond sword. Vidar's silence is just, it's getting a little bit boring. Hrungnir's fall, he's lacking. So, the first thing I want to do today is to upgrade our tools, because I've realized that we're quite a ways into this series now. We're on day 1257, as you can see under my minimap in the top right, and it just isn't quite cutting it anymore. So the next step in upgrading our tools is getting netherite. So that is the goal for the start of today. It's not going to be the main focus. Obviously, I want to focus on the dye farm, but I thought we would spend the start of today's episode gathering up some netherite. So I'm going to head off into the nether. I'm going to take my tunnel bore, and we are going to see what we can come back out with. Oh, this is so cool. I'm so happy. Look at how cool we look. Yes, we do look very cool, but looking back at that last clip, did anybody else notice the mistake that I made? Oh no. I made a massive mistake in that clip, and I'm not even going to tell you guys what it was. If anybody notices the mistake that I made, pop it in the comments and let's see who else understands why I am panicking a little bit. No, not so much panicking. I'm just conscious that I've given myself an extra task in the future, and if anybody else knows why, pop it in the comments. Let's see who else has eagle eyes and isn't as stupid as me. Either way, mistakes aside, we are back over in the industrial district, having a look at where we can place our new dye factory. So, what I was thinking was we could do it over here. Essentially, I have built a schematic because I spent a lot of time in a creative test world last night, and I've built a little schematic of the factory itself. None of the components are in place for actually creating the dyes. We still need to do all of that manually. The only thing I have actually done is the outside of the building, and I'm really proud of it. I like it a lot. I think it looks really cool, but we definitely need a place to actually put it. So what I was thinking was we could put it along this back edge here. Essentially, it has to be facing either east or west, because if it faces north or south, then some of the things twist around and do some funky business that really we don't want. So I was thinking along this bottom edge here. Otherwise, we can put it up by the power factory, but with the size of the new factory, it's probably going to block quite a bit of it. So yeah, I think the best place for it is probably over here somewhere along this back edge. And I think right around in this corner is quite a good place to put it. So that is what we're going to do. We're going to clear out some space and get the platform put down on the floor. And then we are going to grab the schematic and get it building while we start thinking about how we are going to do some of the internal parts, how we're going to actually start getting a lot of these dies. And now that we have the schematic in place and we have cleared out the floor underneath the platform of all the grass and flowers that were built, you guys can see the rough layout of the factory. We're just going to fill in this platform and then we can start the schematic cannon to get it building while we have a think about how we're going to do the dies. Perfect. So now that the platform is in place, we can have a look at the material checklist for the schematic cannon. So let's get to work on gathering all this stuff and we can get everything sorted when we get all of this ready. So we have filled out the material checklist and got everything that we need put into our backpack. So we have all of the catwalk bits, all the sheet metal, the quartz, bricks, everything, all of the different types of framed blocks. We should have everything that we need in this backpack. It looks like everything is in order. Begin. And this is looking fantastic. I'm really happy with how this has turned out. Everything is in the right place. There's virtually nothing missing, which is good. I haven't fully checked, but I feel like there's pretty much nothing missing. Everything seems to be in the right place. All of the placards seem to line up. We have this little ladder leading up to the first bit, and oh, I forgot about that. We have the die sign. Oh, amazing. Right, well, I think it is time to give you guys a proper little look at this building. So of course we have the die sign on the side, along with a little generator up the top with some fans, and then we have the big generator out the back with a couple of big silo pipe type things. We have the little entrance bit at the front, which gives us space for a little office. We have a little storage nook over here, and then we have 9 bay doors which all connect to the front of the building, and just at the back we have the big smokestack. It's a very simple building, but I think it actually lends itself really well to the size and the shape of the industrial district and what we are looking to do in this building. I think it's really good, and I actually really like how this has turned out. So I'm super happy. We have a lot of work to do to fill in all of the blanks and fill in all of the framed blocks, especially on the windows, because we need to double up some of these blocks like the slabs and panels, and then fill everything in with the correct blocks. So we are going to get to work on that and then have a look at what the building looks like when it is completely finished. And now with the roof done and everything filled in, you can see our finally finished die factory. I think it looks awesome. I'm super happy with it. There is nothing that I would change about this building. I'm really really like it. The pointed roofs are just awesome to look at. They're so cool. And the office is just a little area where people can sign in deliveries or collections. Specifically, delivery drivers can come in and say, look, we have this delivery, blah, 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 sign for it and everything. Or somebody can come in and say, look, I'm looking to pick this up. It's for so-and-so other company. Can you sign this off to say that it's been collected? It's just a little admin room filled with a couple of extra deliveries that don't really have anywhere else to go at the moment. They're just sort of spare. Things like parts, maintenance pieces, stuff like that. And then on the outside, we have a little sign to indicate that it's a dye factory. I know that's not specifically what it means, but I thought it was quite cool how it had all the 4 different colors. And then we have our metal door to get in and out, a lantern just for some light, and overall, I just think it looks really cool. The only thing that I would add is this, a little sign. I made this the other night and I love it. It's so cool. We have raw dye, processed dye, and dye generation all being made in the Purple Dyes factory. I thought it was so cool. I really, really like it. I forgot about the encased fans. They look so cool. I really, really like this building. This building looks super, super awesome. I'm really happy with it. It's come out so nicely. Our next step is to fill out this empty factory building with all of our different ways to create the different dyes, starting with a cactus farm to make some green dye, because I think it's going to be one of the more compact farms we're going to build. So a cactus farm is going to be our first one that we get done. So I think the best place we can start looking at creating our cactus farm is just over here. And I think we want to start with getting a place set up that we can actually collect the items when they're done. And then we want 2 item drains coming out from there. And that is going to let us take our funnels. We're going to have one funnel going in there, and then we're going to have another funnel coming out of this block here. This block is going to be a millstone. We're going to have a millstone there, which is going to take out our green dye, which we don't have any of at the moment. So we want our green dye coming out of there, and then we want our green dye to be deposited into the millstone. So to do that, we're going to need probably a chute on the top, and then potentially just a barrel on top of the chute like that. And then on that barrel, we will have a portable storage interface like that. And then if we rotate that round, then obviously we need a 2-block gap with that portable storage interface there. So this portable storage interface is going to be the edge of our cactus farm. If we grab our minecart contraption and stick this on like this, that should be good. Then we can grab a redstone torch for now, and we can send that on its way. Perfect. And that should keep it going back and forward continuously. So if we turn this off quickly, we can start getting set up on the power for the actual milling to go ahead. So all we need is a cogwheel out the side, and then some shafts, and then we just need to hook the whole building up to some power. And now that this is hooked up, we have our fully working cactus farm, which once these cactuses start to grow, we can start chopping them down and turning them into green dye. Now that we have our green dye ticked off and it is fully working, I think the next thing we should work on is anything that involves a 2 tall flower. For example, sunflowers and rose bushes can both be bone mealed for red and yellow dye. So I think the best thing we can do is go out and have a look for a couple of those flowers. I think there's some sunflowers not too far away, maybe over there somewhere. And then rose bushes, I'm not quite sure where to get those, but if we grab a couple, we should be able to set up an easy farm which uses deployers to automate the bone meal process. And then bone meal we will get from our dye factory a little bit later on, so we don't need to worry too much about restocking that bone meal ourselves. We just have to worry about making the bone meal farm. But I'm going to go and have a look for some other 2 tall flowers and some sunflowers and rose bushes so that we can get everything set up for that. Perfect. We are back in our industrial district. That was a weird journey, but we made it, which is good. Oh, we have this working now. So let's see, if we pop a redstone torch down next to this, that should power it. And let's see if we start getting some green dye. Oh, no, of course we won't. I haven't put any storage in our contraption, so I think that swept away all of the cactus back into the actual cactus block, so I think we did lose everything there. But it's fine. We'll wait for this to grow up some more, and then we can get it fixed. So for our 2-high flower farm, I think we want to go for something similar to this. So obviously we need our spruce trim, and our spruce trim is going to go just here. So that is where we are going to take our input and our output from. So we want our andesite funnel and some brass funnels. The andesite funnel is going to go onto there, and the brass funnel is going to go on to here on the other side. So we want there, but I think actually we're gonna want 3. I think we are going to want 3, so we're fully blocking off this opening, which isn't ideal, but I think we can get away with leaving a gap for the portable storage interface, and we can just close this door, which should be fine. We just need some more framed walls. So we want 1 each on there, and then we're going to want 3 more, and we want our brass ones on here. So this is where we are going to get our outputs and our inputs into our drawer controller slaves over here. So we just need to route everything in correctly. So I think what we're going to want is we're going to want millstones on the back of each of these. So we want a millstone on the back of each of these, and then on the top of each millstone, we're going to want some chutes like that, and then we're gonna want more drawer controller slaves on top of here. So if we just simulate that with some spruce trim for now, then we're gonna want some input funnels, and then we want some belts to come along here, and they are going to extend about 4 blocks. So we want more belts over here. These are going to connect up just like this. So if we connect each of these, and then if we just fill these up to make them look a little bit more solid, there we go. And our grass is going to sit right here, I think, just like that. So this means that we are going to get all of our drops coming out of here, and they will end up in the drawer controller slaves because the belts are going to bring them over. So if we just cover this up on this side, we don't need to do this on all sides, but if we just do it on this side here, then that should be good. We can place our rosebush, our peony, and a sunflower. So we'll get a rosebush, a peony, and a sunflower just there, and then all we need are the deployers behind them, which are going to hold some bone meal. So the next thing that we are going to need is some power, which I think we can take out from this side. So if I just grab some gearboxes, and I've already got some shafts on me, if I take the output from there, then bring this down with a shaft just like that, we can then flip this with another gearbox on here just like that, and then bring this over where we can put another gearbox just here and hope that that turns the right way. And I think we are going to take our power from underneath and just bring it straight into here. So if I just pop underground for a second, we can see we have power just there, and we just want it over here. So if I extend this down and put a gearbox on the end, we can flip that round and send some more shafts over this way until we are 1 block shy of being in line with this. Perfect. Put on another gearbox, and then just connect these up with shafts. Perfect. Then if we pop up to the top and head inside of our factory, so if we surround this with glass so that we can see what is going on, we just need to give this a little bit of structure. All we need to do is get some bone meal in these and get some glass, and then we're good to go. And now with this dye farm done, I think the next one we are going to work on is going to be brown. So brown, we need cocoa beans and jungle wood, and it's just another contraption. So it's very similar. The setup at the front is actually going to be identical to this here, and then the contraption is just going to be 2 wide instead of 4 wide, and we are going to harvest some cocoa beans. So it's not going to be very different to this one, so let's just get that built. There we go. And now that that is all built, we can get this part of the farm built up as well. And then if we just fill these up with cocoa beans, we have our cocoa bean farm, which covers our brown dye. So that means we have farms for red, yellow, green, brown, and pink and magenta, although they're kind of secondary farms, secondary colors. So we have the main colors apart from blue, black, and white. So I think those are what I want to start working on next. Blue is going to be the more difficult one. However, I want to do that last then, because that requires bone meal, and bone meal is one of the farms that we are going to look at farming, and it's probably going to be the most time consuming farm to do. So let's hop over and have a look at the white dye. So I think bone meal we want to work on right up at the end here, and I think to start with, something like this should work just fine. So this is going to be for just straight up bone meal. We are not going to be working on any white dye at the moment, so I think we want this to be here so that they can connect up. And then this is going to be part of our contraption for the bone meal. So that is going to collect up. So let's grab all of our contraption parts and then we can get this built. And I don't think we have any more minecarts, so let's just create another couple of them. There we go. If we pop that on and we lock rotation there. So on this, we are going to grab some girders and stick that up there and then out here, just like that, to hold that in place. And then along the bottom here, we want our harvesters. So we're gonna come out from here and our harvesters are gonna sit on this block right here. So if we just grab our harvesters, we can get them on like that, and then that should be able to hold that in place. And do we want 2 layers to this? Yes, I think we do. And actually, we are going to have to reconfigure this because it's not as easy as doing this. You can't take... Yeah, okay, we're going to have to change this up a little bit, which is fine, but we just need to make a slight change for this part, and I think I'm going to try and figure that out. I think something like this should work just fine. So we have some red mushroom colonies here, which are going to be harvested for our bone meal, and thankfully they spread, which is really nice. So they're going to be harvested and stored in these barrels here, which are going to be removed with this portable storage interface, and then we just need a way to process the red mushroom colonies into bone meal. So I think we're going to do that just in front here. So I just want to see where this rolls to so that I know I can connect it up properly. So I think I want this line to be the end. Well, let's just move it over here and pop it there. Okay, so this has not gone far enough forward, so we definitely need another block like that. Probably should be okay. Have a look. That should be okay. If it stops on the end, then that should be fine. So I'm happy with that. Let's just remove this powered rail and change it back to a normal one. So now that that is in place, we can, that's blocked off. So now we can judge where we need to build this from. So we want a 2-block gap, and then that is going to be the storage interface. So we need this to come up to here and the portable storage interface there, like that. So now that is connected. Perfect. So it's connected the perfect amount as well. So if we take a chute output from this portable storage interface like that, that will drop onto a belt, I think is probably the best way to do this. And then we can send this belt along this way to here. And if we just fill this out with an actual belt, that should be fine. There we go. Then we need a composter underneath a chute on each of these, and this might actually be too short. Let's have a look. So if I want composters underneath here, then a chute onto a belt. Yeah, okay, so we need to move this whole thing up by 1. So what I've come up with is this little system here, which just takes all of the mushroom colonies from our farm and shoots them along this belt. They get picked up by these chutes, which get composted, and it will take the bone meal out onto this line, and this line will feed into a drawer controller slave to put all of the bone meal in our storage system. Okay, so the first shaft is making the belt go in the right direction. We just need a way to get power from down here onto this one without flipping the power, or we need to flip it twice. So we would have to do, because I think if we have this just connect in, that's going to go the wrong way. Oh, no, it isn't. That's going the right way. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's amazing. That's even better. Okay, we didn't need to do quite as much as I thought we did. We just managed to get it done perfectly. And if I can just get a bracket on there like that, and then also get a bracket on there like that, there we go. So that is our bone meal farm done. And actually, I think we will see how much bone meal we get before we make the decision of adding another one. And I think the best way we can probably do that is just to find any fully grown mushroom colonies, which I think this one is. And then we just need to fill out this top one up here like that. So they should start to grow. Okay, so now that this is in place and all we are waiting on for the other farms is bone meal as well, I think the best thing we can do is hook up the storage so that we can start storing some bone meal, and then we can start putting it into that farm over there as well so that we can get everything hooked up and we can just turn on all of the farms and start storing brown dye, green dye, red, yellow, pink, magenta, and bone meal. Then we are going to create some white dye and blue dye, and then I have a plan for some black dye, which should get us every single color from that point on. So for now, until we actually get some bone meal, we are just going to put some golden carrots into these redstone links just so that we know which one is which, and then we will swap it out for some actual bone meal when we are done. But if we switch this on now, this should start to go, and we should start to see, well, what we should see is some bone meal coming through, but it doesn't look like we're actually getting any. And I don't really know why. Do we need hoppers? Maybe it needs to be hoppers underneath there. There's no items in there. There's no items in there. What if we turn this off? Have we got anything in the contraption at all? There's nothing in the barrels. So the mushrooms have definitely gone somewhere. Ah, they are in the chutes, but they're just not going down into the composter. Right, I think we need hoppers on the bottom here. I don't think it's going to work with regular shoots. I think we are gonna have to have some hoppers. So in that case, I think if we pop them in there just for now, let's craft up some hoppers. I don't think I have any chests on me. Let's go grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hoppers, and then we'll come back and see if that makes any difference. And our rich soil is ready if we want another farm. Okay, so now that we have the hoppers, let's throw these onto each chute and then see if that makes any difference. So we want to send this off again. Yes. Okay, we're getting the bone meal. And then we have a full composter. It just doesn't want to actually extract anything. So do we need hoppers on here as well? Yes, hoppers work, and we have bone meal. Yes. Okay, perfect. So I didn't realize hoppers can work on belts, so that's really interesting. I thought it would have had to have been a chute, but obviously not. So that's really cool. I'm really glad we got that sorted. So now we have a pretty consistent bone meal farm, but I do think, considering how slow it's actually going and how long it's taken the mushrooms to grow, I do think it would be ideal to either put another layer on here, which might be a good idea actually. I think we should put another layer on here and then also build a second one just so we can double up the bone meal, because I didn't realize this was going to be this slow. So I thought it was going to be a lot quicker, but I didn't anticipate how long it would take the mushrooms to fully grow. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to build an identical system like this a couple of blocks over, and we're just going to run the whole thing. I might even just double it up and bring it out to here and then just do 3 layers up and just double up the system to make sure that we have plenty of bone meal. Okay, so I've extended everything out by a little bit. I haven't taken the hoppers all the way to the end or the composters all the way to the end, because I feel like it would be slightly more efficient to have a little bit less composters. I know that sounds counterintuitive, but my reasoning behind it is that because we need 6 to 8 deposits into a hopper, I think it's about 6, to get a bone meal out, and we're only harvesting 16 to 32 mushrooms at a time, it makes sense to have slightly less hoppers to produce more bone meal, which will create bone meal a little bit faster. If all of these were composters, if those extra 2 were composters, that would be 2 more mushrooms that would be deposited, which means 2 less to be distributed amongst the rest. So I feel like my reasoning is sound. I don't know. Let me know in the comments if you think that that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, then I might extend this in the future. But for now, I think this makes enough sense for me to keep it like this for the time being. So let's set this to run consistently so that we can start creating bone meal. You can see behind me that I have filled up all 3 layers. So we shouldn't have any issue there with any mushrooms not growing. So we're just going to set this to run continuously and gather us up a bunch of bone meal while we finish off the last few farms. So I have now hooked up all of these front connections into the storage system, and I have the brown dye farm running as well as the multi-dye farm running, and we have actually got a lot of really good dyes from this. So we have 92 brown dye, 15 magenta dye. This is, I don't think we're going to use this too much, so I'm not going to make a crafter exclusively for this. Pink dye, I think we're okay. Red dye, we have loads of. The cactus farm is now running permanently, The bone meal farm is currently just filling up that farm, so we're not getting a lot of white dye at the moment. We're getting a little bit of light gray dye from the multi-dye farm, as well as orange and yellow. So we are really close actually to finishing off getting all of the dyes. I think we just need blue, light blue, lime green, black, gray, cyan, and purple. That should be everything that we need. So cyan and purple, very easy. It's just blue. Purple is just blue and red, and cyan is blue and green. Light gray is black and white, but we're getting a little bit of light gray already. We will add a crafter for that, but at the moment we need to look at gray and black dye. So for that, that is what this middle portion of the farm is going to be, of the factory is going to be for. And I have a really cool idea on how to do it effectively. So it is going to be another contraption farm, and it is going to be grinding everything down using millstones, but we do have an extra step of blasting something. So we are going to have a blaster in here as well. So I'm really excited to get this one done. I think this one is going to be really fun to do. I just need to go and gather up the materials to do it, and then we can get it built. So the first thing I want to do is set out a place for this to go. So I think we could probably set it up just here maybe. So how this is going to work is we need to build a contraption. So this contraption is going to be used to cut down some trees. So what we are going to do is we are going to grab our girders, and we're going to send that up by 2. Actually, I think we want to send it across and then down like that, and then we can have the saw on the front here, just like that. So now with this saw in place, we should be able to cut down our trees, and we could probably actually move this along by 1 to have the saw here instead, just like that. Now with that in place, this is pretty much our contraption done. All we need is storage and a portable storage interface. So I want to pop them up the top here. So we'll have the barrel there and the portable storage interface just here. Flip that around. There we go. So now we need to glue this together. There we go. So that should all be glued together. So if I just grab a redstone torch and build this contraption, we want to make sure rotation is locked. Then we can pick this up and move it over. So we want this to sit here. So this is going to cut down some trees for us. Now the trees are going to be planted along this line, and I just realized that we have not given this machine a way to replant the trees. So to fix that, I'm just going to pick this back up, and we are going to set up our little building station again. So we're just going to pop this here, and we're going to take our contraption here and pop that back in. Make sure the rotation is still locked, and then we want to replant our saplings. So I think we could probably get away with putting that down there like that. But if we set that up and then set this off, we can see if it successfully plants the saplings, which it does. Then it'll wait for those to grow. It will chop the tree down, replant the sapling, and then it will have nowhere to deposit anything yet. But we are going to set up a space for that now. This will deposit everything into the storage system. So we're going to have a couple of spare drawers on the side, which are going to house anything that isn't explicitly necessary for the farm to run. So things like the saplings and the sticks and everything, and we'll just get a void upgrade on those when we get a chance. So I just want to grab sticks, saplings. So we're going to have saplings and sticks there. And then I don't think we collect any birch leaves, but now we can get this all set up with some trims to be able to work everything correctly. There we go. With a little bit of maneuvering, we have managed to get everything sorted. So if I just patch up this little hole in the floor that we've left, this is our gray and black dye system. So we have our contraption, which will drop off all of its logs in here. Those logs are removed from the system by this funnel. They will go along here, and only charcoal is allowed into this barrel. So that gives it plenty of time to get blasted by the lava down there. Once it is in the barrel as charcoal, it will come out and then go up this line into the chute, which will go into the millstone. It will mill down into its different dye types, drop down into another chute, which will be extracted using a brass funnel onto the item drains and straight into the system again. So overall, it was a little bit complicated to try and figure out, but we did get there in the end, and I do think it looks really, really cool, and it works really, really well. But that gives us every single dye in the game that we need to farm now. We have white, gray, light gray, black, brown, orange, yellow, red, pink, magenta, green, lime green with the white and green. The only color that we don't have at the moment is blue. So blue dye is going to be the more difficult one, I think. That is going to be, I think, the most difficult one to get a working farm for, because it relies on lapis or cornflowers, but cornflowers are really unreliable to farm. Okay, I've actually decided that I don't like the idea of doing a manual blue dye farm. I want to farm the flowers. So I have an idea on how to do that. We're going to build a contraption which is going to harvest. It's basically a vanilla Minecraft flower farm using create components instead, and I think it's going to work. So you guys are going to get to watch me do that. Let's get this contraption built. Okay, and now that we have the contraption all built, what we can do is have a look at ways we can start to actually automate this. So it's 4 blocks long, and I think we're going to have to start the grass about here. There we go. If we just get a rim put around this so that it actually looks like it's being held up by something, we can get something on the bottom here in a minute. Then what we need is a place for the portable storage interface. So that's going to start here. So we want the 2-block gap, and then it is going to go here, just like that. Then we need to focus on what is going on underneath. So we need some more deployers. Perfect. And now that we have those added in, we get rid of these. There we go. And then we just need to spin these round so that they are facing the correct way. And these are going to have bone meal in them. So we are definitely going to want to connect these up. There we go. And now with them connected up, these can have bone meal, and they should hopefully deploy onto the grass, making the grass grow. Okay, moment of truth. Does this farm actually work? Well, I mean, so far, no. Oh, I haven't flipped these round. Of course. Okay, there we go. Now, moment of truth. It still doesn't work. That's not good. But I would say this is fairly done. I am really, really happy with how this farm has turned out. And if we turn everything that needs to be on, we can see everything working. Our black dye machine is working. Our blue dye machine is working. Our brown dye machine is working. And our green dye machine is working. Everything is working. Everything is operating as intended and as it should be. There is nothing that is broken or operating wrong. I'm super happy with how this factory has turned out. I really like it. You can see we have all of the colors on the wall behind us, and this sets us up perfectly for going into next episode, where we are going to build a concrete farm. So I'm super happy for that one. I'm super excited for that one. That one is going to be really, really cool. And I thought this was going to be a 3-step process for getting the emerald farm, but it's actually going to be a 4-step process. So we're going to be working on the emerald farm in episode 19. So I think that is a really good way to round off our emerald farm quest. I kind of wish it was on episode 20. I might just find something else to do for episode 19 so that we can do the emerald farm on episode 20. Make it a nice round number. I think it'll be really good. Yeah, I might do that. Well, whatever we want to do on episode 19 or 20 will have to be decided a little bit closer to the time. Right now, I know exactly what we are doing next episode, and that is the concrete factory. And I'm really excited for it. I think it's going to be really good. I actually can't wait to get it built. I think it's going to be really, really cool. And I'm really happy with this factory as well. We have loads of stuff that we have built. We have loads of different dyes that we can create. And I think it has come along really nicely. Everything seems to be working really well. I love the way the building looks, and I'm super happy with it. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. If you did, feel free to drop a like and hit the subscribe button. It helps me out a lot. Yeah, it really means the world to see people enjoying these videos, and I've been really happy to see everybody's positive comments and all the likes and the subscriptions I've been getting off of them. I'm really glad that people are enjoying the series, and I hope that it continues for much, much longer. And I hope that we can continue to make really, really cool episodes with super cool factories just getting bigger and bigger every single time. So I'm really excited for how the industrial district is going to turn out. I can't wait to do the concrete factory. I already have a couple of ideas for designs, so I'm really looking forward to getting it done. One thing I wanted to mention just before I finish the episode off completely is for anybody who is interested, and I just want to make this very clear, there is absolutely absolutely no obligation to do this whatsoever. But for anybody who is interested, I have made a Patreon, so there is a link down in the description if that is something that interests you. It's another way to support the channel and to help me keep making these videos as we go. It's also a way to get exclusive access to some behind the scenes stuff and have a hand in how the videos are made. There will be a lot of polls over on the Patreon as to what you guys want to see, what you guys want to receive as rewards or benefits or anything. I thought it would be a really cool way to get involved with the community a little bit more, as well as for anybody who wants to support the channel. There are options over there for anything that you can think of that you want. There's a load of cool benefits like getting access to videos early, or just getting a special thank you at the end of the videos to say that I appreciate your support, I've seen you, and I'm really glad you've joined the community. So if that's something that interests anybody, feel free to head on over using the link in the description, or not. There is absolutely no obligation to do so. If you just want to watch the videos, keep doing that. It means the world to me regardless, and I would never gatekeep these videos behind a paywall anyway, so you will always have access to anything on my channel regardless. It's just if you want to have a look at some of the cool benefits that I've put up over there and see some of the posts that I'm going to be putting up, like behind the scenes content of editing videos, a couple of little sneak peeks as to what videos are going to be about if something's a secret, or you might get a hand in helping me figure out what we are going to do, or any building designs that you want to share. It'll be a really cool place. So if that's something that you think you might enjoy, there's a link down in the description. If not, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode regardless. I will see you guys next time. Bye. One step closer to farming you. Emeralds. Last episode, we created a dye factory, which is going to churn out all 16 different colors of dye so that we can use that to make some concrete in a new factory to give us all the blocks we need to create our emerald farm. We also went into the nether and upgraded our armor. We managed to get full netherite gear, which I'm super happy about. But me, not being so smart, managed to use up all of my netherite smithing templates. However, in this episode, I have some good news. At the end of that episode, I didn't realize that we actually got a Feed the Beast quest completion for getting the Cover Me in Netherite achievement. And that quest completion actually granted us another smithing template. So while I thought we had wasted all of our smithing templates and we would never be able to duplicate another one, we were given one by Feed the Beast. That's fantastic. I'm so happy. So we don't need to worry about that anymore, which is fantastic. But you might be wondering, there's something else in my inventory that is pretty new that we didn't have last time, and I'm sure you can see it now. It's in my hand. It is a totem. So I don't know if you remember, but last episode ended with me attacking some pillagers to get the final cut for talking about the emerald farm. Now on the back of that, I spent another couple of minutes doing that to get a good cut, and we ended up with Bad Omen. And I thought, I want to try a raid. I've never done a raid before, but I tried a raid and I ended up getting some totems. So we have some totems. We will be doing some raids in the episodes as well, but I thought I would just let you guys know that I decided to go ahead with a little raid, and yeah, we ended up with some totems. Nothing really eventful happened. It was pretty boring, to be honest. So we succeeded in the raid. We got Hero of the Village. We didn't use it. I'm trying not to use villagers too much this season, but we did get it. That's interesting, at least. Anyway, with that aside, what we are going to be working on this episode is our concrete factory. So we're going to be using all of the different color dyes we are producing in this factory right here in order to make us some concrete, which we are going to use to make our emerald farm. So you can see between episodes, I did a little bit of terraforming. So I'll just go and show you underneath. That contraption that we use to flatten out our industrial district, I just sent it one more time up this way and stopped it around about there, and this is where our concrete factory is going to sit. I had thought about sitting it in this corner here. If you remember, our industrial district sort of cut off maybe 1 or 2 blocks over from our fence, so I just extended it a little bit, but I thought about running it up this way, but then I thought it would feel a little bit too cramped, and I kind of want to try something new with this factory. So yeah, I thought I would just run the contraption up one more time to flatten out a small area that we can use for our concrete factory. So I have a couple of inspirations for the concrete factory, but nothing solid design wise. I don't think we're going to be using a schematic cannon for it, but I am pretty excited. I think it is going to look quite good. I think we're going to need a few contraptions that we actually have quite a lot of anyway. Like, we definitely need a cobblestone generator. That's a given. So we're probably just going to take the one from the Create factory because it is the most efficient and the fastest and also the smallest. So it can fit into more compact spaces. And then we need a couple of crushing wheels and that's it. We just need sand, gravel and dye, which we already have. And then it's just a case of crafting, which I think to start with, we might craft up some manually potentially. Or we can see if we can get a mixer situation going. But let's jump in. I want to get this ground sort of slightly terraformed a little bit more. I want to go for a more stony, sandy, gravelly kind of look with the ground. So let's get that sorted and then we can go from there. After a little bit of terraforming and putting up a little fence around the perimeter, I think we have a very nice looking area where we can start our concrete factory. So the idea was for this factory to be a little bit out of the box compared to what we've done already. So you can see our dye factory, our create factory, and our metal factory all sort of fit into kind of a neat box of like late 20th century industrial revolution style factories with red brick and a little bit of metal container attached to the side. Obviously slightly different for the metal factory, but for the most part, it all fits into one sort of general theme. For this factory, I wanted to do something a little bit different where I wanted to get the idea of like a concrete mill kind of thing that you would see about the really big metal structures that are usually raised off the ground, and there's maybe a big drill underneath it, potentially, or some conveyor belts or just storage. Just something raised off of the ground in general, and I think that's the sort of vibe I want to go for with this, and I quite like the idea of it, and I think I want to start it over here. So I do have a load of andesite scaffolding that I want to use for this, just to map out sort of the edges, and I think I maybe want the edges to be a little bit in from the edge, so maybe like here. And I kind of want to go up possibly about that high. So that's 1, 2, possibly about 9 high. And I want it to be quite wide because we do need a lot of space, but also even. So something like that for the back, possibly. And then we'll just go over this way a little bit and make some room for the front. And I think something like that works. I'll just pop into free cam and have a little look quickly. Yeah, I think something like this works. I quite like the height that this gives. I think this is a good height. I might move these two that are on the right hand side in a little bit so we can have the staircase up on this side. I quite like the idea of having the staircase on the side, so I might move these in a few blocks, maybe to here. Yeah, I quite like that. We could do a sort of almost like an overhang. So if we come to here, something like this, and we can have the staircase in this little edge bit here. So I quite like that idea. That's a really good idea, I think. And then I do want, just to add some structure, I think I want to go in between these two and add some pillars as well. And now with a couple of extra pillars and the staircase sorted, I think we are in a good place. I really like how this looks. I've kind of gone for a sort of almost like Rust for Modern Warfare 2 kind of vibe. That's what this is reminding me of for some reason. I can't explain why, because it's a totally different color palette, but it really feels like that's sort of where the inspiration's been drawn from, and in a way it kind of has. But I really like this staircase. I think it looks really cool and really industrial, and it just fits the build that I want to get done so well. So I think what I want to work on next is probably getting some sort of actual block put on top of here, and it is going to be sort of quite blocky in shape, very square. I think a lot of these factories tend to be very square. It almost just looks like they've put a shipping container on top of scaffolding stilts. So that's the kind of vibe that I'm going for. I have some of this andesite sheet metal that I'm going to use for the walls, and hopefully it comes together quite well. We'll texture up with some blocks of andesite alloy and some blocks of zinc and hope that it sort of pieces together nicely and looks the part. And then I have an idea for the floor that I'm going to try. Yeah, let's get that built and we'll see how it looks. And now with something built up around our little platform, I'm really happy with it. This is the interior that we have. We are going to have the cobblestone generators in this back part right here. I've raised the roof up a little bit to give them a bit more space. I wasn't quite sure if they would be too tall for this area. They may not be, but I think giving them a little bit of extra space makes a bit of sense anyway. And this area in here is going to be what we're going to use to create the concrete. We also have this little conveyor belt going down out the center of the building to give us an idea of where we can put our storage. So I think I want the storage to be down here, disguised as a pile of concrete and concrete powder, and maybe various stones and andesite and just other textures as well. But I really like how this building has turned out. I think it's really, really cool. It gives that kind of industrial feel, and also the scaffolding makes a really sort of lightweight metal build kind of look, and I really like it. I think it looks really, really cool. And if we just have a look at it from the die building, you can see that it does really sort of fit into that area really nicely. I think it fits in with the whole industrial district really well. I think if we have a look on the map, it is a much lighter color, but I think it adds a bit of contrast, and we'll have quite a bit going on in this area as well. Different processing areas, big piles of concrete, some shipping containers, stuff like that. Maybe a little car park so that we can get a van driving in. But overall, I think this is a really, really cool build, and I'm super, super happy with it. And now that we have a building that we're happy with, I think we can start working on our cobblestone generator in the back here. So I've collected up everything that I think I'm going to need, and we are just going to get started. So I want to start over here. I need to leave a couple of blocks gap, I think. And then we just need to build up our vault. Build it up like that, and then we're just going to extend it as far as we can before it becomes a second vault, which is about there. And then I want to see how much space we have. So we do have quite a bit of space, so I'm going to try and centralize it a little bit more. There we go. So now that we have the item vault set up, what we can do is we can get the pumps and the sails set up. There we go. So now we have all the pumps in, and then on top of the pumps, we want to put the fluid tanks. But before we do that, we do need to waterlog all of the pumps. So now that we have the tanks in place, the only thing left to do is to turn this into a contraption and then actually switch it on and get some lava into the tanks. But I have an idea for that, which is why I've brought the 3 buckets of lava. So what we are going to do is we are going to get a item drain hooked up here, and on the outside of this item drain, we are going to get a pump facing out, and then we are going to have some pipes leading in from the item drain out into the tank. And then all we need to do is take our bucket, fill that up, so we have 1 bucket of lava in there, and then we just need to transfer into the tank, and we just need to do that 3 times. So overall, it's not actually that bad. We just need to get some power in here. So obviously with the power being underground, that makes it a little bit more difficult for this building, but I don't think we're going to have too much trouble. I think I want to bring the power in from the back anyway. So probably from around about here, maybe into this back corner right there. So this is probably a good spot to bring the power up into. So we're going to get something set up just to bring some power into the building from up here. And where is our closest source of power? Probably over there. But at this rate, it makes more sense to just bring it directly from the power factory. So we're going to do just that. Let's route some power over and get everything sorted out. Perfect. And now that we have power up here, what we can do is we can grab a shaft and some gearboxes and then get this all hooked up so that we can do our little trick with the lava buckets. So if we rotate that, then we can get that all sorted, and we need this to connect here. So we need another gearbox and a shaft, and then that'll fill that up with 1 bucket worth of lava. Perfect. Then we can just grab this whole setup and move it along. Perfect. Now the next part we need is we need to open up these 2 just like that. So I have a threshold switch, I have my minecart, and I have my cart assembler. I have a rail, and that I think is all I need. So if I put my threshold switch just here, I need to pop a rail on top of it, a minecart on top of that, and then a cart assembler on top of that. Then I need a solid block. Let's use a block of iron. Pop that up there. And then all we need to do is glue all of this together and get a lever on the front, and then we are good to go. There we go. Perfect. So now that is working with no issues. It's breaking everything as it should be, and the water is flowing normally. So we just need to hook up some power to that top row up there, which shouldn't be too difficult with the system that we have. So let's grab a cogwheel, and we can get rid of this, and then get a cogwheel on here like that. And then just one more out the back there. Couple more shafts. Another gearbox. And then we just connect this up with shafts as well. And that is our cobble machine all sorted. So now that we have that sorted, what we can do is we can take 2 lines out from here and start our process of milling down everything that we need to mill down. So I think we're probably just going to use maybe all 9 of these. I haven't actually thought about how we are going to lay this out yet, but let me have a think and we will come back and get it done. And I think for now, a setup like this is going to be able to do the job just fine. So what we have is we have 2 lines coming out of our cobblestone generator storage, which are going to go through crushing wheels to create gravel on this line. And then it will do the same here, and it will go through one more set of crushing wheels to create sand, clay, and flint, which will then be split onto these 2 lines, giving us the flint and clay into this voided 1x2 spruce drawer, and then the rest, which will be only sand, will come out onto this line. So that should cover creating the 2 different components we need to create concrete powder. The only other portion that we need are the dyes. Now, I've been thinking about the dyes for a little while, and I think the best idea that I've had is actually a goods elevator coming in through the side of the building. So you can see that is where I have knocked out this little section of wall just here. This is where we're going to put the goods elevator, and we're going to open up this part of the fence to allow for a little drive-through almost, where a truck can come along and drop off everything that it needs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock out a few bits of the floor here so that we can keep it centered. And I think just 2 lines should be okay. And we're going to get the goods elevator built up. So we do actually need some of this andesite casing. And if I just find the middle block here, so I want this to be our middle block, I think. So we do that, and then we can add 1 on top. And then if we get rid of that one, we can go out from all sides on this one. So we are going to need some more andesite scaffolding, but this is going to be the floor of our goods elevator. And we do want it to stop about here as well. So it's going to go up and connect with everything. So I actually need to get rid of this line here, which is fine. And then we are going to extend this out as well. And it is going to be the whole width of this section, but it's going to come up here and drop off the dyes. So we are going to set up a system where we can pull this up, collect all the dyes, and then drop it back down to the bottom, where it's just going to sit at the bottom until it gets all of the dyes that it needs, or at least until it gets enough that it can be sent off. So I have a little idea for the design of that. Let's go and gather up all the materials that we need, and then we can talk through building it when we have those. Okay, now that we have all of the materials and we have a little platform built up, what we can do is get this all sorted. So what I want to do is just decorate this first. So with that all done and that looking definitely like something that would go up and down in a factory like this as a goods elevator, we can move on to the more technical aspect of what we are doing. So over here is where we need to start thinking about this kind of stuff. So I think I actually want this to be moved down a level, which is fine. So we're going to build everything 1 layer lower, but that is okay because once this moves down, it will stop on the ground anyway. It shouldn't push any further than that. So what we are going to do is we are going to grab our item drains, and we're going to come out 2 blocks from here. So we're going to go just here, and we will need to knock out a little section of this fence. And we are going to create a little setup just like this. So this setup is going to allow us to connect these 2 portable storage interfaces together, as well as pull a truck over and connect up another portable storage interface, which is going to sit just here, so that we are going to be able to transfer items in and out of this system to allow everything to move. So for this, we are going to put on a brass funnel. which we are going to use a list filter to say that only dies can come out of this side. And then obviously the andesite funnel is just going to let everything in, but it will only be dies at that point anyway. So from here, we do have a little bit of actual redstone to do, which I think was probably going to be the most confusing part of this build. So we're going to have a smart observer watching the andesite funnel for any movement that is going on and anytime something enters the andesite funnel. So once we get an output signal from the andesite funnel, that is going to go out into a pulse extender, which we do have just here. So this pulse extender is going to be set to 15 seconds. That's just the best interval that I've found for this distance. It could potentially be different if you're trying to build this yourself, but we are going to get that sorted there. Then we are going to do a sort of cross pattern with our blocks, just like this, and this middle block and this block are going to be empty. And on these blocks, we're going to have redstone links. So we're going to have a redstone link there, a redstone link there, and a redstone link on the top just here. And on this block down here, we are going to put a redstone torch. So this will all make sense once we build up the clutch mechanism for this. But essentially what this is doing is it is detecting when an item is going into the andesite funnel. And at that point, it is going to turn on a clutch, which is going to stop the rope pulley from moving. And then that rope pulley is then going to stop moving the contraption so that it can fill up. That is going to be stopped by this redstone link here, which is then going to turn off the redstone torch and allow the rope pulley to start pulling in the other direction, which isn't going to happen until this portable storage interface and this clutch. Essentially, when this clutch turns off. So that is going to happen after 15 seconds of a delay from the final item going into the funnel. And then this redstone link up here is just going to flip the direction of the rope pulley to pull it back up, and then tell it essentially to flip again so that it can send it back down, and it's just going to stay down here as long as this is in place. So I hope that made sense. It'll make a lot more sense once I actually build the second half of the contraption. But as far as down here goes, this side is done. So I'm going to move up to the top and build the internal system and get it all hooked up from there. Okay, now that we have the top portion done, I've actually realized that this can be much simpler than I thought it was going to be. So we actually only need one redstone link for this to work the way that I think it is supposed to, which makes our life so much easier, because we should now be able to actually get this working just with this setup here. So if I grab 2 redstone links, what we need is one on this block and then one on this block down here, and we can get rid of everything else in the circuit because it's actually not needed anymore. So I actually forgot how to build this initially and went back into my creative test world and realized that I'd made a mistake the first time around, and this makes it so much easier. And there we go, we have a working goods elevator in our concrete factory, ready to bring up all of the dies that we need. So this will be perfect for when we have a truck. It can drive by and drop off any dies that we need to put into the factory, and then it can all go up into our factory through here, which is perfect. And it all comes over to this barrel here, which is going to come out on a line over this way, and then this is going to come out onto this line over here, which will take it down this way. So all we need to do is hook that up and make sure that everything works okay so that we can send it down into our system to get it all mixed up and create it into actual concrete powder. So now that we have a way to get the dies up into the concrete factory, the only thing we are missing is a way to do, well, pretty much everything else in terms of making the concrete. And that is where this absolute mess of belts comes into play. So what we have is we have the sand and the gravel being spit out onto this line here, along with all the dies coming out of this barrel at the end here that have been brought up from the elevator. They're all going to go along this line and be picked up by these basins. The sand and gravel will be picked up in stacks, in full stacks, and then because we'll have every color of dye coming out of this barrel because we're not trying to filter it. At this stage, we are going to have brass funnels with list filters of each color dye on the back of each of these basins to make sure that each basin only ever gets the dye that it needs. The dye is going to run all the way along this line and then all the way along this line. You would think it would go down one of these sides, but we'll get back to these in a second. It's going to run all the way along to this line here, and then go all the way along and get picked up by the necessary basin. If it ends up being something, for example, brown dye in this basin, then the brown dye will come all the way here and be picked up by this basin here. These basins are going to mix up the concrete powder, and these two lines in the middle are our output lines, which is why the basins are all facing onto these lines here. The concrete powder is going to go along here and then be split by these belts into these 4 rows. Now, these 4 rows are going to get washed, and then they are going to be split by these 2 tunnels here onto these lines, which will take them down into our storage area underneath the base. I say underneath the base, it's probably just going to be down there in general. We're going to have some storage drawers disguised as little piles of concrete so that we can see exactly what we are storing. So this should, once this is up and running, be everything that we need in order to manage what we are going to be creating in this factory. And I think I am only going to waterlog these 3 lines so that we still store a little bit of normal concrete powder in case we ever need that for texturing or anything like that. And the reason I'm going to waterlog these 3 is because if I waterlog this one, then every single other line is going to be washed and it is going to be turned into full-on concrete. I'm hoping that with the speed these fans are going at, by the time the concrete reaches the end here, it is going to be washed. If not, we will have to maybe rethink the speed of these belts, possibly. But either way, it should hopefully wash everything that we need it to wash, and then this line will be just concrete powder that is going to be stored down there as well. So I think the most difficult part of this is going to be powering everything. So you can see I have a gearbox here. So these lines should all go to the left. This gearbox will flip that input, causing all of the fans to turn to the right, which is, I think that is the blow setting. And then from there, that gearbox, this encased chain drive also connects to this belt, which will cause these 2 belts to run to the right, which is exactly where we need them to go. A simple gearbox in this corner should cause these to go to the right. And then a couple of encased chain drives on this end here will cause all of these to take everything down. This belt is the one that I am worried about, but I think we're going to try and power that maybe from somewhere over here. We'll try and figure that out. I think this belt's going to be the most difficult because it's in the most awkward spot, but I think we can figure out a way to power it somehow. These belts should be okay to power. We might just need a gearbox in here, which is going to power everything off of this belt. So this belt should take everything to the left if I'm facing the cobblestone generator, which means a gearbox just on this line somewhere in here should turn these 2 belts to the right if I'm facing the cobblestone generator. And then we can take an input from this belt over here, which again should be turned into the left, with a simple 2 gearboxes here to invert and then re-invert the signal should take this over down towards the tunnels. And then likewise we can use encased chain drives over here to get everything to link up properly. So I'm hoping that that all works. I'm going to try and get that all fixed up and get all the belts working. If I have to make any modifications, I'll pop back and tell you guys, but I think that should be everything that we need. Then we can waterlog the belts, get some mixers on. I have the Create Factory creating up a bunch of whisks for us. And then hopefully that should be the concrete factory done. And then we can have a look at getting it to actually work by putting in some crushing wheels and some funnels, just to make sure that everything can operate as expected. We'll also get a couple of threshold switches down at the bottom to power these funnels in case we don't need any more concrete. Or we can just have a clutch on the line somewhere to power everything off when we need it to be off. We'll have a think about that in a minute as well. But I'm going to try and get all of these belts running, see if I can manage it. and especially see if I can figure this belt out, because just while recording this, I realized there isn't actually a way to power this belt. Unless we power off of this belt. That seems like the most reasonable scenario, so let's try that. I'll come back to you guys when the belts are all working. Okay, now that we have all of the belts going in the right direction, everywhere is powered. I've had to make a little modification to this back belt here, but everything should be working just fine now. So we have our washing station, we have our output, we have our input lines to the mixers. Everything should be in order. We have our split with our gravel, our sand, and our different dyes. Everything should be going quite smoothly. We just have to hope that it actually works. So what I'm going to do is waterlog these belts, and then we are going to get some crushing wheels and give this a little test. Okay, it is time for the moment of truth. I have added all of the mixers, and I have made sure that everything is in place correctly. All we need to do is add this shaft back and everything should work. Actually, I had just realized that we had no power to the mixers, but now we do. We have hooked everything up. Everything should be working. We've filtered all of the basins to make sure they're making the right concrete powder. We have also added filters to all of these systems to make sure that they are collecting the right concrete powder dye. So all we need to do is get some dye into the system and give it a quick test. So the way I'm going to do that is we are going to turn on our machine. We are going to turn off the cobblestone and gravel generation. Then we are going to go and grab some white dye and some green dye. And the reason I want to check white and green is because they are the two ends of the rows. So white will be the first color to be picked up. So I just want to test, can it be picked up passing this funnel? And then green is all the way at the end. So I just need to check, does it go past all of these and not get picked up? End up over here and on this line? And does it go all the way to the end and get picked up by this one at the end here? Is there anywhere that it gets caught? Is there anything that happens? Does the washing interfere with the dye at all? I just need to figure that out with a little bit of troubleshooting. These lines should be moving fast enough for the washing not to affect it, but we'll find out. So I'm going to go and grab some white and some green dye, then we are going to give everything a go. Okay, the dye is in the system. All we need to do is turn this on, and then there goes the green dye. The white dye has been picked up. Green dye has been picked up. And where has it been picked up is my question. It has been picked up at the end. So that does work correctly, and the white dye is in the right place. So now we just need to wait for the sand and the gravel to kick in correctly. And I have just realized a big problem with our setup here, specifically for gravel. So I'm going to go and turn everything off, and then we are going to troubleshoot that. Okay, and with one more little tweak, I think we have this figured out. I think we have a pretty fair system going on for the rest of the concrete types. We just need to figure out a way to get the sand and the gravel to not back up all the way to here. But I think for now we can call this half of the build done. It has a little bit of tweaks that need doing to get everything sorted and working properly and, you know, going with full efficiency, but it's nothing that we cannot solve. However, I want to get the storage room set up, and this episode is already getting very late, so I want to get it out to you guys. And the build does work. I'm really happy with it. It just needs a little bit of manual input, which I know isn't ideal, but we are going to fix it. Don't worry. We still have a way to get all of our concrete for next episode. So this is still a big step forward, and it still means we are on track. So don't worry. And I think to get everything into the storage, what I want is something that looks like a big pile of concrete just at the bottom here, which is essentially going to act as a cover for our storage. So I just want a big sort of varied block of loads of different colors of concrete that looks like it's all piling up into the one area to make it just a big pile of unused concrete falling at the bottom here, and I think that would look quite cool. Then down here, we are going to have drawer controller slaves on these blocks there, with some brass funnels to let in, or actually some andesite funnels just on the front there to get everything into the storage system. Then we are going to hook everything up underneath to make sure that it all hooks up properly. And I think for now, that actually looks pretty good. I think there's definitely something about this definitely looks like a big old unused pile of concrete powder, which is really cool. So my idea for the storage is that there are going to be little piles of concrete dotted around this yard, and each pile is going to represent a different color. And it's all going to be connected to the same storage interface, but each color is going to have a drawer corresponding to its own dye, or its own concrete based on its color. So I think it's going to be really cool. I really can't wait to get everything set up. They're all just going to be quite small. This is probably going to be the biggest pile of concrete that we have, but that kind of makes sense for what we're doing, because all of the concrete is getting rushed down these lines into this big pile, and we're just going to have little stacks here and there of all the different types, and then maybe a forklift or two along the yard somewhere just to make it feel a little bit more useful, some shipping containers underneath, and I think it's all going to come together really well. So let me go and grab up a bunch of the different types of concrete powder so that we can get everything on the go, get all the piles created, and then we can start hooking up the storage interface from there. And now that we have all of the pieces that we need in order to get this going, all I'm going to do is pop some holes in the ground where I think these might be, just like that. Perfect. And now that we have all of those laid out, what I want to do is grab some colors so that we can fill these up. And with a little bit of decorating and the addition of another little forklift in one of our factories, just like the one over by our metal and crate factory, I think this concrete yard is looking really, really good. So underneath the concrete factory, what we have is just some shipping containers and a few things to sort of liven up the area, make it all seem a little bit more used and lived in and like a full infrastructure. And I'm really happy with it. The forklift makes all of the piles make a lot more sense, and I could not be happier with how this build has turned out. So let's go and turn it on so we can get a little bit more movement going on in our factory. And then hopefully that will be the concrete factory done. So if we turn this on, and now that we have a little bit more movement and some concrete on the lines waiting to go into storage, we can say that this factory is done. I'm super happy with the way that it's turned out. I'm super happy with the way that the yard looks. Everything about this build, just, it looks good. I like it. I'm really happy with how far we have taken this build and what we were able to engineer up there. I know it needs a few little tweaks, but it does put us one step closer to being able to farm those emeralds. So, speaking of farming emeralds, that is going to be our plan for next episode. We have all of the dyes that we need, we have the space that we need, we have an idea, and we have all of the concrete that we need to be able to build our little building. So I'm super excited. I cannot wait for you guys to see that, and I really, really hope that the emerald farm I've designed actually works well. I've done a little bit of testing in a creative world and it seems to work fairly decent. It's not massively efficient, but it's also not the least efficient farm I've built. So I think it's going to be worth our time to build regardless. And until we get a fully fledged raid farm set up in that village over there, it's going to be our best shot of getting loads of emeralds for upgrading our storage system. And with all that being said, I really hope you guys enjoyed this episode, and I hope you guys will enjoy the next episode. If you haven't already subscribed, you should, because we are going to be doing a lot of things in this industrial district. We have a lot more to come. I have a lot of really cool ideas that I cannot wait to show you guys, and I think it's going to be really, really cool to see this place evolve. It's really filling out with different builds and different factories, all generating us different stuff, and overall I think this is going to be a really, really cool place, and it's also going to be a really, really cool series of episodes that I have planned. So I hope you guys are enjoying, and I hope you guys want to stick around for a little bit more. If you guys want to help support the channel any further, feel absolutely no obligation to do so. This is just a little suggestion for anybody who wants to go an extra step or support the channel in any other ways. But I do have a Patreon that I've set up. The link is down in the description if you do want to help out in any way to keep these videos alive. That would be really, really appreciated. And obviously there is no obligation whatsoever to do that, but if you do feel like it is something that you want to do, please feel free. The link is just down in the description below. Other than that, I really do hope you guys have enjoyed this episode. Seeing all the support on the previous episodes has been really, really nice, from everybody leaving comments or liking the video or even just viewing the video, and everybody keeping up with the channel as a whole. It means a whole lot. So I really, really appreciate you guys. I hope you guys are enjoying the series. I'll see you guys in the next episode. Bye. The worst thing about recording intro cinematics is the cleanup when I do something stupid like show off my netherite armor. Last episode we created a multicolored concrete powder farm, which is going to gather up all of our gravel and sand while separating out the flint and the clay, take the dyes from our dye factory from the previous episode and combine it all together to make any color of concrete powder that we need. This farm is also going to send that concrete powder down some waterlogged belts to get washed into full concrete blocks while preserving a little bit of that powder so we can store up both. We also surrounded it in an amazing storage container like factory build that is different from anything we have built on this world before, and we filled the courtyard with all the different piles of colored concrete powder that we are going to be storing, which is going to act as our storage system for this factory. And this episode we are going to be using this concrete to build our emerald farm, which is what we have been building towards for a couple of episodes now. And I have to say, I did start recording this episode a few days ago and I only got a few clips, but I changed this whole system up. I haven't completed the system to get the dye up into the factory yet, but I did change this so that it matches the YouTube short that I put out a few days ago, just to make it a little bit more efficient. So essentially what I did was I created this little system that just pulses the gravel, the sand, and the dye individually rather than it all being automatic. So it has become a semi-automatic farm. I have also color-coded the belts, so blue is for output, yellow is for input, and it just makes everything a little bit easier to follow. But like I said, we are going to be doing work on our emerald farm today. I have a little bit of a design over in a creative test world that I'm going to show you guys in a little bit. But for now, I want to go over and prepare the pillager tower before we get that sorted. So I will see you guys over at the pillager tower. We have a couple of things to do over there. I just need to gather up a mega torch. So for a mega torch, what we need is 3 normal torches, 2 diamonds, 2 logs of some kind, and 2 gold blocks. Well, that's easy for us to gather up. We have a gold farm, we have some diamonds, and everything else we can grab from our storage area back in Iron Reach Valley. So let me gather up all that stuff, and then I will get that created and see you guys over at the pillager tower. So now that we are over at the pillager tower, and I have been ravaged by a couple of pillagers and shot in the eye, ow, we have one little thing to do before we can start making this farm, and that is to dig straight down the middle of the pillager farm all the way down to bedrock. Just need to deal with a couple of bad guys first. Ow. Apparently, they're trying to deal with me as well. This isn't going to go well. Ow. Okay, so now that we have that sorted, all we need to do is dig down to bedrock. And also, we need to make sure that we have some cobblestone on us to fill in any gaps that we're going to find along the way, which we are going to find some, like this one here. We just need to fill this in all the way just to make sure that we can actually get back out. And we are back up at the top. So we can actually seal that back off because we don't need to go down there anymore. And oh, the train's coming in. That's really cool. I've never seen it from this angle. I kind of like it. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to remove the whole top of this pillager tower. So let's get to work on that. We just need to remove this entire canopy and then we should leave it as just this floor. And just while I'm demolishing the final few blocks of the top of this pillager tower, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who has been supporting the channel recently, from commenting on any of the videos, leaving a like, watching the shorts, or even just having the videos on in the background. It means so much. And if you haven't already, if you want to subscribe, feel free. There's absolutely no pressure to do it, but if you're enjoying the videos, then why not? You'll be able to see more of them and you'll be able to get notified whenever I upload. But with that being said, we now have everything in place to start building our emerald farm. We have a nice clear pillager tower that is free from a roof and everything like that. And I think we are actually going to demolish the rest of the pillager tower at some point. I'm going to need to move it, but for now, this is going to work absolutely fine. There is no need to worry about that right now. So let's have a look at this emerald farm. I have it in a creative testing world. I will go over it and explain it over there, and then I'll bring the schematic over here to get it built. So we are now over in a creative copy of the world, which gives us the exact same pillager tower in the exact same coordinates. You can see that we are where our industrial district should be. However, this creative world does not have that in it. But let me show you the emerald farm that I've been working on. So this is the emerald farm here. Ignore that, that was just a test. So this is the emerald farm here. It's very similar to if you've ever seen Foxy No Tails create season 2, I think, possibly season 1. His create farm was pretty much this design. I just doubled it up and made it a little bit shorter per sort of chunk. And essentially I'm using the same sort of mechanic. So it's fans blowing all of the pillagers into the middle block. They should eventually fall down to the bottom there, and you can see they land on a warp plate. So that warp plate then teleports them down to the bottom, which is down here, which then you can see they teleport in and they get killed by this deployer here, and all of their emeralds and XP get stored up in these drawers just here. And this is essentially the premise that we are going to be working off of. So unfortunately, this will not give us Bad Omen. I have checked. We will collect the banners, but we just won't unfortunately be able to get Bad Omen given that we are in 1.20. And Bad Omen bottles are not a thing yet. We have a filter system at the back just to get rid of any of the crossbows that we get, because even if we get a really good enchanted one, it really doesn't bother me. I don't mind losing them. Same with the backpacks, like I don't need them that badly. So this is the general idea of the farm that we are going to be using here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this schematic into the world, and we are going to work on getting this built up using the schematic cannon, and then from there we will get our build around it, which I'm super excited for. This is the exact height that they're going to be sitting at as well. And you can see why I wanted to get rid of the top of the pillager tower, because I believe this block sits maybe 3 blocks above where the top of the tower would be, and it would just look awkward. I have gotten rid of the full pillager tower in this creative world, but I think I want to incorporate the tower somehow into the build. So I just want to move it over a little bit, maybe to this patch here, level this out and build something up, because I have a really, really cool idea for how this can look. So I'm super excited to get that done. Let's hop back over into the regular world, and we will get that placed. Okay, now that we're back over in our hardcore world, I've set up the schematic so that we can start positioning it where we want. So I want pretty much the middle of the two farms to line up with the center block of the pillager tower. And then we have some gunpowder for the schematic cannon, and we have an empty clipboard on us so we can gather up all the materials. This is going to be a very, very big gathering session. And I think we're actually going to have to make a lot of the components because we won't have enough on us. But with that being said, let's load this up, get this in position, and then see what materials we actually need. Perfect. Now, with this in place, we should be able to get it all built. So let us pop the schematic in the schematic cannon. And let me just grab a clipboard so that we can gather up all of our materials. So if I put a clipboard in there, this should show us exactly what we need to get this started. So we need 566 copycat panels, 560 chain drives, a lot of glass, a lot of grass, some nozzles, some shafts, and 2 warp plates. So it's actually less than I expected. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to gather all of this up, and I will come back when we are ready to get started. Okay, and now with everything collected and everything ticked off, hopefully if we put this back in, we should get back a fully checked off or empty list. Yep, nothing extra needs to be done for this. So what we can do is we can put our gunpowder in and then get it started. So if we pop our gunpowder in here, then all we have to do is check the settings and just make sure that we don't have anything that we shouldn't. Perfect. That's all good. And then we can hit play. Awesome. So that is going to start building up our emerald farm. So what I want to do while this is going on is I want to make some changes to our pillager tower. So essentially I want to build it out so it looks slightly different, and I think I want to build it over there. So we might actually just build what I want to build a little bit over, and then we'll just get rid of the pillager tower when we're done. But that is going to mean going and gathering up a few materials that we're going to need, and possibly some that we don't actually have much of. We're not going to keep it the same because that would be very boring, so we are going to custom build ourselves a little tower. It might be a little bit shorter than the pillager tower, but it's essentially going to be where the kill chamber and our storage is going to be for this farm. So let's get that sorted, and then we can go from there. But before we get on to actually building our little tower, we need to know how tall that tower is going to be, which I actually didn't think of a minute ago. So what we need to do is we need to finish the emerald farm build first. Thankfully, we do have all of the white concrete that we need, and we pretty much have everything that we are going to need to build that, apart from the bottom, which I'm going to have to gather up some resources afterwards. But I feel like it would be a well-served time lapse to build the emerald farm. So let's jump in, get that built, and then we can see where we're going from there. So while this time lapse is going on, I thought I would have a chat to you guys about this episode as a whole, what we're building, and why it's taken so long to come out. So essentially what we are building is an airship. I will explain this a little bit later on in the episode, and I'll go over the kind of inspiration that I wanted to use for this build. And up until now, I've kind of been a little bit quiet on what I'm building specifically, but I do go over it in a couple minutes time. So I'm fine saying we're building an airship. I'm really happy with how it turned out. And yeah, essentially this episode has taken a while to come out. The reason for that has just been a lot of things have been going on in my life, and it's essentially caused me to have absolutely no time to do any of this kind of stuff, like editing, recording clips or stuff like that. I mean, this time lapse and a couple of the clips beforehand, demolishing the pillager tower and everything, was recorded nearly 3 weeks after I showed you guys the emerald farm in the creative test world. So I recorded a little bit of the episode, and then essentially things just went majorly wrong. Nothing sort of serious. It was just all loads of little things that took my time away from being able to do stuff like this. Loads of things to do with like car repairs, house repairs, anything like that. Things just started creeping up. A lot of stuff to do with work, and yeah, things just piled up. One specific thing I did want to talk about is that this is not the only time lapse that you guys are going to see in this episode, and that is because I finally got my replay mod working, and I'm super happy with how it turned out. There's still a few tweaks that I can do to it. There's still a couple of things that aren't working quite right, but for the most part, replay mod is working, and I was so excited to use it that I feel like I've slightly overused it in this episode, but you know what? I'm happy with it either way, and I hope you guys are as well. So I will just let you sit back, relax, enjoy the rest of this time lapse, and enjoy any other time lapses you guys see in this episode, and I hope you guys enjoy. And now that we have that done, and the inside of this sphere is all mob proof and everything, we have a full setup for our emerald farm. But what we're going to work on now is the little underneath part of this build, which is going to lead nicely into the tower that we're going to build. So let's crack on with that. And for this build, I think we are going to need a bunch of different types of wood. So I want to use a little bit of stripped oak. I'm not quite sure how much, but we'll definitely have some. So I want some stripped oak, and I think we're going to want some stripped dark oak as well, and maybe some dark oak planks and some regular dark oak also. And then we definitely want a bunch of spruce. And then I think the only other thing we need to do is turn this on for a little bit so we can get some stripped spruce. And now that we have gathered up all of those materials and we have a significant chunk of stripped woods, normal woods, mangrove wood, and a couple of terracotta colors, as well as some packed mud, we are more than capable of building up our little tower. So I'm over here because the first thing I want to do is find out where we're going to build it. So this block is the center point, or what should be the center point of the farm. But you can see just from looking above me that it's not the center point of the build. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab some grass blocks and I'm going to pillar out until I get to the center block or blocks of the build, which should be, actually, I think this is roughly, these 2 blocks are close enough to be in the center. So the center of the farm is 1 block offset from the center of the build, and it is a 2 block center, which is very unfortunate. I don't really like working with 2 block centers, but I don't think we have much of a choice with the shape that I've gone for. So where we are going to start is just a little bit offset from where we actually want to build the tower. So I want to grab some spruce logs, some mangrove logs, and some stripped dark oak logs, I think. And then we will grab some packed mud and some terracotta as well. And then we are just going to build this up. So we want some spruce logs out here. So it's a 2 block center. So we just want to build this up like this. I think we kind of want to go maybe about that big. And then I think we're going to go for kind of a circle shape on this build, but nothing too extravagant. So I kind of just want a little bit of a circular sort of shape. So we're going to go out a little bit, and then this is 6. And then once we have stripped all of those logs as well, what we are going to do is just start building up from here. So we're going to have quite tall edges with this block, and we're going to bulk out the edges as well, just because we don't want this to look too thin. We definitely don't want this. There we go, like that. And then what we're going to do is strip all of these as well. And unfortunately, we do get this bark now, which is a little bit annoying, I have to say, but it's fine. So we want to take that up like that. And I think we're probably going to want these sort of supports along the front as well, maybe? There we go. And then we are just going to get all of this stripped up as well. So I think we are just going to sort of follow this theme all the way around and try and get a nice uniform sort of support structure along the bottom, and then we can build in from there. So I will come back to you guys when that is done. And I think something just along these lines, I know it's very short, but that is fine. I think you guys can see what I'm kind of going for, and if you can't, there's a lot of inspiration from the Zeppelin towers outside of Orgrimmar in World of Warcraft. So I know that it's very short, very stumpy, and it's not fully realized at the moment, but this is kind of what I'm going for. There's going to be some windows, a little bit more depth, but then that is going to be the base of our tower, and that's actually going to be where we are going to collect our emeralds from. So this is going to be our collection point down here. We still have a little bit to add to the actual airship, so let's finish off this little tower, and then we can get the collection point set up so this farm can run while we are finishing the bottom of the Zeppelin, which is definitely going to be the hardest part of this build. I have no idea how to build a Zeppelin at all. So the first thing I want to do is I want to come into the tower over here, and we are going to set up a little place for us to be able to build our collection system. So the collection system is going to be relatively simple. It's just going to be a lot of glass and some mangrove planks, and that's pretty much going to be the design factor of our collection system. So I think I want it to all sort of happen on this layer here. So we do need some of these parts as well. We need a deployer. We'll put the deployer there. And this deployer is going to hold on to a diamond sword that I've just enchanted up. So we have sharpness 4, fire aspect 2, unbreaking 3, and looting 3. So we got a really, really good enchantment off of this, and then we added looting 3 as well. And then we are going to grab ourselves some encased fans, and they're going to go on the other side. So they're going to go just here facing in. So again, we just want a little bit of space on the end to give us our chain drives. Then what we're going to do is we are going to grab our warp plate and stick that right on the middle here. And I think I actually want to extend this out by 1 more block, just like that. And we're going to put the warp plate there. So what we're going to do is we are going to grab this attuned shard, and then we're going to grab another flint, and we're going to pop that in there. We just need some warp dust to make another attuned shard. So we will grab the attuned shards out of those ones up the top, and essentially we will put these ones in to say that anybody who steps on the warp plates up here are going to teleport down into here. So now that we have that done, we can grab ourselves some smart chutes, and we do need to move them. So I want a smart chute underneath here and a smart chute right about here. So I do want 2 set up, and I do need to grab that sword because we are going to need a list filter when we get one to prevent the sword coming out. So this is going to pick up everything except the sword itself. So now from here, the only thing left to actually do is to get the power set up to this bit and to get storage set up. So I think I want storage over in this corner over here. So we're going to have spruce trim and some spruce drawers. So I want the spruce trim along the bottom here. And then we want our spruce drawers up here. So we're going to go 6 for now. And then I want this one out the back to have a funnel coming out of it. And we're going to put a lava bucket in there just so that it can void off all the unnecessary items, specifically things like the crossbows or any arrows or anything that may drop. Basically anything that isn't emeralds or banners. We have 6 just for any accidental overflow, but mainly we are just going to be using 2 of these. So I'm actually super excited for this. I think it's going to be really cool. I think it's a really, really cool use of the space as well. I really wanted to get something like this into the world, and we still have a lot of detailing to do here. So what I'm going to do just for now is pop up into here and get the attuned shards put in where they need to go. So the first one we want to do is this one here. So we're just going to get a little space here. Grab one of the shards. Grab some glass as well. There we go. So that warp plate is now attuned to the warp plate at the bottom. So anybody or any pillager who walks on that warp plate is going to teleport down into the tower. And you can already see exactly how our design is going to work. All of the pillagers are teleporting onto this platform here. And essentially, if we just swing and kill them all, we are going to drop loads and loads of emeralds. And they will never teleport away because we've not attuned this warp plate to anything. And with that final little bit done, we have connected up all of the storage. The last thing we need to do is turn this on. So how we are going to do that is we are going to pop underneath our area over here, and we're going to head all the way over underneath our power plant, and we just have one shaft to connect up before our collection system is all done. So all we need to do is add a shaft into that gap there, and our power should be going to our collection system. And there we go. We have a fully working system. So it does seem to be going a little bit slow. I'm not 100% sure why. We might need a rotational speed controller. But for now, this will do. It should push all of the pillagers onto this chute here. And that just means that they will all funnel down onto this plate, move over, and they should be 1 block too far over to be able to destroy this plate as well, which is good. That's exactly what we need. So the next thing I want to do is to power this so that we can actually get it running. So the first thing I need to do is get myself back up into the giant sphere in the sky, which I keep calling an airship, but I suppose until it actually looks like an airship, it's not an airship. So we are going to make our way up into the big sphere up in the sky so that we can follow the track down. So the plan is just to grab this shaft and send it as far down as we can, as close to the ground as we can sort of get it. Then we can actually leave up here for now. We will come back in a minute, but now we just need to run this into the floor and then over to the power station. And with a couple of little tweaks and my audio turned all the way to the bottom because these warp plates have the nether portal teleportation sound every time a mob uses one. So it is just have a quick listen. It's just ridiculous to listen to. But as you can see, our emerald farm is working perfectly. We have nearly 200 emeralds and it's only been running for a couple of minutes. It's barely going. And look how fast it is. I love it. I'm so happy that we finally finished the functional part of our emerald farm. We do get a couple of losses, which I think I want to sort out with another couple of smart tubes down here, but that can all wait until later. We are getting a good amount of XP as well from this. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to upgrade each of these with 3 templates and the banner with 1, and the rest are pretty much just going to be overflow drawers. So while this is chugging away and getting us loads and loads of emeralds, what we are going to do is work on styling out our airship, making it look good and making it fit into the terrain a little bit, because I do want to do some sort of terraforming to our little mound that we have the tower on, just because I think at the moment it looks very, very bland and boring, and it just sort of looks like a tower that's been placed next to a big sphere. And even when we add the airship, there's not going to be a lot of context as to what's around here. So I want to add in some sand, some gravel, some different textures, some concrete powders, maybe some path blocks, some sandstone, stuff like that, just to make this a little bit more sort of run down and deserty. And then we are going to style up our airship, make it look a little bit more steampunky, and hopefully that will be fantastic. Look at how many emeralds we are getting already. So this does require a data pack if you wanted to run this. If you wanted to use this farm, you would need to get the data pack that allows pillagers to drop emeralds, but that data pack is very, very easy to install. It's available on CurseForge, and it really doesn't change the gameplay all that much. But for the create mod, it's very, very useful to have multiple different sources of farms. So obviously you can make a raid farm out of create, but raid farms are a little bit more complicated. This is far, far simpler. So I'm really, really happy with this design. I'm really, really happy with how it's come out. So let's have a think about how we can style this airship, and then let's get something built up. I want to go for steampunk. I want to go for lots and lots of dark colors, dark wood, a little ship underneath, and I want to connect it to our tower. I also want to get the tower set up in a way that it looks a little bit more run down, a little bit more heavily used, and hopefully while that is running, we will rack up a lot of emeralds and a lot of XP, which is fantastic. I'm super excited. I'm so glad that this farm is done. Now with the airship built, I know I said I was going to do the landscape around the tower, but I thought I would leave that just a little bit because I really wanted to get the airship in place, and I think it looks really, really cool. It's my first time ever building a ship of any kind in Minecraft, so, you know, I know it's not the best looking ship in the world, and I know it could use some work. It's a little bit chunky on the bottom, and it's way bigger than I thought it was going to be. I was really hoping for a little bit of a gap underneath, but obviously that's not happening. And we have added in a couple of little bits. You could see in the time lapse that unfortunately I paused the time lapse a couple of times and had to go back and redo it. And essentially it kind of had a couple of little jump cuts to already finished pieces that we were time lapsing. But I think the overall structure looks really, really cool, and I can't wait to get the final piece in. And the first little detail that I want to work on is right here at the back of the build. So you can see that we have this sort of interesting cross section at the back, which looks like it's holding something on. And I want it to be holding on a big propeller. This square might be the best place to put it. And then if we just pop it in like that, there we go. So that gives us the perfect way to start this out. So I think the middle is definitely going to be stripped dark oak. So I definitely want this to come out at least another one like that. Then we can kind of go from there in terms of how far out we do want it to go. So I think we can get on top of this, and I think one might be enough. So if we can imagine a propeller sticking out of the back here, I think one block might be enough. And from these sorts of angles, you won't really be able to tell that it's off center anyway, which should be fine. I just wish there was a way to use all 4 of those blocks without using 4 individual windmill bearings, because that can get a little bit messy. So one should be enough. So if we fly on back down to here, we can start building out the actual shape of what we want the propeller to look like. And I think I want to use spruce wood for this because it's a little bit different in tone to the dark oak, but it still fits the sort of really dark wood aesthetic that I want to go for. So we're going to need quite a few of these. So I think we want the first one to come out of here. So we can maybe do that. So go up 5. So what does that look like so far? That's going to look like quite a steep upward curve, which is fine. That's kind of what we're going for. Then I want up 1. Then we can start kind of going along the way, just like that. And then how does that look? Oh, that looks propeller-ish. I quite like that. Yeah, okay. We're gonna keep this shape, and we'll fill it up with the inside, which is going to be made of sanded diorite and wool, and maybe a little bit of white concrete powder. But it's going to be sort of fitting the aesthetic of the white, and then we'll keep this shape for the most part. So let's see how it looks when it's all put together. And with some of the sanded diorite in, I think this is the shape that we want to go for. So I want 4 of these all coming out and pointing in the different directions, and I want to try and keep this shape as much as possible. But I think it looks really good. I like it, so I'm going to replicate it around the 4 axes of this shape, and then we will get that going from there. And with that done, and it being the slightest little bit off center, which is really going to bug me, but I'm just hoping I don't pay too much attention to it, all we have to do is turn it on. I am so happy with how this has turned out. Even with it being a little bit off center, like, it doesn't even bother me. I can hardly tell from this angle, and it looks so cool. It adds so much to the build. Just that little bit of movement. And it's going so slow because of how little wool we have on it, that it just makes it seem like it's supposed to be stationary, like that's its idle speed. And I think this works so well. I'm super happy with how this has turned out. Now the next thing that I want to work on is going to be around the base of the tower, just making it look a little bit nicer. So I think the first thing we're going to do is get a bunch of the different variations of sand right around the edge of this tower. So we are going to have to double up some layers underneath, just because obviously sand is going to fall if it doesn't have anything supporting it underneath it. But for the most part, we're just going to go around the tower, clear out at least a 1 block gap, and fill it with some different types of sand. And I haven't really given any thought to the overall lore of the tower in particular. So if anybody has any ideas for the kind of lore they want to add into the world as to why the tower's here or what its purpose might be, feel free to pop that down in the comments and we can have a read of them in the next episode, see what we feel is the best lore for the tower. So I just want to fill this out with some more red sand. Then we can move on to some lush red sand for a little bit further out. So let me just grab a water bucket quickly so that I can really quickly just get rid of all of the vegetation and stuff that's growing around here. I have to say that is the one annoying thing about the immersive weathering mod, is that it grows all of these really annoying weeds and stuff just everywhere, and there's no way to get rid of it apart from a bucket. And sometimes you don't really want to be dealing with that, you know? But let's replace some of this around here with some of the normal lush red sand, and we can go around the tower as well, stretching out just underneath the airship. The next thing I want to do is I've added a little bit of wet sand around the base of the tower. So we are also going to sort of surround the base of the airship itself with some wet sand, just to give it a little bit of shadow as well. And we're going to take that out pretty much as far as the airship would cover, because I think it would really add some quite cool shadows to the overall sand that wouldn't necessarily be there otherwise. So while I was doing the landscaping, I must say I'm not 100% happy with it, and I did get a little bit carried away in terms of how large I went without showing you guys an update. So let me just show you guys right now what we have built. So this is our little landscaped area. You can see why I'm not entirely happy with it. The wet sand into the desert sand, it just isn't as smooth of a transition as it looks in the UI of the mason table, and I didn't know how to reintegrate it into the land, so I just did path blocks, and then the red looks a little bit off. So overall, I'm just not 100% happy with how this area has turned out. I think if it was bigger and there were more patches of similar colored sand, it would be a little bit nicer, but yeah, as it is, it's not very good. So we are going to be working on this again in the future. And where we're going to be working on that is on my Twitch channel. So if you guys want to have a look at that in the description below, twitch.tv/necessarilypurple. We will be doing a stream very shortly on landscaping pretty much most of the industrial district. I'll be trying to work as hard as I can, getting a pretty good gradient going around that and around the buildings and everything. So I hope you guys will check that out. I hope you guys will enjoy it as well if you do come by and say hello. But for now, I think we have done a fantastic job overall with this build. I'm really happy, excluding the landscaping, I'm really, really happy with how this has turned out. I will sort out that line of dirt. I'm going to replace that with some sand because that's getting on my nerves as well. But I'm really, really happy with how the airship overall has turned out. I need to cover this up or something, but I'm super happy with how this has turned out. I really like it. I think it's an amazing way to integrate the pillagers into the build with their color scheme and everything, and I'm really happy that we have the emerald farm set up. And with that being said, I hope you guys did enjoy this episode, and I hope you guys enjoy this build. I just wanted to say before the episode ended that I know that this episode is very, very late. There's been a massive delay in my uploading recently. Work has been so busy over the last few weeks. It's been insane. I've had so much to do outside of work as well, with working on different cars at home and just trying to fix a lot of things. So I hope you guys can bear with me. My upload schedule will get back on track for the next few weeks, and I do have some really, really cool plans for the next few episodes, and I can't wait to show you guys. So I'm super excited. I hope you guys enjoyed this build. If you did, please drop a like on the video. Comment what you like about this build and how you think I could improve it. And also, if you are enjoying the series as a whole, if you would consider subscribing, that would be much appreciated. I am trying to hit 1,000 subscribers, and we are very, very close. So if you guys can help me out in any way, I would really appreciate it. But either way, thank you guys for watching. If you are interested in the Twitch stream, head on over. There is a link in the description, as well as a link in the description to my Patreon if you guys want to support outside of the channel in any way. We do have free membership options, as well as a wide variety of membership options with loads of different benefits that come with them. So if that's something that interests you, fire on over. But I will see you guys in the next one. You guys have been awesome. Peace. Look at me. I am the captain now. Last episode, we built a desert tower inspired by World of Warcraft, and we parked a Zeppelin in front of it. Inside of that Zeppelin, we built a super efficient emerald farm, which takes pillagers spawning from a pillager outpost and sends them into a killing chamber, gathering up emeralds and tons of XP. We also decorated the ground around it to make it a little bit more sandy and deserty. We also got our first chance to use a little bit of the replay mod, which I was super excited for. And this episode, we are going to be using that XP generated from the emerald farm to create our next major build. I also just wanted to start this episode off showing off the new Christmas skin that we have. I know this video is coming out after Christmas, but I hope everybody had a really good Christmas, is enjoying the holidays, and had a great new year. So, happy new year to everybody. I hope this is a fantastic year for the series and for the channel as a whole. I hope you all have a great new year, and I hope you all had a really good Christmas. I've been doing a lot of mainly thinking over the holidays. I didn't want to spend too much time playing Minecraft or coming on the world too much, just because I thought holidays should be spent relaxing, doing something a little bit, less taxing on your brain, and you shouldn't have to think too much. It should just be about spending time with family, having some great Christmas sweets, and just generally enjoying everybody's company, the food, and everything else. So, with that aside, we are now back on the world in between Christmas and New Year. We have our emerald farm over here, the Zeppelin, parked next to the little tower, and we are actually going to be using that this episode to get part of our next major project done. So specifically, we're going to be using the XP. The emeralds are going to be used in the storage facility over there. The XP, however, is going to help us to our next major goal, which, again, a common theme. I'm not actually going to tell you what that goal is, but I'm super excited for it, and I think it's going to be a really fun episode to film. And I can't wait to release that one. It will be next episode that we will be getting to that bit. But this episode, I want to focus on one thing. And that one thing is turning all of this XP into hyper experience. And to get hyper experience, we need to combine glow ink sacs, lapis, and XP all over a superheated blaze burner in a mixer, and that creates liquid hyper experience. And liquid hyper experience has one major use in the create mod, and that is for the create enchantment add-on. That lets you create enchantments that are actually a higher level than the highest possible level available in Minecraft. For example, you're able to get sharpness 6, unbreaking 4, protection 5. You can get anything that is not available in regular Minecraft through hyper XP enchanting using blazes. That is our main goal for this episode, is getting an enchantment industry created so that we can get some really sick, powerful enchantments on all of our gear. Specifically, our sword, our bow, and our armor. And there is a very good reason for why we need those particular things, which we will get onto next episode. So if we head on over to the industrial district and hop into the free cam, we can see that we actually don't have a lot of available space to build this except this sort of central area here. Now, this would be a really good place to build it. I think this might be where we place it. We do want to start getting a little bit more dense in the industrial district. Everything is very spread out and on the edges, and while I do quite like that, it's not fully what I want to do. So we are going to put it here. It is going to overlap the power plant, and it is going to have a really cool look to it, I hope. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to gather up a bunch of stone, get a platform in place, and figure out how big we want to make the building. And there we go. Now that we have the platform set up, we are in a position where we can start planning out the actual building, think of a floor plan, think of where everything is going to go, and think about how we're going to transfer the XP from over in the emerald farm to our XP enchanting industry. So the first thing I want to do is I need to think about a floor plan for this building, think about where I want each part to be, where I want the main enchanting to be, and then where I want the different farms to be, because we need to collect up all the XP, try and farm some lapis. We might need to get an add-on for that, but we definitely need to farm up some lapis, and then we need to take them and combine them into hyper experience. So I think that is going to need the 2 wings on the side, and the enchanting is going to be done in the middle. So that is the overall plan for this build. We just need to come up with a floor plan. Okay, so with a little bit of research and installing one more add-on, which is the Create More Automations add-on, we can actually craft or automate lapis by crushing scoria. We get a 60% chance of lapis, which is just over half, which isn't too bad. It does mean that it's about half as efficient as I'd like it to be, but we do get an automation recipe for lapis, and we can create scoria by blasting or smelting soul sand. And soul sand is easy. We've done that before. We just haunt sand. So this shouldn't be too difficult. We can use maybe this wing over here to create the lapis, and it shouldn't be too big or too difficult to work out. So now that we have that figured out, I think the best thing to do is come up with the floor plan for this building so that we're able to execute everything that we want to inside of it. So after a little bit of thinking, this is what I've come up with. I did initially want the building to be mostly white, but I thought to get it to fit in with the vibe of the rest of the industrial district, this is the sort of shape that I'm gonna go for. So we have a white arch on the front, which is going to be mostly glass, I think, and a little roof. Then we obviously have the red bricks going around the edge, and that is going to take up a majority of the building, a lot like all of our other buildings in the industrial district. So I'm super excited for how this has turned out. I can't wait to actually get building this. The first thing I want to do is get the walls all up and get a general shape for the building. Then we can work on getting a roof, and then once the building is completely done, we will work on getting everything built inside, like all the factories, the lapis farms, and pumping the XP over from the airship. And I think what better way to start out the new year with the first video of 2026 with a second little time lapse, an actual building time lapse this time. A real one and not just a quick little burst of building a platform. So I will see you guys in a couple of minutes, and I hope you enjoy. I'm really upset that you guys are only seeing me put the roof on this building. I had a full time lapse recorded with the replay mod, and unfortunately I decided to AFK the pillager farm overnight, and I forgot to stop the replay recording. So I recorded about 19 hours worth of footage on replay, and it made the file too big to load and manipulate in any kind of fashion. So I've tried everything I could find online, and I just could not get it fixed. So unfortunately, you guys are only seeing me add the roof to this building, but I hope you guys are going to like the way that I've built it, the colors I've used, and the shape that I've gone for. I will see you guys when we get back to finishing off the factory. Now that we have everything constructed and we have the empty shell of a building, what I plan to do is get some separating walls put up on these divides here, and then we are going to start filling the side parts. So the first part is going to be over here, which is going to be used for creating our lapis. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this divider wall put in, get some lighting in, and put in a ceiling, and then we can start working on actually getting the lapis production started. And now that we have this area all sectioned off, we have a similar opening over on the other side, but we do have the barrier walls in place. I've opted to not put a ceiling in for two reasons. One, because I think it actually looks a little bit better without one. And two, because if I did put one in, it wouldn't line up with the roof very well. So I just decided not to put a ceiling in at all, which I think is going to be fine. I quite like the tall ceiling with all the windows and everything. It looks quite cool. And if I pop some shaders on, it does look really, really cool with the light coming in through the windows as well. So I'm super happy with how everything's turned out. I don't really want to make too many changes. It is a little bit dark in here, but these shaders do make a lot of places just look very dark anyway. So what I want to start working on now is getting our lapis created. So the first thing we need is to create sand. So obviously you've seen me do that before. It's just a cobblestone generator, and then we grind that down from gravel into sand. And it's really, really simple to do. We're going to be using the same design that we've been using this whole time throughout the industrial district, excluding the metal farm, and that is just the really small, really modular cobble farm that we found for our create factory. So the way we're going to put that together is I'm just going to move the vault over by one. So this is going to come out to about here before it's finished being processed. So actually we could probably bring it out another couple. So if I just add a belt onto here like this, we can see what we are working with. So let's grab some andesite alloy so that we can patch this all up and make sure that it looks good. And we are going to need two more shafts along the line. So maybe one there and there. Then we can grab our gearboxes and pop them on. So we're going to want a gearbox on each of these, and we can flip them around to face up, and just the same on the other side. That should make sure the crushing wheels are always going in the right direction. So that is our first part of this contraption done. The next part is we are going to have to separate this into a few more lines using some tunnels, and this is going to be haunted into soul sand. So if we just put some belts on these as well, we can make sure that that all links up. And what we can do is we can make sure that that connects in to any one of those, fill in the rest with the andesite alloy, just like that, and then we can pop some tunnels on the top. That is going to separate everything onto these 5 lines like that. So these are going to be haunted. So now that we have soul sand at this point, what we can do is add in some more tunnels and extend these lines out, and then we can just start to cook everything into scoria. So we're going to want 1 more space for the tunnels to sit on, and then possibly 3 more on each to extend it out by 4 to make sure that we have enough time for the scoria to all be processed correctly. Perfect. Now that we have that added in, we have the second set of belts, which is going to smelt our soul sand up into scoria. So now that we have our scoria, we have our 4 lines of scoria here. What we need to do is get them crushed up into lapis. Okay, so I think this is how we are going to move everything across. So I have some ideas for this. I've finished building the cobblestone generator. We have the crushing set up right here. Once it is finished crushing, all of the lapis is going to go up and along these 4 belts here, or the scoria. Once it is come along to the end here, we are going to put our crushing wheels in. So I have 8 crushing wheels here for 4 lines, and we're just going to pop them in here like that and put the rest of the crushing wheels on like this, just there, and we'll have some chutes on top. So if we just grab some chutes here, we can pop them in like that, and this means that everything will fall over into the other side, down into these crushing wheels here, which will crush up the scoria into lapis, and the lapis will land right underneath where the chutes are. So if we send some more chutes at the bottom, we should be able to crush stuff while they're in the chute, or collect the scoria once it has left, and that should at least funnel it onto the 4 belts that will go down here. So these 4 belts are going to be a little bit different. They are just going to be transporting the lapis over to the other side of the factory. So I thought of a really cool way to do that. I don't know if this is going to look as good practically as it did in my head, but basically we need to find the center points of this contraption and send it off in 2 lines. So it's going to be these 2 blocks here. So we want 1 here, 1 here. So actually these do need to be flipped around. So we want 1 there and 1 there, and then we are going to have 1 come out of there and 1 come out of here. So we're going to have 2 lines going over to the other side of the factory, while we have the 4 lines of lapis coming over into these lines here. And that should finish up everything in terms of lapis production. And hopefully, as long as all the belts line up first try, this should actually be enough to get us going. So let's find out. So we have that's running out, also running out, all running out. This is good. So far, this is looking very good. I am liking that. Okay, so now those belts are all running in the right direction. These belts are running in the right direction. The crushing wheels are working. Perfect. And then we need this power to continue down. But everything on this side looks like it is running properly. So let's get the lava put back in, and then we can have a look properly at whether or not this whole farm works. Perfect. So with 1 gearbox, the fans are all moving in the right direction. So let's go and grab some blue campfires and get everything finished, give it a quick test run, and see if we are ready to transport lapis over to the other side of the factory. Perfect. Now that we have the campfires in place, let's switch on the cobblestone generator and see if it starts working. We do need to add a brass funnel onto it just here. And let's see if this starts working. But we are getting everything sent over, and I forgot to do the filters. Okay, now that we have all of the filters in place to make sure that everything should go only where it's expected, we can pop the shaft back in here, or the gearbox, and we can make sure that everything is going to work how we want it to work. So If we pop this back in, we can give it a watch. So it's going to spit out some cobblestone. That cobblestone will get smelted into sand or crushed into sand. And we have clay and flint on the wrong lines. And that's because of the fan. Right, okay, so we do need a better way to take care of the clay and the flint. If we pop this back in, we have scoria all going through. That's fine. We have no more cobble. But if we turn our cobblestone generator back on, we have sand coming through. No flint or clay on any of the lines apart from the one that it's meant to be on, which is good. And we can hook this up to there. And that should send everything down here to be crushed into lapis. Oh, that's perfect. So we have a working lapis farm. We just need a way to move the lapis over to where we need it. So this is a perfect contraption we have going on at the moment. We just need to get the lapis from these 4 belts here over to the other side of the factory. And for that, I think we are going to use a very simple technique, which is just to bring out some belts from there and get them hooked up so that it can all start moving in this direction instead. Then we're going to start from here and just grab a bunch of our andesite casing and start building up. So I've just set up the transport across the top of the factory. I'm just wondering if all of these should now be powered. I think we're just missing... These definitely need to be powered. And then we can power these like that. And then these need to be powered as well. And these bottom ones, I've actually forgotten a lot of these. They need to be powered. These need to be powered. And those need to be powered eventually. But that should be everything now powered. So let's turn the system back on and see if we can get some lapis going all the way to the other side of the factory. So our next port of call is to get all of the experience from our pillager and emerald farm over here into this factory so that we can start combining it with the lapis into liquid hyper experience. But there is one more thing that we need to farm, and that is the glow ink sac, which you can get from deploying glow berries onto a regular ink sac or haunting a regular ink sac. So I think haunting an ink sac is going to be a lot easier because we can already do the haunting process quite simply, and we can get ink sacs by either compacting black dye on and kelp, or we can wash coal. So I think coal is the more renewable option here, just because if we want black dye, we would either have to cart it over from the dye factory, or we would need to have a black dye farm, which involves coal anyway. So I think we should wash coal. It is only a 25% chance, but we're going to set up a little tree farm and farm as much coal as we need. And I think the best way to add a little tree farm is just on a loading bay out the back of the building. So now that we have a little tree farm built up and our platform extended, we also have a portable storage interface connected to some drawers underneath our building. All we need to do is transfer that somewhere for the coal to be processed. And I think a setup just like this should work just fine. So the first thing we need to do from here is we need to get the lava set up. And then once we have the lava done, we can start hooking everything up to some power. Okay, and with a slight redesign, because I realized you cannot wash charcoal into ink sacs, and I forgot that you get charcoal from burning logs. So with a little bit of a redesign, we have come up with this system where the birch logs will come in here and get smelted up into charcoal. The charcoal will then get taken into the middle, where I've yet to add a campfire, but they will be haunted into coal. The coal will be taken out and be washed into ink sacs, and the ink sacs will be launched with weighted ejectors up onto this platform of belts up here, which will go all the way along to the end, and they will just drop down into the next part of the factory, which is all going to take place on this side over here. Now, after moving a couple of things around and adding in this vault at the end here, where all of the glow ink sacs are going to be collected, we've also set up a lapis collection point, which we still need to test. So we do have these threshold switches here, and I think I've set them correctly, where once either lapis or glow ink sacs take up 50% of the vault's total capacity, they will then switch on their respective switches, stopping the production of that particular component until it reaches 25% of the vault's total capacity. So the only real way to test this is really just to test it. And now that we have everything being produced correctly, we can watch the scoria come out of here. Once it is fully haunted into soul sand, we can watch the soul sand collect, and then this will turn into scoria, which should then be sent all the way up, turn into lapis, and head on over to the vault. So they should go down these and over into the vault. Perfect. And then over here we have our charcoal being haunted into coal, our coal being washed into ink sacks, and the ink sacks being sent up onto this rail here, where they are then dropped onto this line over here. We can then start haunting the ink sacks into glow ink sacks, and that gives us all of the production that we need to go forward and mix all of this together to create hyper experience. And how we are going to do that is right in here, we are going to get 4 tanks set up for our hyper experience to be stored. So we're going to start these tanks here, I think, and we're just going to get some 3x3 tanks built up. Nothing too huge, but just big enough that we should be able to store a decent amount. And I think just setting up 4 like this is going to be good enough, just like that. So we can get hyper experience pumped into these 4 tanks just like that, and we will mix everything together in this space here. So what we're going to do is we are going to take these items, our glow ink sacks and our lapis, send them along here, mix them with experience over a superheated blaze burner, and then they are going to deposit their hyper experience into these 4 tanks here, which are just going to be connected with some pipes, so we only need to pump into one of them. I had also noticed at some point while recording this episode today, this episode has been recorded across multiple days, but at some point during specifically today, I've lost my netherite shovel. So I'm stuck with a standard unenchanted diamond shovel at the moment, and I have no idea where my netherite shovel has gone. I don't know where it's disappeared to. Hopefully I can find it soon. If I don't find it, if I haven't put it anywhere and it has despawned, if I dropped it or anything, I'm gonna have to re-enchant my shovel, which is actually perfect because this enchantment industry is going to help us a lot with that. So the first thing we are going to do is get set up to a point where we can start creating our liquid hyper experience. So we are going to make use of a couple of things we haven't used before, like the smart fluid pipes, which is going to be really interesting. So I've bottled up a little bit of hyper enchanting and some regular XP just so we're able to filter everything correctly. And I have some blaze burners already set up. I grabbed a few of those, and I think this is the sort of basic shape that I want everything to take. And I think the best way to do this is just to get it all working, and then we can finally put it into practice. And then we need to free these spaces because we need to connect them to the bottom. This is going to be our blaze cake deployer. So if we grab some fluid pipes, we can run these along the side here, and then we can run them up into the basins like this. Out of this basin, we want a smart fluid pipe coming out, which is going to be filtered to only regular XP. So this just means that we can fill up both basins using a single pipe. Quite easy, not too fiddly, we just need to filter it to regular XP. The next thing we are going to do is take fluid pipes out of both of these, and they are going to be filtered to hyper XP only. So any hyper XP that is inside of these basins will be taken out from that front pipe. Next, we just want to grab some fluid pipes and connect these up, just like that, and then we can go to the middle and connect them down and just send them all the way along into the collection of tanks. So this should be the basic setup that we need to get everything started. We also have our 2 mixers here, which are just going to go on top and on top. Perfect. Then we can grab ourselves some mechanical arms, and we need some copper casing just on top here, and that is going to be where our mechanical arms are going to sit. So what we want to do is we want to take from these depots and deposit into that basin, and we want to do the same over here from there into that basin, and then we want to take from these basins and deposit into the blaze burners, and that is going to sit just there. So this is how we are going to power everything and how we are going to manage everything. So the first thing we need to do from here is we will need some brass funnels coming out of the vault and onto these depots. Then I just want to flip these around and hopefully get some different things. There we go. So we have glowing sacks and lapis. Perfect. So if we flip them back around, we can do 1 lapis and 1 glow ink sack on each side. 1 lapis and 1 glow ink sack. If we then flip these out, we are going to be able to limit these to 16 at a time. And we want to limit these to 16 as well. Perfect. Now that we have that all set up, all we need to do is power these and then run a line of trim up to these blocks and put some draw controller slaves. So the trim is going to connect to this little bit at the bottom here. So I just need to grab some trim and we can just run that along the bottom here, just like that. And what we will need to do is grab one of these just as a filter, and then we just need a few more draw controller slaves to hook this up fully. And then once we have the draw controller slaves on these blocks and we have the filters in place, we can turn this all on, get it all powered, and it will all connect up smoothly. So what I want to do quickly is just power this. So we are going to run the power straight from this block here. There we go. So now that we have everything hooked up correctly, we can see that everything is running the way that it should and everything is going as expected. So if I just grab some andesite casing, we can fill up all the gaps in the floor that we've made. And this gives us a perfect way to track where our XP is going and flowing to and how it's all working. So you can see that we have XP continuously flowing into each basin. And currently we don't have anything flowing out of the basins, but that is just because we haven't started crafting any of the XP yet, which is fine because we can get everything hooked up now. So we need to just get power to these bits here, the mixer and the mechanical arms. And now that we have those set up and we've selected the inputs and outputs for our mechanical arm again, if we just place this down, we should start to see hyper experience being generated and pumped into the tanks. And we should start seeing some nice blue liquid flow out and into the tank. Yes. Oh, there we go. The first little bit of hyper experience that we have generating. And this is just going to run forever. Well, I say forever until we run out of the resources that we need. But this whole farm collectively should run itself very, very slowly, pretty much forever. We could have a more efficient sugar farm and we could have a more efficient glow squid ink farm, but for what we need, this is pretty perfect. We already have 1,000 millibuckets, which is a full bucket of hyper experience. But this is looking insane. I love the look of the like fluorescent liquids flowing in and out of the pipes. It just, it all looks so cool. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. This is really cool to watch and experience and everything. And we have a pretty, it might be inefficient, but we have a pretty good blaze cake farm as well. Yeah, this whole thing has just gone really well. I'm so happy with how this part of the factory has turned out. So the next thing I want to do is get this middle part of the building or factory decorated to a point where we can start setting up the enchanters. So I think the first thing I want to work on is a bookshelf along this back wall. So I wanted to separate it off into offices, but then I realized that I actually built this factory a little bit different to how I initially intended it, and I've utilized the space a little bit differently to how I intended it. So instead we're gonna go for a bit of a library kind of feel in this front part of the building. So to begin with, I think I want a bit of a bookshelf, maybe just along this back wall here like this, and we can go across like this as well, and then we're just gonna fill the whole middle section in with books, a little something like this, and I think that is going to make a really nice backdrop for what we are aiming for with this factory. So now that we have that all in place, I think the next thing we need to work on is just placing in all of the blazes so that we can start getting the enchanting process done. And I think the best way to start doing that is probably just to start picking places And I think something along these lines should work just fine. So I aim to have the pipes running underneath each of the blazes, filling them with the hyper experience when they are needed. And I do have some enchanting recipes already cooked up. So we have Respiration 3, that's pretty uncommon, we can give that to you. Sweeping Edge 3, equally uncommon, we can give that to you. Protection 4, that's a pretty common one. Unbreaking 3, Power 5, that's going to be pretty uncommon, so we can put that at the back. And then I think Unbreaking and Protection and everything can go along the front because they are going to be the most important ones. So we can have Protection here, maybe Unbreaking along the end here, and Efficiency 5 we can have here. These are going to be the pickaxe ones, and then we'll end up getting to the armor, and the armor can run along that back, this middle row as well. The back row is going to be for essentially enchants that I might use once, but there is also a chance that I won't use them at all, you know? So let's get this all finished up and maybe a little bit more decorated on the floor, and I will see you guys when that's done. And with a little bit of piping underneath all of the blazes, we can finally get to enchanting. So this little setup that I have here, the Hyper XP refill bar, this is just a simple clutch mechanism to prevent us from overflowing all the blazes, especially the ones with no enchantment, with hyper experience. So I've set up a little clutch mechanism, one for each row. We have the front row, the middle row, and the back row set up. The front row is going to be majority pickaxe enchantments, stuff like efficiency, unbreaking, things like that. Obviously, we do have protection because it's a little bit more common, and I'll probably use it a lot more frequently than any others. We have the middle ones, which are going to be predominantly sword enchantments, like Sweeping Edge, Sharpness, stuff like that, looting. And then the back row is going to be miscellaneous and armor enchantments, so things like Respiration, Aqua Affinity, stuff like that. So you can see we have it set up, so front row, middle row, back row, and with the flick of each of these levers, we can start pulling some hyper experience out of our chambers and into our blazes and get things enchanted. So let's start with the front row. If we flick this lever, we should start to see the blazes fill up. Hopefully. Maybe not, but with a couple of very slight adjustments, we should now start to see all of these fill up. Oh, this one on the end doesn't seem to like that. We need another pump, but that's fine. So what is this one? This is Unbreaking. That's fine. The one I mainly want is Efficiency. This one is going to be Unreal. So we have Efficiency 4 on our pickaxe now, and if we chuck this onto the blaze, it won't do anything. Why is it not enchanting? Oh, there we go. I think it's enchanting. No? Oh, we need to right click. There we go. Now we're enchanting, and we go from Efficiency 4 to Efficiency 6. Oh, and we get a couple of achievements. Fantastic. What were they? Oh, amazing. Then the next one I want to do is our chest plate. So I want to go for Protection 5. Protection 5. That is unreal. It's so strange seeing these numbers. I mean, it seems like a small thing, but it's very strange seeing these numbers because you just don't really expect them to be possible, you know? Like, it just doesn't. It's so weird. I love it though. This is incredible. Now our axe is Efficiency 6 as well. We're gonna have to test these. So I've just popped underneath the industrial district. You can see the hyper experience pumping away there. I've just popped underneath the industrial district to give our pickaxe a quick test. So this is our first time using Efficiency 6 on our pickaxe. So previously we weren't quite insta-mining stone. Let's see how a whole extra efficiency level adds. Oh! We don't even need a beacon. We can just insta-mine stone. Oh, that's incredible. I wonder, would Efficiency 6 and a beacon with Haste 2 let us insta-mine deep slate? Because I know insta-mining deep slate isn't strictly possible with anything, but would this setup let us do it? Oh, we're going to have to... But right, before I round off this episode, we're going to jump into a creative world and test. Does Efficiency 6 plus a Haste 2 beacon let us insta-mine deep slate? Let's go and check it out. Okay, here we are in a creative copy of the world. I have dug down to deep slate level and set up a beacon, and that beacon is set to haste 2. We have an efficiency 6 netherite pickaxe. Can we insta-mine deep slate? No. Okay, that was the most anticlimactic outcome to this test. Is there ever going to be a method where we can insta-mine deep slate? I don't think so. That's really annoying. This is the most powerful pickaxe you can craft in Minecraft. I mean, there might be mod packs where you can get more powerful, but for the mod pack that I'm playing, this is the most powerful pickaxe you can get. Efficiency 6. And then we have a haste 2 beacon, and we still can't insta-mine deep slate. Oh, that's so disappointing. I really thought we had a good chance there. What does it do to tough? Yeah, see, tough. I mean, that is pretty much the same as stone anyway, but I can insta-mine this. Why can't I just insta-mine the stuff around it? Oh, it's so annoying. Anyway, guys, with that very disappointing realization out of the way, and the inside of this factory virtually complete, I think I'm going to call it there for this episode. It's already very, very late, over a week late from when I wanted to get this released, but I'm super excited for the next episode. We are going to be using this enchanter a little bit while I am in between videos, and next video we are going to be doing something super, super exciting. So I hope you guys are prepared. I hope you guys are ready. And I can't wait to show you guys what is going to happen next. And I can't wait to show you guys what we have planned for 2026. 2025 was a weird year for me uploading on YouTube, but I really want to start making it more consistent again. And 2026, I want that to be my year for uploading and for creating content just in general across all the platforms. Speaking of other platforms, if you did want to support me in any other way, I do have a Patreon. The link is down in the description. If it's something that interests you, head on over and check it out. If not, don't feel obliged at all. There is no pressure for anybody to do anything other than just enjoy the videos. If you do enjoy the videos and you do want to support the channel, you can subscribe or like the video. It helps a ton. You can also leave a comment on anything that you want to see me do differently or anything that you would have changed. I know I've still got to texture the outside of the building and make it look nice, but I have a plan for that we are going to do in between episodes. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I will see you guys in the next one. Peace out. I can't believe we still can't insta-mine deep slate with this pickaxe. Efficiency 6.